bill of materials in Excel. How many of you manage your bill of materials in Excel? Still, only that many, right? And then we also looked at how many companies are project-based, meaning or product-based, who do products or they make made-to-order machineries and all of that. Like this, we did a certain set of study, right? So 70% of our customers manage design data in their local computer, meaning the data management is primarily in the local computer, local hard drive. They manage it through naming conventions and all of that. So 96% of our users share drawings, PDFs with the rest of the organization and outside the organization through email. How many of you still do that? Is that a significant number? Pretty much everybody does that. And 45% of our customers are project-based, and 60% have repeatable designs, meaning they don't start from scratch. They have been in the business for the last 20 years. Their designs get repeated, and they start from wherever it was left out. And 90% of the users manually filled forms, which is like a primarily inspection, the quality checks. Your, whenever you receive a material from outside, a form, you fill up a paper. In inspection, you check. And I have visited billion-dollar companies, even their quality and inspection is filled up in a paper, and it is signed and then filed in a file, and somebody feeds it into Excel at a later point of time. And finally, 76% track their work progress by emails and phone calls, meaning like a project, you are running a project. How do you track all your progress and all of that? It is done through phone calls and all of those things. So it was an eye-opener for us, right? There's so much amount of technology available. We're talking about AI, we're talking about collaboration, we're talking about how you work together as a team, and we still have a significant gap in adoption. Is it because technology is not there? Technology is there. But all our customers are busy building their business that they couldn't invest their time in adapting all these kind of digital technologies. So at Beacon, we redefined our mission, right? So our mission is to enable our customers embrace digital technologies by providing products and solutions and being a trusted technology partner and help them along their digital transformation journey. Your digital transformation is not like you buy a product, you start using it. No, it's like somebody has to work with you, understand your organization from design to manufacturing to servicing to the product delivery. Somebody has to work with you, and that is something you draw a plan over a period of time. That requires a trusted technology partner. So Beacon, we are redefining ourselves to be your trusted technology partner. We have an in-house technology development team who build our technologies, which talks to 3D experience, it talks to SolidWorks and all of that. So that is the transformation that we are doing. This is our mission statement as of now, right? So I want to, all of you, many of you have been using SolidWorks. How many of you have been using SolidWorks for more than 20 years? More than 20? There should be a good number. Because we started in Bengaluru, so there should be many customers, many of our customers I know that they are using SolidWorks. So all of you design, all of you manufacture and all of that. So the designs that you do, which is your SolidWorks models, assemblies, drawing, all of that is design data, which is like your PDF files, your drawings, SolidWorks models, all of that is in a machine-readable form. So your design data is pretty much digital. You look at your product data. When you say product data, it's your bill of material, your manufacturing bill of material, costing, specification documents, all the things associated to that particular product. This may be in Excel, you may have a Word document, you may have a PDF file, a whole set of things. So this is your product data, but these two have to be connected together, right? Because if your bill of material should be connected to your design, and your manufacturing bill of material should be connected to your design bill of material. Then you have production data, where you do your production planning. That you may do a weekly or a fortnightly or a monthly production plan based on some design and based on some bill of material. You'll be doing your production data. Now you look at how connected these data sets are, right? Your design and product data has to be connected. If a design changes, you should be able to modify your product data. If your product data changes, you should be able to change your production data. And you're doing all of these things for your customers. So you should know what products are being manufactured, what products are being delivered to your customers. And then the significant part is the quality data. This is where a good amount of our customers still do inspection in paper. It is in a paper form and all of that. And then your processes data. Whenever you are manufacturing something, you have a process plan. So you need to look at how much work is being done, what processes, maintenance, and all of those things. Now, ask yourself this question: how much of this data is digital? When you go back to your offices, when you start working from tomorrow, I urge you to do this. Ask this question: how much of my data is digital? Right? It is going to open your eyes on what is it that you should be doing to adapt all the new technology we are going to talk about: AI, innovation, data, all of that, right? And how connected it is. Like today, many of our customers from SolidWorks, they export a bill of material. Then they add a manufacturing they add and modify the Excel file, and that is what goes as the manufacturing bill of material. The moment you do that, your digital thread is broken. So you need to know that, okay, this bomb resulted from this particular design. If the design changes, you should be able to modify the bomb. So it is very important for you to keep this data in a connected form for you to leverage all the technology that we are going to talk about, right? So if you look at an organization, there are data silos. When I say data silos, data stays in a container, not available to everybody. In every company, there are a set of people who are like a repositories of knowledge, who have been there for the last 20 years, 25 years. They know inside out of what the company does. Someone said they've been using SolidWorks for the last more than 20 years. So all the designs that you have done, right? All of them, you know that you have done this work sometime 10 years back. Also, you'll be able to remember that, right? So this is like a tribal knowledge. The tribal knowledge is knowledge confined to a group of people within an organization. The second one is your CAD data, which is your PLM, parts, assemblies, and all of those things. So these are all your data that you have in your design data that you have. Then you have document archives, which are internal manuals, specifications, RFPs, all kind of data. Then the fourth one is global industry standards. All of you might be referring to some kind of a design handbook, ASME standards, or some kind of a handbook you'll be referring to, a material design handbook. So there is a global repository of knowledge available. So these are all the 4 silos in which knowledge resides, and they don't talk to each other. Now, how is it going to change in the coming years is essentially that if you can put all these pieces together, and if you're able to connect them together, you'll be able to generate a lot of insights. You can do your job in a much, much better way. What is going to help you in that? Potentially, AI can play a role in this, right? The RAG is like a retrieval augmented generation model, which can collect all the data in form of PDF files, Word files, whatever you have, and be able to search and then get that. So the person who did the job for 20, 25 years, all the documents that he or she has created can be searched and indexed by someone who joins the company today. Did I do a project like this 10 years back? AI can potentially tell you that there was already a design done in 15 years back. You can start from there, right? A semantic search. Semantic search is that we mechanical engineers. I am a mechanical engineer. So whenever we say a part, say a pipe, we never just say pipe. We add a lot of qualifiers, right? So this is how we define a particular part, the design that we do, right? This is the definition of a gasket. You never just say a gasket. You put some qualifiers saying that 100 NB, 2 mm thick. You do a lot of qualifiers. So how can you leverage this for your part identification, selection, and all of that? And finally, MCP is a model context protocol. This is an evolving technology which can work with your PLM data, with your own setup that you have to generate intelligence. So there is a significant amount of work that is happening in this space. You are going to hear about it from SolidWorks. So there is something that we are dabbling with ourselves with in terms of building some intelligence. So this is something that is evolving. And one thing that I want to emphasize upon, this is something, a question all the time asked: is AI going to take away your engineer's job? No, it is not going to take away engineer's job. It is going to enable engineers to do their job better. So anyone who adapts AI will be able to perform at a much, much better level. Someone who doesn't adapt AI, they are going to be left behind and they will become irrelevant after a period of time. So it is very, very important for everyone here to understand how AI is going to play a role in your work. And in the afternoon, we have a panel discussion, and I hope that all of you will stay back. We are going to have some interesting conversation on how they are adapting AI in their businesses, right? So this is a digital thread we keep talking about. Like I kept talking about in the beginning about how the connected data is extremely important. You connect your design with the your manufacturing, your services, everywhere. So you need to connect all of these things, right? So it is a seamless flow of data across the product lifecycle, across tools. That you may use a SAP or a ERP system for all your resource planning and all of that. You may use 3D experience for your design, right? So the key elements of a digital thread is a connected data model. The connected data model is very, very important because there's a significant difference between a unified data model and a connected data model. There are many companies, earlier companies, who tried to build a unified data model across all functions of an organization, and they fail miserably because a sourcing person doesn't need to know the assembly or the 3D model or all of those things. They just need to know who is supplier and what is the part number and all of those things. So it is very important to know that the difference between connected data model, right? And then the PLM and MES integration. If you're using a manufacturing system, connect these kind of things. And the life cycle governance and workflow automation. Now, why does it matter in mechanical design? The first one is that it enables version control, configuration, and traceability. The second, it links your CAD, CAE, PLM, and MES data in a way that you can draw intelligence. You can apply techniques of AI and all of that we are going to talk about on that connected data set, which is going to give you a lot of insights. So what is the impact on the manufacturing? Is that it automates your tooling, planning, production planning, and all of those things, and it gives you a feedback loop from shop floor to the engineering, right? So it is very important for all of you to understand that a digital thread is a key thing that we should be looking at as we are adopting newer technologies. So with this in our mind, Beacon has introduced this service called Digital Transformation for Excellence. This is a technology platform that we have built. It can help you to connect your design data with the rest of the systems that you might be using, be it like a ERP system like SAP, or be it like if you're using Zoho. You can use DTX as a platform to connect different pieces of technology. You can connect desktop SolidWorks with a ERP system, or any other system that you may have, like be it like a Zoho or Tally. You can send bill of material, you can send item master from SolidWorks itself through our SolidWorks DTX plugin and DTX cloud services. You can integrate 3D experience, your items and bill of materials from 3D experience. It can go to a ERP system through our platform, and you can also digitize your data with various tools that are there in DTX. For more information, you might want to look at DTXi.ai. It's like a DTXi means the Digital Transformation Excellence in India and .ai. So that's a website. You can go have a look at it to know more about how Beacon can help you to build this digital thread. As all of your SolidWorks users, all of your 3D experience or some kind of a Dassault product users, you can come and talk to us to see how to build this digital thread. So with that, we also talk about digital manufacturing. We are going to have a separate session in the afternoon on digital manufacturing. This is a two robots working together as part of our 3D experience platform. We also have a solution which can help you to plan your shop floor, to schedule and plan your shop floor, what is getting produced and all of those things. So factory automation is also a portfolio of solutions that we have in our setup. And manufacturing operations management, this is a solution Delmia Works, which covers your how data flows from top floor to the shop floor, and from your sales order to your final delivery. All of this can be managed in our MES solution. Afternoon we are going to have a specific session on digital manufacturing, because all of these are very, very important as we are talking about new technologies. So with that, so these are the 4 call outs that I want to take as an action point for each one of you. The first one is that please do a digital audit of your data, systems, processes, and draw a transformation roadmap. It is not being done in one day. It cannot be done in 1 month, but you have to have an idea. This is where I want to go, because if you do not have a digital roadmap, the AI and all of those things will play a very, very trivial role in your business. When you have a connected data, digital transformed organization, AI can play a significant role. The second one is that extend the digitization beyond design and manufacturing, because your design anyway in SolidWorks, it is digital, right? For manufacturing, if you are using MES, it is possibly you have already have it in Excel form or something like that. But extend the digital thread beyond design and manufacturing. And the third one is that if you do these things, this will help you to leverage your digital thread with all the tools, technologies that we are talking about. And the fourth one is that adapt new technologies like AI. This is going to help you to do your job better. And if it is a connected data, it is going to bring significant amount of value in your business. So with that, do come to us and talk to us if you're working in any of these areas, right? Because our objective is to be your trusted technology partner in your digital transformation journey, which is going to span over a period of years. And we want to work with you while you focus on business. We can build the technology, we can make it work for you behind the screen. So with that, I want to close my note by saying thank you once again, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for having taken the time to come down. And I'm going to be around here. We are not taking any Q&A because for want of time. I'm going to be around here. Please do reach out to me, or we have a booth also on digital transformation. Please do come and talk to us. Thank you so much. Thank you, and wish you all a very happy Diwali. And I hope that the Innovation Day, you are going to take away a good amount of technical and things that you can potentially do in your organization. Thank you once again.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our visionary leader, the CEO of Beacon. Thank you so very much, sir, for opening the day with your powerful thoughts and vision. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, quickly, let me ask you, how many of you think India will be Atmanirbhar in AI and technology in this decade? Quick show of hands. How many of you think India will be self-reliant in AI and also technology in this decade? I can just see few hands. That's all. Yes. All right. The coming up topic is really exciting, everybody. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the experts of Dassault System. The next presentation is on powering self-reliant India with AI and SolidWorks. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Arun Stevenson, Territory Sales Manager, Dassault System. And please put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Pradeep Niduram, Senior Manager, Industry Process Consultant, Dassault System. A warmest welcome to the gentlemen.
Good morning, one and all. I hope I'm audible. All right. So, I welcome you all to SolidWorks Innovation 2025. I hope all of you, being a SolidWorks user, will always be looking forward to this day in the year, right? To know like what is new in SolidWorks, what are the technological enhancements in SolidWorks, and what is it there for me in SolidWorks. I think today you all have come with a hope like, what is AI to do with SolidWorks, right? Right? Because this is a buzzword. Every day morning we wake up and then we hear this word AI, you know, everywhere. So being a user of SolidWorks, you would be more keen to know about what is AI to do with SolidWorks. Yes, definitely. We will not disappoint you and we will take you through this. But before that, I would like to draw your attention to, how India is growing as an economy, and how we will be able to achieve our short-term and long-term goals, right? So I believe that this is an era of digitalization and innovation, right? All of you agree, right? Both have a correlation, right? Digitalization and innovation, right? Because innovation can be fast paced only if we move towards digitalization. Am I right? So therefore, today I would be taking you through what is India's industrial growth in near and in the future, and what are those factors that are contributing to the India's industrial growth. and what are our priority leads in the short term and long term for the Indian economy. And of course, how the technology can be leveraged to build a resilient India, right? So technology plays an important role. Am I right? So before I move on to the main topic, I would like to draw your attention to some of the macroeconomic factors, which are the facts, which will clearly define what we are claiming that India is going to be a super economy, right? So for that, I would like to draw your attention to some of the mathematics. I had to refer to this page because there are a lot of numbers and I don't want to go wrong on numbers, right? So therefore, I would like to, before I start my present, this is very important. So what is GDP? India's GDP. GDP is equal to consumption, investments, government expenditures, and net export, right? Consolidated is GDP. So what is today's India's GDP? 4 trillion, close to $4 trillion, right? So what we are aiming at to become by 2030? $78 trillion or $10 trillion? Oh, in this range. Am I right? So we aim to become close to $10 trillion economy by 2030. Am I right? How many of you are in stocks? Many. So for you, these macroeconomic factors are more important. You would be one way or the other way, you'll be referring this, right? In order to invest in stocks, right? So what is it for India? So we aim to become a $10 trillion economy by 2030, $18 trillion economy approximately by 2030, and then by 2047, we would be aiming at becoming a $34 trillion economy, right? So this is what is our aim. And this is also claimed by some of the reputed institutions and big investors like IMF. So therefore, uh, we are we would be the world's third largest economy very soon. So there is no doubt about it. And if you look at the GDP percentage of contribution from India to the world's GDP, you know, what is the percentage of our GDP to the world's GDP? Anyone has any idea? All right. So with the interest of time, I will take you through this. In 1990, 3.6% was our contribution to world's GDP. But if you see by 2020, our contribution has increased to 7.8% to world's GDP. Okay. So we aim to be at 9.2% by 2025. So this is our contribution to world's GDP. See, if it's 3.6 to 9.2, so there is a huge growth, right? So therefore, we have an sustained economic relevance here. So, and if you look at what is our growth factor that we are contributing to the world's GDP growth, that also is very relevant. If you look at that data, 6.6% growth we gave it to the world's GDP growth in 1990. That has grown up to 15.4% growth rate of to the world's GDP from India. So we aim to be at 19.2 this year. The growth rate of GDP to the world's growth rate. That means if 100% is the world's GDP, 19% comes from India. Are we not great? Right? So this is very important to understand. All right. So now, if we need to become the world's fourth largest economy in the world, so we have maintained this GDP. And again, see, if you see the GDP growth of India over the last 40 years, we have been between 6 to 8%. This is very consistent. Very consistent. Top developed countries like US and China, they are very inconsistent in their GDP. But we have been very consistent. There is no dip. So therefore, this is another factor where we are only seeing the growth. So that is another factor. So the only concern about um, our economy is GDP per capita. So GDP per capita is the only concern where why is it so concerned? Because what is GDP per capita? Overall GDP of the country divided by population is gives you the GDP per capita. So if you see our GDP per capita, why it is so important? Because as per the top institutions, that measures the happiness of the country. Happiness of the country and GDP per capita is correlated, right? But however, having said this, if you see in 1990, our GDP per capita was 350 per dollar, $350 per capita. Today we are at 2,880 per capita, meaning 2,50,000 in rupees, right? So, but as per the standard institutions like IMF, any happiness of the country has to be at $14,000 per capita. So we have to reach there. That is one task that we have. From 2,280, we have to reach up to 14,000. That's the only thing, which we have to be worried about. Otherwise, economy is in a great shape, no doubt about it. So what are the other factors before I move on to the main presentation? Fiscal deficit. This is very important measure again in the macroeconomic. Fiscal deficit is what? Difference between government earnings and the expenditures, right? So the expenditure should not cross the government earnings. That is the measurement here. So we are actually in 2022, we were at 6.8% of the GDP, but in 2024 we have reduced it to 4.8%. And then we have a target to further reduce it to 4.4%, from 4.8 to 4.4. That is our target. And we are really doing it. But whereas if you look at the fiscal deficit of US, it stands at 6.8%. China, we are talking about China, their fiscal deficit is 8.8%, right? So compared to these two developed countries, we are much better. So we are in a better position to become the third largest economy, right? So another factor which is very important before I move on to the debt to GDP ratio. What does this define? Debt to GDP ratio. Debt to GDP ratio defines whether we are in a better position to pay our interest against the debts that we have made. ನಾವು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆದ್ರಿಂದ debt to GDP ratio is an important measure. If you see today, our debt to GDP ratio stands at 57% as compared to US 120%. So 100 crores ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 57 ನಾವು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. So therefore, if you see, how India has been contributing to the development, if it has to be, relevant to our industry, manufacturing industry, if you see, if you recall, there is a scheme called as PLI, production linked incentive by the government, right? Because we have debt to GDP ratio much better, Indian government has been able to contribute 1.61 lakh crores in PLI schemes. 1. PLI schemes, it has come to you. We don't know. I mean, especially the semiconductor industry was the major shareholder in this. But still, there are many other industries who have got contributed to this. So therefore, it's very important. And inflation rate. So inflation rate is another factor where we have been very consistent and it has only dipped. So our inflation rate is very good. And the final thing is that, so in order to become the $8 trillion, $10 trillion to $18 trillion to $34 trillion economy, in the manufacturing segment, we have identified 18 industrial sectors which can predominantly contribute to this economy. 18 industrial sectors which can contribute predominantly to this economy what we are talking about, because these are called as arenas of transformation. right? You might be one of them. Your company might be one of them. We don't know. Like, let us look at what are those arenas of transformation, right? So because manufacturing segment today is contributing to 15 to 17% to our GDP, right? And by 2030, we aim to be at 24 to 25% contribution to Indian GDP. Therefore, so we need to identify which are those arenas of transformation which can contribute probably around, um, say, $2 to $3 trillion of contribution that will come from these arenas of transformation. So it's very important. So let us move into the presentation now. What are those arenas of transformation? All right. So fintech is one segment where we are looking at a potential of about $2 trillion, right? Fintech. Everybody uses fintech. Before you come, you have made a UPI payment to one of them, to any of your, to your wife or to your any of the kirane angadiyal ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. Huh? So therefore, fintech is a fastest growing industry. Electronics and semiconductors is another area which is going to be the arenas of transformation, and it is going to be at the potential of $103 billion. So therefore, if you see, like, a few years back, in the electronics and semiconductor, you would hear the name of Taiwan, you would hear the name of Korea, you would hear the name of China. But last 5 years, what a transformation! Thanks to Indian government, they are able to contribute, they are able to help through PLI schemes the semiconductor industry. If you see today, one of the major players are Tata's. Hosur, Bangalore, everywhere they are there. They're acquiring companies, right? So therefore, it's not too far away that we will be the leading player in semiconductor industry. Another one is e-commerce and consumer goods. Amazon, Great India Sale, everyone are in today, right? So therefore, this is another one. Healthcare and pharmaceuticals. All the more it has become so predominant after COVID. Like, lot of money has been pumped in, and this is, I hope everyone agrees. Electric vehicles. How many of you have come in electric vehicles today? How many of you? This is only going to grow. I have written it as staged because we are unable to estimate this industry. It is going to grow like anything. We are not able to give that right picture, like, how much it is going to grow. Because if you see Aether, I was there when Aether was a startup company at the time. I was trying to sell my technology then. And today you see Aether, Ola, right? So therefore, this is going to grow. There will be a mind-blowing figures against this. Renewable energy. This has been always there, alternative source of energy that we have to look up to, and it's everyone's duty to contribute to the green initiative, right? So therefore, renewable energy, alternative source of energy is very important. Agro and food processing. This is our backbone of Indian economy. Yes or no? Agriculture has been a predominant factor, predominant player in contributing to the Indian economy. Therefore, a lot of technological enhancement has been happening around agro and food. So this is exponential growth. There is no figures that we can put across to this. So therefore, this is another. So let us look into what are those arenas of transformation. All right. So there is global arenas of transformation and there are national arenas of transformation. I'll quickly take you through this. We have already spoken much about it. So e-commerce, which contributed 60 to 70% in 2023, now it is estimated to be at 240 to 300. And then semiconductor, we spoke about it, 40 to 50. Now we are looking at a potential of 100 to 120 $1 billion. Then cloud services, of course, we are also there, right? SolidWorks is there in on cloud, right? As part of the cloud services. So therefore, everybody is looking at cloud because that is more what? That is less cost effective, right? To in a simple terms. the same product available on cloud at a less cost effective manner and accessible anywhere. So that's why cloud is important. Cyber security is very important because of all the threats around. Therefore, that is a very relevant industry for the growth. And then urban construction. If you come to the national arenas, now whatever we have seen is global arenas. Now national arenas, urban construction all over. You see Bangalore has spread everywhere, right? With the spread, there is a lot of construction happening. So there is a growth there. Then travel and tourism. I would hardly take my family to any place during holidays, but now it has become too mandatory for me to fix at least 2 to 3 tours in a year. So that is the trend, right? The family expects that. So tourism industry is there. And if you see the in abroad, if you see those days, hardly we could see Indians going abroad. But today you see everywhere there are Indians, right? So tourism, travel and tourism is one of the important. Auto component has been predominantly there. So therefore, auto component industry is going to grow only, right? And renewable and storage systems we have already discussed. And then what are other global arenas? Electric vehicles we already discussed, and batteries are of course associated with that. And AI, software and services, space is another area. Space is going to only grow. If you see, few years back, India was more dependent on Russia to launch the satellites or on France or any other place. But today we have our own launch pad. You know, the amount of thanks to all the great scientists that we had in India and the contribution that they have made to the space technology, we are more independent. We are able to launch our own satellites on our own. Therefore, this industry is only going to grow. And AI, software and services, nuclear fusion, yes, of course, and then robotics. This is another important. We are all talking about dark factories today. You know, dark factories, the entire factory is automated and also power is switched off. It will be totally dark, but the production will be going on through robots, through automation process. Therefore, dark factories are going to be the day in near future. So therefore, and robotics plays an important role. Aerospace and defense, undoubtedly yes. And Bangalore is one of the major place here for aerospace and defense, right? And Bio 2X, medical devices, of course, yes, biopharma and industrial electronics. All right, so I have picked up few industries to get penetrate deeper into that, whatever we have claimed till now. So auto components is going to grow 8 to 10%, no doubt about it. So core engineering value comes from engineering and transmission systems because this is one of the important heart of any automobile. And electrical and electronics, yes, definitely, because every vehicle you see today has one or the other electronic enhancement, right? So that is going to grow. Suspension, yes, you need a comfort in a pothole roads, right? Braking for safety, and then interior and exterior, the ambience has to be very important. So this is going to grow. Premium. So SUV is going to grow, definitely. SUV, yes, definitely. I was a great fan of sedan, but now I am fan of SUV. Right? So SUV market is only growing. Electric vehicle architecture, yes. BOM in EV is like 1.4 times higher than internal combustion engine. Everyone agree? Because electrical vehicles, lot of enhancements are happening, and then a lot of components are also getting added, right? So BOM is only growing there, and E&E contents increasing by 2 times. So therefore, that is an industry which we need to look at. So automation, robotics we spoke about, and India ranks 8th position in that. So what is driving this industry? Basically, automotive, yes, as I spoke about dark factories, and then chemical, pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. Yes, everything is automated today, and that is all driven through robotics. And where all it is deployed, product design, supply chain, system integration, and medical devices. I hope you accept this. So what are the key technologies driving this automation? Cloud and edge computing, cloud computing basically. Virtual twin, which will speak in the upcoming slides. Additive manufacturing, cyber security and cyber physical systems, and IoT, right? So which is all part of India 4.0, sorry, Industry 4.0, right? Another one, we spoke about this, electric vehicles. No doubt, it is staged. We don't know, like, how it is going to grow. So that is where now we look at EV to account 20% market share by very shortly. And then high commercial vehicles is about 30 to 35%. And technological enhancements is into battery, because battery is a backbone. Now, if you see, like, Amaron or Amar Raja batteries and so many Exide batteries, they were all on lead lead acid batteries. But today we are talking about lithium ion. Unfortunately, a few years back, we didn't had a lithium ion. We were just importing it. But today, major players are all setting up lithium ion factories today to generate our own. So therefore, this is a very big investment that is going to happen. And of course, the BMS, battery management systems, and domestic battery demand is only going to grow with electric vehicles coming up. So this is going to grow with multifold, like 15 times is what is projected. So local battery production, as I said, yes, definitely. As I said, lithium ion is now produced in India, right? So all these, related factors, production of components as cathode, anode, separators, electrolytes, all this is going to be produced in India, and so the demand is going to increase. All right. So what is our goal now? As I spoke to you, third largest economy by 2030. Are we all game for it? Yes or no? I want to see the voice or your hands up, because you are the people who are going to contribute. I am the person who is going to contribute. Do we all have this confidence? Yes, great. So we will be the third largest economy. We are just one slot below Germany. Okay? So we will be moving to the third spot. No doubt about it, with all these factors that are helping us. So $10 trillion economy is for sure, no doubt about it. GDP goals, growth goals we spoke about, we are consistent. So 6 to 7% is not a matter at all, right? So manufacturing we spoke about, with all these arenas of transformation from 17% to 25% is no challenge at all. We will be there. And cloud growth, of course, it is a mandatory, cloud computing, all those things. So we will be there. So undoubtedly. And so therefore, uh, how does it help? If we have to be there, it's not only us, government also has to help, and they are already there. So government is helping us with all these schemes. If you look at Make in India, Atmanirbhar, Skill India, all these schemes are only PLI schemes. All those things are only helping us to boost this economy, right? So what are the Centurion goals? We already spoke about it. So 8% GDP growth for the next decade, 19 trillion. We are repeating again, 90 million jobs by 2030, 600 million jobs by 2047, in order to be there at $34 trillion. And this is something which we spoke about, GDP per capita, which we need to raise our income sixfold to 12,000 per capita. This is a bit challenge, but we can do it, right? So this is something which we need to aim at. And in order to be there, what is our contribution? What you as an organization can contribute there, right? So therefore, leadership commitment is very important. Anybody leaders here, or you as an individual who are, you can take up that leadership commitment. Strong vision and commitment is important. Empowering culture is very important. And continuously upskilling of the workforce, this is very, very important for us. Irrespective of the age, we need to upskill, because the world is moving in a dynamic way. Technology is enhancing in a dynamic way, and we have to upskill our laborers or the workers or ourselves as leaders to what is the demand of the day, right? So that is very important. And then robust digital infrastructure, undoubtedly, we spoke about it, because digitalization and innovation go hand in hand. Therefore, you need to have a digitalized infrastructure in order to be competitive, in order to be in the race in this industry. And digital talent, right talent acquisition is very important today. So therefore, that is another important thing. If you have to be catching the pace of the world's thing, you need to be doing all these things, standards and flexibility, of course. And then what is inevitable? We spoke about this. So what is inevitable to your organization today is digitalization, undoubtedly. And virtual twin is one area where we are there, where Dassault systems contribute heavily in this, because your physical world, you cannot foresee what is going to happen to your product, what are the failures in your product, and your decision making process, how you can improve that, is only through digitalization and through virtual twin. Therefore, the data collection will happen from physical world into the digital world, which is called as virtual twin. Then you will have the representative models, all the data management, all your data management. I think Mr. Nainar spoke about it. So all those things will happen, and then a lot of data analytics will happen, if and buts and those things, and then what are the improvement areas, that and that will throw the report to you to make your decisions faster, to innovate faster, and to bring product much faster to the market, and in a highly precise manner. So that is very important. Therefore, you as an organization should really look at how do you digitalize, and we as an organization, Dassault Systems and SolidWorks, we will help you to achieve this goal for your organization. It's not only the design, we are talking about the entire virtual twin. Which what is virtual twin? It is a virtual copy of your physical object, of the business processes that are associated with that physical object, right? The entire virtual thing of the physical object. So that is very important. So um, that's it. Now I want to bring next two slides, a focus around the 30 years celebration of SolidWorks. And you all know, I think Mr. Nainar asked about, how many of you have been using for more than 20 years. Yes, there are many customers who have been using SolidWorks since its birth. So therefore, we are still young at 30, and we are also a matured product. So therefore, we have a lot of energy to come up with more technological enhancements in the days to come. So we started in 1995, and then so many versions were released in the year with a lot of technological enhancements, as you can see there. Uh, I think in the future, sessions, you will all go through this. And then in 2005, then in 2010, with all these releases, we all in every release we had the enhancements and new features and functionalities added to it, which has always helped you to make your design better and design it at the first instance. Design it right at the first instance. So these are some of the things. And today we have SolidWorks 2026, and so we have so many things. So you will be looking at all these things. I don't want to take Pradeep's time. Already I have eaten his time, I think. So therefore, I would welcome Pradeep, my colleague, who is the technical head for SolidWorks in Dassault Systems. And welcome to you, Pradeep. Thank you all for your patience.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Arun, for setting up the stage, and Nainar also before that. I think that was a very good foundation for us to have, So I know there's a lot of sessions that are going to follow up to back them up. The self-reliance, the Atmanirbhar, that is the need of the hour, and there's no two ways about it. We have seen the strong headwinds, be it the tariffs or the whole visa, changes, policy changes, how things are affecting us, right? So self-reliance is absolutely the need of the hour, and I sincerely thank every one of our customers here who are doing their bit to move towards that goal, and we play a very small part in enabling you to get there. So without further delay, let me get started. 30 years of SolidWorks. This is a celebration, and again, I want to give a big round of applause for everyone who's been using SolidWorks. So I think Nainar asked this question, who have been using SolidWorks for the last 20 years, right? So I saw a few of those hands go up. I myself have been using it since 2008. Okay, so you all have witnessed the journey. How SolidWorks evolved from being a simple, humble 3D CAD software to what it is now. And I know most of you are using it today. Can I have a show of hands who are the users of SolidWorks today, whatever version you are using? Oh, that's good. I think 90% of the crowd is using SolidWorks. So we have an action-packed agenda. So a lot presentations are there that you will be interested in. But before I go there, I again wanted to ask this question. Nina stole this question from my head. So just think about this. Will AI replace the role of a design engineer? I don't want you to answer it. I just want you to park the question at the back of your head. Let's hope if we can converge on this towards the end of my presentation. So without further delay, let's get to it. My name is Pradeep. I head the SolidWorks technical organization for India. I support the pre-sales and post-sales teams across the country, supporting customers like you, users like you. And one of the things that we take great pride in is listening to your feedback. And I want everybody to interact with us in the breaks or post the session to let us know what you want to see, because what Arun showed, the 30 years journey, every single one of it is coming from customer and users feedback. And we strive very hard to take your input, channel it back to R&D, and see how we can make it a functionality or a performance enhancement that you wanted to see. And the topic I'm going to talk about today is AI in SolidWorks, how we can power your next big leap. So Nainar mentioned that this is absolutely the essence of the R, and Arun also backed up that with a self-reliance theme. And this is a topic of interest for most of you, right? I'm not going to ask you the question, how many of you are using AI today? Because I know the answer. Everybody is using, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not, it is part of what we do every single day. And there's no, going back, to reverse it. But in SolidWorks, let's see how we are trying to incorporate AI to make you faster, better, and more productive. So again, I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you that AI is something that is been there in SolidWorks. It is not new. It is built on the SolidWorks foundation. The same SolidWorks that you've been using for a good amount of years now, and that's a trust that you have on SolidWorks, right? And it is powered by the secure 3D experience platform. In fact, a lot of presentations today are going to revolve around 3D experience platform. And I'm sure the team has put together enough in it for you to understand and see how we can leverage the 3D experience platform. And it is designed to make you more efficient, more innovative, and more competitive. And again, I wanted to reiterate the fact that we are not trying to be another ChatGPT or the Copilot or any of those LLMs which are already out there, right? We are trying to solve a different set of problems. We want to eliminate the repetitive, the manual tasks that you do, and make you more efficient, more productive. And we know a lot of time is lost searching for things, right? Searching for parts that we have already created, searching for some document. A good amount of time of our everyday lives go into this part of, and we want to make it better. And we understand that many of you are constant pressure to deliver quality work faster. Not just any kind of work, but quality is also important, right? So pressure to deliver faster. So this is one area we are constantly working on. And again, we understand data security. The IP that you build using tools like SolidWorks is of paramount importance, right? You cannot just put it out there and use any technology. So the security, the data security and integrity is one of the most important things for us. And that's the problems. These are the problems that we are solving. So before I go any further, I just wanted to put this out just to avoid any confusions or just to refresh your taxonomy on AI, because oftentimes we see these terms are interchangeably used or very loosely thrown around, right? So nowadays you see AI on anything and everything, right? So AI is a very broad subject, right? Where machines are mimicking, human-like intelligence. And within AI, ML or machine learning is a subset. It is more focused on finding patterns in the data, usable patterns. And if we dig deeper, then we are now talking about something called as deep learning. This is where, the machines are trying to emulate or mimic the neural networks of, the way our human brains are wired and processed to do. So if you remember the Deep Blue, the chess programs, back in the day, which, were trying to do this, so that's the deep learning part of it. The area that we are most excited, we are most interested, and we are investing heavily is the generative AI. And this is where it really took off over the last 2-3 years, right? So where we started AI creating content for us, creating images, creating videos, creating the 3D models, right? And again, without explicit instructions. So this is very powerful. And I'll be talking about a few of those things which are already possible today in generative AI in SolidWorks and within Dassault systems. And I'll also be talking about a few of those things which are coming in the future. So take it like a technology preview of things to come. So these are the 3 broad categories in which we are seeing progress in AI in SolidWorks. The first one is called automate, where we try to incorporate some smart automation tools that help our users, to make things like better, faster, and more productive. The second category is assist. Assist is, again, something which has been there in SolidWorks for quite some time now, where the software is capable of predicting your next move. How many of you have sensed this while you're working? SolidWorks suddenly says, hey, is this what you're trying to do next? So it is trying to calculate the next move of yours and give you the prompt or the tools that you need at your fingertips, so that you can do your things faster, better, with less time spending menus or the commands, right? The focus should be on design. And the last one is what we call as generative AI. We call it co-create, where AI is creating designs for you, or creating documentation for you. Again, not just anything. So it is quite powerful. It's built on your workflows and your usage patterns. So I'll be talking about these 3 categories. So the first things first, AI in SolidWorks today. What is available today that we can use now? I'm not going to go into every single one of them, but this is just like a refresher. Though, so this has been there in SolidWorks for quite some time now. So, repair sketch relations, selection accelerators, the driven silhouette part feature, repair missing mate references, pattern-driven component, and generative whole callout. I've just mentioned the releases in which these are available, but some of them have been there for, I think, at least quite a few releases, right? Like, for example, selection accelerators. If you're trying to select an edge to create a chamfer or a fillet, SolidWorks will automatically give you a heads-up toolbar to point or to make you select, let's say, all the edges that you are likely going to select, right? So this is, again, automation which is going to help you do things faster, okay? Repair sketch relations. This is, again, quite powerful. In fact, this is something that I really appreciate. I mean, it is very underappreciated, okay? So what it does is, if you are trying to repair a sketch or trying to change something in a sketch, suddenly some error pops up, or, suddenly you will see some dangling entities, something's in yellow and something's in red. So how does SolidWorks fix it, right? So now in SolidWorks 2025 GA with repair sketch relations, with a single click, SolidWorks will fix the sketch for you. And it is so efficient that most of the times you don't have to even bother reviewing it. You can just proceed. And some of those things are in assembly, some of those things are in part environments, but nevertheless these features have been there for quite some time now. So moving on to the next category, which is assist category. So this is the one which I like the most. This is called command predictor, and it is in beta, but it works fantastically well. So the command manager tabs that we navigate, right? So if you are in part, you have several things that you go back and forth. So this command predictor beta is a transformer model of the AI that we have been using, in which you stay in only one command manager tab called the command predictor, and command predictor is capable of giving you up to 10 features or commands that you're going to most likely use based on the context of the design that you're working on. It's quite powerful. So it's dynamic, and I'll just quickly play this again if I can. Yeah. So here, if you are trying to, let's say, use the command predictor, you just stay in the context of the part. Here I'm creating a sketch, so it's giving me all the sketch related options. And once I'm finishing the sketch off, then it gives me what are the next possible things, extruded cut, or the extrude the whole features. And then next is most likely I'll be doing the pattern, right? So it's giving me the pattern features. So like that, the command predictor is a very dynamically adjustable or loaded command manager tab for your use. If you have not used it, I highly recommend that you start using it. It'll save a ton of time. And the next one is auto fastener recognition. Again, this comes into the assist category. It's been there for quite some time now. So let's say you're trying to finish off your assembly by incorporating the fasteners like this washer, right? You just drag and drop and place it on the on your assembly, and SolidWorks will do the rest. It will create the mates, it will put the washer in place. And previously this was limited to certain file formats. Now we are extending. Like you see, this is a neutral file format, but it is equally capable of understanding that what you're trying to do. So a huge time saver, and with minimal effort, you are trying to incorporate all of these fasteners into your assembly, and not just placing them. The mates are created, the BOM is already there for you, so you're up and running within no time. And the same thing is extended to patterns also. So for example, if you're trying to do any of those patterns, those things are also taken care of. And this is something called as mate replication, and it is quite powerful. This is now available on our cloud design tool called XDesign. With just one click, it's called Design Assistant, right? So with just one click, I will be able to replicate that to another 50 available options, or 50 available places that I'm going to do. So imagine the kind of time that it saves. And again, this is quite dynamic in nature. So depending on the context of the assembly, the tool that you're in, it will give you the suggestions on the go, on the fly. So please explore these things. These are already there. One of those things that we recently launched in 2025 is, again, if you're trying to create an end plate in this kind of a structural design, with just one click, SolidWorks will find all those available places where I want to replicate this, and it will suggest. And this is not just pattern, because pattern comes with some rules, and you have to define the locations, you have to select something. So with just one click, imagine the kind of time that we have saved. So all of this is using AI. It's just that we didn't call it out explicitly before that this is AI, right? So this was one thing which we wanted to empower our users with, so that we can leverage all of these advanced functionalities. One of the things I like the most is something called as image to sketch mechanism. Again, when you're trying to work on a design, sometimes you have a hand sketch, or sometimes you have a reference that you want to bring in as a picture, right? So from here, if I want to go to sketch and then go into a part model or assembly model, it will take a lot of time. So in SolidWorks XDesign, now with one click, I can convert an image into a fully defined sketch mechanism. Okay, so it will understand the linkages, the rollers, the bars, everything in one click. And it is capable of generating your kinematics as well, because it has got that intelligence built in. And again, this is the most I think useful feature for our customers and users today. It is called auto-generate drawings. I know we spend a lot of time detailing out our 3D models into drawings again, right? Whereas we have already spent enough time in the sketch, putting all the dimensions, putting all the GD&T information there. Why do we have to again spend time, creating drawings. So this is the area that we are working on very aggressively to give you this automation. So where you just select the assembly, and it's not just a part, it's an assembly where I have selected 3 components, and SolidWorks will do the rest for you. It will pick up the right template, it will put the views in place, it will put the dimensions, it will even create the BOM table for you. It may not be perfect. I mean, I'll just replay this again. It may not be perfect, but I think it's a very good starting point, right? How many of you agree with me that this saves a lot of time? Fantastic, fantastic. So this is available in SolidWorks 2026. The team is going to do another detailed presentation on this. We want you to explore this. We want you to use this. Again, this is available in SolidWorks today, powered by AI. Okay, so let's keep moving. How many of you use photorealistic rendering, to make your marketing or sales collaterals? Can I have a show of hands? Yeah, I think 15-20% of the audience today uses it. So this is part of SolidWorks portfolio, something called as Visualize. Okay, so it is a photorealistic rendering tool. You just bring in your 3D model, you create the environment, put some lights or put some backdrop, and you can create a photorealistic rendered image which will look exactly like your photograph, right? So here we have launched a denoiser which is capable of giving you the real-time rendered. Usually what happens is, I'll just play it again. So if you are in regular mode, it actually does a lot of pixelation. It takes time for the system to render the image, right? So this is accurate mode, where it will take time because it has to pixelate everything and process everything. So here in the fast render mode, we are using real-time ray tracing, so that even if you rotate the model, it is not doing the pixelation, right? It is giving you the rendered quality image in real time. So this is again powered by AI, and it is capable of doing things faster for you. In the co-create category, we are also actively working on your the toolpath generation. So toolpath generation today is not just about creating the NC code, but the optimal and the fastest way of doing things. And in FEA, again, there is a detailed presentation. I don't want to go in detail, but again, here we are working on a few aspects where you can quickly run a whole bunch of analysis without actually doing them. How do we do it? So this is a battery pack structure I'm trying to simulate. I did the FEA for one variation, and now I want to see what is possible. What can I change to make it better, right? So if I were to do it for different dimensions, for different length and width dimensions, variations, combinations, I have to do it for 50 different sampling points, right? So now SolidWorks simulation here, what I'm showing today, is capable of predicting the analysis results without actually running the analysis. So imagine the time that you are saving, without going into detail, running analysis for 50 different variations, with just one study, I'm able to, extrapolate the results. And of course, I will again choose what is the best one for me, or I will maybe choose 3 or 4 variants that work, for me, and then I will then go into that in detailed, analysis. So here I can vary the structural frame sizes, the length, the thickness, the dimensions, and then I will create some favorites, and then based on what I have selected, then SolidWorks simulation will suggest what is the optimal design for me. So all of this, you can leverage in SolidWorks simulation today in using, AI in SolidWorks. So I have created 3 different variants, right? So in this 3 different variants, now I will be able to choose the one with, let's say, the least mass and with maybe the least displacement. So now imagine having all of this along with the AI companion that will, give you all of this intelligence together. So that is what we are launching today. It is called Aura, A-U-R-A. It is part of SolidWorks, and we call it your AI design companion. The best part is it is included with SolidWorks today. So if you are using SolidWorks, 90% of the audience said yes, which means it is available today for you to use. It is part of what we call as the cloud services. So SolidWorks will get connected to the 3D experience platform. And again, you don't have to put your data on cloud right away. You can start exploring this. So it comes with a lot of different functionality. It will give you answers to the questions that you have. For example, let me play this again. So for example, if I want to summarize a very long article, try to read a very long PDF of your company's standards documentation, right? It is capable of doing that. So here, I'm just giving you a quick preview. There is a detailed demo later in the day. So this is a design spec, okay? Maybe a 5-6 pages worth of information is there in this. I can quickly ask Aura to summarize, and it does a fantastic job of giving me the quick summary of what I need to know. And like I said, it is built into SolidWorks. So in your task pane, in your SolidWorks interface, you can chat or you can talk to Aura. It is your AI design companion. I'm asking Aura to tell me how to save my design in a previous version of SolidWorks. And you don't have to go into help documentation. You don't have to, call support. You have the answers right there in front of you. And it is also capable of integrating with the 3D experience platform, the other applications. So this is where we differentiate ourselves with the chat GPTs or the copilots, right? So it is built on the foundation that you already have, which is SolidWorks, and it is also integrated with the 3D experience platform. So this is what AI in SolidWorks today has to offer in 3 different categories: automate, assist, and co-create, and powered or supported by your AI design companion called Aura, AURA. Let me just give you a quick technology preview of what is coming today, what our R&D is actively working on today. So imagine you are, you have seen something, you take a picture of it, and now you want to model it in 3D, right? So we are working on a mechanism in which we can create a 3D out of a picture. We just saw image to sketch mechanism, right? This is image directly to 3D, and not just any 3D. This is 3D usable by simulation as well. So it is not a STL file or just a representative 3D model. So this is something that we are working on. Again, it happens in 3 stages: image to sketch, sketch to BREP, and BREP to 3D. So we are working on this. It will come in the future, but just wanted to give you a heads up on what is coming. And if you're using a lot of scanned data, you will work with a lot of this file formats which you want to convert into 3D directly, right? But most of the times in reverse engineering, we have to recreate the geometry by, again, doing everything manually. So here we are working on a STL file going directly into 3D with just 1 click. So I just imported a STL file, I clicked convert to 3D, and SolidWorks will do the rest. And imagine, the kind of time that you can save by eliminating all those steps that you are doing today. Again, if you're using any of those tablets, so you can just take a picture and start sketching on the tablet, and it will realize what you're trying to do. It will recognize what you're trying to do. It will even do stacked dimensions. So all these powerful features are going to come. This is part of what we are working on today. Again, if you have a scan data which is incomplete, this is most of the times what we will be dealing with. So it will self-heal the incomplete geometry and give you a model that is workable and starting point. Generative and machining, again, a lot of intelligence is getting built in today into this to make things better, faster. Again, a quick preview of Aura working inside SolidWorks. So engineer is asking to create a few renderings, with a simple prompt saying, can you render this in a lake front or a lake background in sunset, and the images are already there. So imagine, if you have to do this manually, you have to set up a lot. Sometimes you don't even know how to do it, right? So you have to learn and do it. But now with Aura integrated into SolidWorks, it can render beautiful images, just by staying inside SolidWorks. This is a very powerful, again, review where we are trying to teach Aura to learn from your company's standards and then bring up this design to that particular standard. So it will suggest 3 or 4 different variants, and you can suggest or you can select your choice from Aura's suggestions, and then you can initiate a change action. I know this is, again, quite powerful, because you're trying to teach Aura your company's standards, and then it will suggest something, and then based on that you're creating a change action, again going directly into 3D experience platform. So this kind of integration is not possible with any of those AI tools unless it is coming directly from Dassault systems. So these are the things which I wanted to talk about. I know I covered a lot of ground in a very short period of time. So, but again, there are detailed presentations over the course of the day. But few call to action for you: use Aura, or at least start exploring Aura because it is already available with you. Try auto-generate drawings, because you can save a lot of time there. Fastener recognition, again, available in SolidWorks today. And identify workflows that will suit your organization and your kind of work. And we will assist you. We will help you wherever possible. So please reach out to us and let us know how we can help you achieve your goals using AI in SolidWorks today. So with that, I will end my presentation. Please feel free to interact. It was a pleasure talking to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for our incredible speakers. So well, ladies and gentlemen, the way they connected AI with SolidWorks to empower self-reliant India was truly inspiring. So meanwhile, before we move on to the next interesting space, I request everyone to kindly take out your mobile phone. Can we all take out our mobile phone, please? Yes. Firstly, I want everyone to hold it in an angle where you look really smart. Yes, firstly, turn on your front camera, everybody. Can we all do that? Everyone in the house. Everybody. People in the back, can you all show me your phone? Yes? Switch on the front camera. See, we all have gathered here to learn, earn more knowledge and also to collaborate and also to network. So click a picture with the person sitting next to you. Yes, we can say group picture with a smiling face. I want to capture. I want all of you to capture all the beautiful faces here. Yes, lovely. Keep that smile going, everybody. Did you all capture? And also, kindly keep your phones on mute because the next topic is really interesting. So let me talk to all of you. Yes, how many engineers in the house? Designers? Lovely, super. How many designers? Fantastic, guys. Yes. All right. So, my question is let me come to the audience in the back. Yes. All right, sir. Can we have you? Yes. My question to you is in case if you're giving me interesting answer, maybe you can walk home with a goodie. All right. The question to you is in case you have a 3D printer on the desk, what is the first thing you would print? Let me turn on the mic for you. Yes, check.
So it would be something related to a car model, something product related.
Car model.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay.
And if I'm a hobby, it would be a benchy.
Sorry?
Benchy.
Benji. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, can you pass the mic to the person sitting next to you? Same question. Let's imagine that you have a 3D printer on the desk. What is the first thing you would be excited to print?
Animated toys?
Toys.
Yes.
Toys. So you love toys.
Not for me, but for the younger
Kids,
generations.
young kids. What would be the toy? I mean, which form of toy would you print?
Like, anything they imagine.
Anything?
They imagine.
They imagine. Lovely.
Yeah,
So, all right. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is going to be super exciting. So, it's time for me to introduce the next speaker. The sponsor presentation, Accelerate Photo Prototyping with Formulas, 3D printers, everybody. Yes. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Vinod V, Business Head, Additive Manufacturing, Beacon. A very interesting topic. So let's all listen to it. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Yeah, great. Thanks everyone. Morning all to join us here. This is an exciting occasion, the 30th of SolidWorks and our association with SolidWorks as Beacon.
And our focus and our future thoughts in terms of what we should be doing with our customers going forward in terms of SolidWorks and what next, what should they do, what should they use next. We had a thought in mind and we got associated with a company called Formlabs. Formlabs is the world leader in 3D printing, the SLA 3D printing. And we signed up with them about 5 years back and we brought in this innovative solutions to the market. Quickly, while I start this discussion, I'll ask Sheshagiri, my colleague, to just start a quick print for you to look at a little bit later to see what's happening on the printer. We do have a smoke printer kept here. We have 3 of them kept outside. I do request you all to have a look at those printers, interact with our team, understand what your products are, and then to take this discussion forward in terms of how you can associate whatever you design in SolidWorks to get it to the next level of prototyping. So obviously, SolidWorks, you see, accelerate design with innovation. What we are talking about is accelerate prototype with 3D printers to sync up with what we are in discussion today. Going forward, I'll just start off this with a quick small video of our products.
Introducing Form 4 and Form 4L. Accelerate the way you work. With 3D printing technology that's blazing fast. And ideal for solving any problem, regardless of size. Keep your production running with an unmatched print success rate. Built on reliable hardware that was engineered for years of use. To use your time most efficiently, leverage a workflow anyone can learn in 15 minutes. Featuring instant material changes, comprehensive software, and automated post-processing. Produce stunning parts that rival injection molding and always fit. With 50-micron pixels, advanced pixel smoothing, and light touch supports. Tackle any problem with our ever-expanding range of high-performance resins, or opt for open material mode to use any resin. And customize your print performance with Print Settings Editor. Built on our next-generation low-force display print engine, featuring a high-power backlight unit, light processing unit, proprietary release texture, and a flexible film tank. Form 4 and Form 4L deliver extreme speed, reliability, and print quality at any scale. A new era of industrial 3D printing.
Great. Hope that gave you an insight of what we are talking about today. Probably more than what you see here, it is a personal experience in front of the printer will actually give you an understanding of what exactly is happening there. We are printing stuff there. Kindly go through what we are doing there. When you have breaks, kindly visit our stalls there. Going forward, I'll be more focused on our most innovative product today, which is the Formlabs Form 4L, which is basically the most sorted printer at this point of time because of the speed at which it delivers. I'll just run you through the details of the Form 4L. A Form 4L works on a technology called low force display, wherein you have a array of LEDs on the bottom, and these LEDs provide the light required for conversion of this liquid photopolymers into a solid component. So these LEDs provide light, and since LEDs won't provide straight light, we control the light to make sure it is perpendicular using a lens array. So this lens array, after the light passes through that, we have something called as an LPU, which is basically an LCD, which masks the light wherever it is not required and will only throw out light where it is required. So we had a similar technology earlier which used laser, which was a lot of, it used to take a lot of time. But with this, we have made sure that the time spent is much reduced. Hours of job, about 2 days of job is now brought down to about 6 hours. So we have a proprietary resin tank which helps the component to come out at a precision in the range of about less than 40 microns. That is what we are able to achieve. And now we are clearly linked with the SolidWorks part files also. You don't have to convert your files into any other format. Directly design everything on SolidWorks and import that into the preform software and directly go ahead and print. That is what we are able to achieve at this point of time. So the build platform comes down, the light gets emitted, and the component gets formed. You see the entire ecosystem running out here. Along with the printer, we also have something called as the wash and a cure that is kept outside for you to discuss and understand. So this is a complete ecosystem: the printer, the wash, which is in the bottom, and the cure. So this simple setup would actually reduce your prototyping time from days to hours. The print speed for this particular printer is like 80 per hour, which is like whatever you print can be printed in less than about 6 hours. So that is what we are capable of achieving. So you don't have to wait for days to get your prototype. If you send it out for services, you normally expect it out in 3 days, 5 days, a week. But here in this case, you can get it done in a single day. And most of your prints get completed in less than 6 hours. Moving forward, the build size of this printer is about 353 by 196 by 350, which is pretty large in terms of what is available out there. Mostly all of the components can be fitted into this. This is about 4.6 times larger than the smaller printer kept here. But both the printers work similarly, similar performance. They give out quick turnarounds. You can iterate multiple times in a day. You can probably meet a customer in the morning. He comes up with a design change. You can do the design change in a couple of hours and then again put the component in front of them. So you can print large components. This is one of the steering wheels that can be printed on the 4L 3D printer. So you can print about 228 components in about 8 hours, 44 minutes. So that's how fast we are. Probably when you look at even the traditional technologies of injection molding, you may feel that this is not achievable, but you can probably make this out of this Formlabs 4L. It also comes up with a build platform flex. Probably when you're outside, you can discuss with my team. They'll show you how a build platform flex works. Mostly 3D printing companies or 3D printing users try to remove the components by forcing it out, but we just have 2 clips which you press and then the components come out of the build platform easily. So you don't have to mess up your hands, because normally the assumption is if it is a resin printer, there will be a lot of mess. But that is also avoided with the build platform flex. And then we also have close to about 40 different materials you can choose out of. You want something similar to an ABS kind of a material, we have a simulated material for that. You have something in nylon range, we do have that. We have flexible materials. You can print actual silicone out of our printer. You find sealants, gaskets that you want to print, you can directly print out of a 3D printer. But you can print ceramic component out of a 3D printer. And also we are available in the dental customers as well. Dental labs use that. Many of you would have a root canal and then a cap. So we can print the caps directly out of this printer, and then implant can directly go into the patients. Going forward, you can see the bicycle seat, which used to take in our earlier printer. I'm not comparing the traditional printers here. Traditional printers would take even more time. But our own 3L used to take about 21 hours and 6 minutes, which is now down to 2 hours and 37 minutes. That's how good we are in terms of the speed with the latest technology. And then the entire build of a 4L was printed under 3 hours time. So that is what we are able to achieve. We also have the powder-based technology, which is called SLS. I'll just quickly run through that as well with a short introduction video.
SLS 3D printing, a powerful tool, first made accessible by our easy-to-use printer that created the fastest growing community of SLS users in the world. But lately, the world demands we iterate faster than ever. So we made our next generation printer twice as fast. Introducing Fuse 1 Plus 30 watt, a compact SLS printer with an industrial punch. Unlock same-day printing with industrial-grade materials and nitrogen purge compatibility for in-house carbon fiber printing. Building on a reliable end-to-end workflow, Fuse 1 Plus boasts a powerful 30-watt laser that sinters prints in hours, so you can start and finish parts the same day. Re-engineered components enable the use of exclusive materials and enhance mechanical properties across our entire materials library. Plus, we reached a major milestone: zero waste printing, enabling lower cost per part so you can deliver maximum output and minimum waste while providing whatever the world may need tomorrow and today. Fuse 1 Plus 30 watt industrial quality parts in hours, not days.
So SLS is a powder-based technology as compared to resin-based technology. This has powders which is laid layer by layer, and then you have high-powered lasers sintering them layer upon layer. So when I'm saying SLS, you can always consider this to be production grade. So gone are days wherein you want about 100, 200 components and you want to make a mold for a particular component. You just straight away print out of this. You're saving money here because the powder can be reused. The components are industrial grade because it's all printed on nylon grade materials. You can print 11, nylon 12, carbon fill materials, and also glass fill materials. So this is very unique because you can directly manufacture for short batch requirements. So the workflow is very simple, similar to what we do on a SLA printer: preparation, setup, printing, depowdering, and post-processing. In the post-processing, we have something called as a fuse blast, which can actually give you a very good die-ready finish, because powder-based technologies are normally considered to be very grainy in surface finish. But with the use of blast, you can actually get a very good surface finish on the top, and then you can directly paint on top of it. So why do you need a 3D printer in-house? The question is why. Basically, we are here to discuss with you about 3D printers. I'll just give you a workaround. By the way, this is what we are printing on the printer currently. You can probably see that there. So if you see here, the total amount of time taken is about 1 hour 17 minutes. The volume consumption is about 260 for about 7 sets of these components. So what if you print it, give it to outsourcing person or 3D printing service company? What does he charge? Probably he charges, I'm taking a lower cost here, about 50 rupees per ml, and 216 ml is the consumption. It would cost you about 10,800 rupees. What if you do it in-house? The cost per ml is about 10 rupees if you have a printer in-house. So your cost totally is about 2,160. Comparatively, you are like paying out 5 times more when you are sending it out for services. So keep this in mind in terms of doing whatever you are doing currently. When you're sending it out, consider this, discuss with our team and see how to achieve a return on investment per se on this. And we had asked you to send out files for prototyping. Few of you have sent it to us. We have done a few of the components printed with us. You can always reach out to us later in the break and we can hand over the component to you. It is still open. If you want to evaluate our printers, if you want to send a file to us, and if you want to see how the component comes out, you want to put it in front of the management for the purchase decision, you're always welcome to discuss with us and send files. We can print it for you. We can come along, we can discuss with your management to take this discussion forward. Few of the examples that I'm showing it to you are our current customers in around Bangalore, Mumbai. These are all printed for a few of our customers. These are the benchmarks that we have done. You can always reach out to us to do this. And by the way, I think I just got an information that even the Model Mania contest that we are doing today, the components which you are designing there are getting printed on our printer outside. You can always go there and have a look at those components also. On this particular day, the event day, we do have this offer that has been rolled out. You'll get a $500 worth material if you buy a printer within the 30th of December. This will be an add-on that if you want to decide to go for a printer, always think about this. A $500 worth of raw material will be given along with the printer. So also there is refer and earn. I think most of our, we have some of the customers here who keep referring us to other customers. You also get points on referring other customers as well. Do reach out to us if you have references there. I think with that, this is my contact. If you guys want to reach out to me, I think due to the time crunch, we're not taking questions here. So you can always reach out to us. You can reach out to my wonderful team out there. We can always discuss and we can take this forward. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. Welcome back, everybody. So, all right. So now it's time for another exciting presentation. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to welcome Mr. Sharat Chandra, who is currently working as co-team member at Sala Aerospace, serving as a structural engineer and oversees the product development. He drives cross-domain collaboration to compress development cycle from concept to prototype to production and leads R&D initiatives advancing next generation uncrewed aerial systems that are designed, built and made in India. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Charat Chandra to the stage, everybody, with the biggest round of applause. A warm welcome, sir.
Hi everyone. Hope I'm audible. Yeah, awesome. It's been a while since I did this, so I'm quite nervous. And thank you for the introduction. So my name is Sharat. I'm part of the core team at Sala Aerospace Technologies, where we design, build, and test unmanned aerial systems, or how we call it as uncrewed aerial systems. So just a small brief introduction about us. We're founded in 2019, based in the most research-oriented institute in the country, that is Indian Institute of Science. And we build military systems with wide capabilities, all the way from detection, recognition, to things that I can't really discuss here. So we build anything that can live from 250 grams to 150 kilograms. So small systems that can fly inside small buildings, inside demolished locations, into tunnels, to 150 kilograms to carry logistics from ship to ship and at high altitudes, at high altitude locations, all with level 4 autonomy at the moment. That's soon level 5. So we do all of this with the main commitment of drones to save lives. This is not just our motto, it is our commitment to the armed forces in this country. So what do we actually do? So we are trying to solve problems in 4 critical areas. That is, remove the cognitive load on the end user. So for us, the end user is the soldiers at the battlefield. So how do we do this? The system should be able to fly no matter what the training of the user is, without the accessibility to GPS, no communications. The entire system should still fly. Second is reliable data capture. That's the whole point of having an unmanned aerial system, right? Is to get situational awareness at the border or away from the border. So even in confined and contested environments, you should still be able to get the data that the end user needs, no matter what the situation is. When I say confined, for example, a bunch of soldiers wants to see what's happening inside in a hostile situation. What do we do? So it's a high risk environment, and a lot of things can go wrong and have went wrong. So how do we give more data to the end user at the end of the day? And contested, the enemy can do anything to thwart radio communication, anything like that. So how will the system still function? So infrastructure independent, ultra quick deployable situational awareness system. So most of our borders, especially where it is critical, are in areas where it's with large mountainous regions. Critical infrastructure is very hard to take it there, and the environment is pretty bad. So without having the need to set up large infrastructure or environment or launch systems, or even to build a runway, how do we make our systems last long, fly faster, fly longer? That is one of the things that we are trying to solve. And offshore and inclement weather logistics is the ability to handle large logistics systems for at the border locations, even landing on moving platforms. So I'll show you how we are solving all of these for each of these points in further slides. But our vision is to build the future of autonomy. So how are we doing this? By enabling every system that we build with the best level of autonomy and AI that we can offer. All these things are not currently made in India. To an extent, they are made, but it's close to level 1 and level 2. But we are offering level 4 autonomy. That meaning the drone will be able to fly by itself without the need for an end user. All you get is a video feed at the end of the day. With a mission to engineer AI-driven platforms that deliver persistent dominance across all domains, that is air, sea, and land, all three. So as all of you are engineers here, most of you, so this is the usual product development pipeline that we go through, like any design organization. So everything starts with conceptualization, right? So everything looks matter. That's the reason SolidWorks has such a wide suite of making things look better as the design phase progresses. So everything starts from a small basic sketch. Uh, of course, function over form first. Then it goes into design phase. So this is some just photos of some of the images, the systems that are being developed at the moment, from small multi-rotors to large fixed wings to, yeah, that's one of our logistic systems right there. So the design phase is quite important, especially the phase between the conceptualization and the design phase is super important. That's because how do we quickly iterate the concepts and make the higher management approve of one of them? That's the biggest goal, right? Okay, how do we sign this off? How do we go to the next step? So quick iterations in all of these things will help us do that. And SolidWorks, the way it is presented is that the engineers can parametrically design everything, make small changes, send it to FEA, CFD analysis, do quick iterations, and see, okay, that's the best option for us. That's one of the major advantages that we found. And the quick integration with CAE softwares. That's the biggest thing. Next thing is, this is one of our systems. It's a tail set of fixed wing called TBAT. So just to show a small case study here, the swooping lines at the winglets right here was one of the most difficult things that we had to do. Of course, we had to go with a parametric design study with that, quickly integrating with our CAE software and trying to get the right shape for us. This went through close to 150 iterations for us. It was a pretty daunting task. And one of the other major things that we take advantage of is the motion study that it offers. Anything from control surfaces to locking mechanisms to how a box opens, closes, everything. Ergonomics, in a way, everything. We look at everything into this. And SolidWorks has this entire suite to help us with this. Yeah, as a mechanical engineer, this is the most exciting part for me. This is the testing and validation phase where we break things, trying to push the limits. So software is one thing, design is one thing, but at the end of the day, the drone should perform, right? So that is one of booms of the heavy lift system that is being pulled apart, torture tested basically at the universal testing machine in IISc. Yeah, it way surpassed what we expected. And then we build a prototype and we go flight testing. That's the next stage. And again, if it fails early on, you go back to the iteration phase and you correct as necessary. And yeah, this is the production preparation. If also thumbs up from all teams, then the easy bomb creation, drafting, everything SolidWorks offers, it's like very quick, just like that. So that's one of the big advantages that we take care of. Then, of course, right back into production. So that's one of our small multi-rotor systems that we are selling at the moment. So this is quite interesting because it's a way for the design engineers to get to see the final part at the end of the day. So again, holding it in our hands and okay, seeing it come to life, it's a totally different thing. Okay, how SolidWorks has helped us until now, to be honest, compared to other softwares that we were using before, it has reduced our time by around 30%, close to conceptualization to production phase. So that's on one project. So with multiple projects that are going through and hitting production soon, I think that number might increase as well. So, and yeah, of course, a single source of truth from design to manufacturing to suppliers. So most of the suppliers and the machinists that we work with use SolidWorks. So it's a big advantage for us to directly integrate and share components and share only the components that they need. And yeah, early detection, error reduction with early class detection, fewer rework cycles. That's one of the biggest advantages that SolidWorks offers, and it has helped us a lot. And yeah, of course, that comes with cost savings. And yeah, the virtual testing and the inbuilt FEA tool gives a very quick iterative cycle that the design engineers themselves can do instead of pushing it to the FEA team that might take 2 or 3 days. And yeah, easy, scalable to mass production. Yeah, Beacon has helped us in integrating many of these things throughout the entire process, actually. So yeah, and thanks to Beacon for that. So this year we're opening up our hangar to the armed forces of India. So I would like to show some of the products that we are about to launch this year. So this is the first time that we're going to make this public. So yeah. So first thing we've named with the TBAT, it is India's first forward swept wing tail sitter platform. So it is 1.2 meters in length, completely man portable, can be carried by a single person, weighs just 3.5 kilograms and flies for 90 minutes. So, and it has a swappable payload for both surveillance and mapping applications, complete plug and play platform, and can be quick deployable in just 3 minutes. So that is one big advantage. It just takes off like that and transitions into a fixed wing. So it took a lot of iterations and trying to find the right design with work. It's like a fight between the FEA guys and the design guys always. Right? Yeah, so that's the thing. So what will it be used for? Waypoint navigation, target acquisition and reconnaissance, and the future update, a kinetic strike. So that will come with a warhead that we're working on right now. So you just take out the camera, put a warhead in, push the button, and boom, yeah. So this is one. This is for the Indian Army, by the way. This is with the Indian Navy, where they wanted a system to fly inside ships. So how do you fly inside ships? There's no GPS. There's no like little difficult to communicate, like because everything is made by a metal wall. So how do we do this? Throw AI into it, like everything else in this. That's happening. So what we did was put a computer inside it, put a whole bunch of sensors, a collision resistance airframe that has carbon fiber reinforcement on it, and a high resolution camera with a thermal camera in order to find fires, people, observe things that usually it'll be dangerous for a human being to just go in and search. So all you need is one tablet that the end user needs and press launch. It'll go map out the entire thing, avoid obstacles, prevent collision with any oblique objects that might come along the way. Even if it does, there are prop guards to protect the entire thing. And if something does go wrong and there was a dynamic change in the environment and the drone just falls down, it can take off on its own. The next question is, what if it flips on its back? The drone is smart enough to recognize that and flip back and start continuing on its mission again. So yeah, so it also comes with LEDs, so you can always fly in a dark room that can switch automatically on and off, and of course operates in ultra low light conditions as well. So all in a whole system that weighs just 1.2 kilograms. So that it took us over 2 years to develop this, and yeah, man, we're quite proud of it, and we'll be supplying it this year. So yeah, again, flies for 20 minutes, again, weighs 1.2 kilograms. That's basically nothing. Cruise speed of 5 meters per second. And yeah, again, it has a LiDAR that can map the area as it's going. So you can get a live 3D map of the entire location as it's going through. For example, in a collapsed tunnel, right, where it's difficult for people to just go in and see what the situation is. How can we rescue people if there are any stuck on the other side? What do we do then? Send one of these, it'll scan the entire thing, maybe come up with an action plan as to what to do next. All transmitted in real time back to the end user. Yeah, and AES and encrypted communications. And you can fly multiple of these as well from a single user. We have tested up to 3 at the moment, and we want to integrate more. So this is our heavy lift logistics system that can lift up to 45 kilograms. A version of this is being built that can lift 150 kilograms, like I mentioned earlier. So again, edge on the edge compute, complete airframe built from carbon fiber and aluminum. This is the booms that you saw testing that being pulled apart in the one of the previous slides, and can fly for close to 40 minutes. So yeah, we are proud to say that's completely 100% indigenous, including the control systems, except a few things that we really are trying to build it here as well. So again, 80 kilograms, uses optical camera, up to 25 kilograms, and a version of this is up to 50 kilograms as well. This we have designed to fly and land in the adverse scenarios in high mountainous regions, in sea environments. The marine environment, as you are aware, is very corrosive, and it's quite a bit of challenging to get it certified for that. So from there, we have tested it, and we should be able to land it on moving platforms as well. So a system of that size landing on a moving platform is quite, it was quite challenging, but we have made it. This is again, part of it will be with the Indian Navy as well. So this is our founders, Mr. Vinayak and Dr. TSS Narayana. So these are the visionaries behind our company. And a small introduction to our team as well. It's a small team, but we are trying to expand more people because we have much more advanced projects and more capabilities that we like to bring into the Indian defense. So if you're, we are expanding our team, and if you are interested, and please contact me, I'll be here around. Yeah, and I would just like to close with this. Okay, thank you guys.
Sharad, I request you to kindly remain on the stage. Yes. Let's welcome him back on the stage, please. So we're super proud to listen to your success story. And right now, I request Mr. Pradeep from Dassault System SolidWorks to kindly come up on the stage and kindly present a gift to Mr. Sharad, everybody. Let's once again give it up. A big round of applause. All the best to you. So once again, welcome back to SolidWorks Innovation Day 2025, everybody. So let's capture. And right now, it's time for me to welcome Mr. Darshan KS, Technical Manager, Beacon, to announce some exciting news. Let's welcome him on the stage and let's see what that exciting news is.
So, hello everyone. So, are you excited to win the prizes? As you saw a lot of presentations from morning till now. So, now it's time to grab some prizes. So, this exciting news I'll be delivering. The number one is, as all you are expected, Model Mania. The SolidWorks Model Mania design contest. Everyone in the house or either engineers, designers. So, this is the time to show your skills on SolidWorks, how fast you can do the model and how accurate as per the dimensions given. So the Model Mania will be starting from now and it will be ended by 3:30 p.m. So the agenda means like how it works is it will be two stage. One, you need to create the model, and in the second stage there will be design modification. So based on the accuracy as well as speed, we will select the winners. And the good part of this year Model Mania is there will be 3 prizes. The first prize, the winners will be awarded with 3D mouse. What is that? Let us see now. So most of you might be using normal mouse to create the designs. So now I'm introducing 3D connection space mouse. It will be an additional and, literally an additional and for the designers to hold the models virtually in your hand. So let us see that video now. Audio, please. Can I have the audio? Sure. So the space mouse, as you can see here, it comes with multiple options, like as SolidWorks as the shortcut icon, something like that. So similarly to this also, you can simultaneously move different axes. So it has 6 degrees of freedom in the knob. So you can literally pan, zoom, move the models with the 3D mouse, the product. And this not, for example, when you are doing any assemblies in SolidWorks, it will be, if it is a large assembly, it will take some time, or there will be a small glitch. To avoid, you can use this particular mouse where it will work as smooth as possible. It's like a butter smooth, I can able to say. You can experience this also in our booth. So this will be the first prize winners who does the model mania as per the requirement.
Access to SolidWorks commands. Accelerate your workflow by customizing these buttons, assigning your most used SolidWorks commands for immediate access. Embrace the versatility of these buttons that adapt to your environment as you work. Discover the Space Mouse product line now.
Yeah. So the second exciting news is LinkedIn context. So there is a selfie booth placed in the lobby. So where you can take your selfie and you can post it in the LinkedIn by tagging hashtag beacon and SolidWorks, hashtag SolidWorks. So you can scan this LinkedIn QR code, directly it will take to beacon page and you can follow also. So we will select the winners, and at the end of the session, there will be award for the LinkedIn contest winners. And so this is the new thing we are bringing here. As an engineer, we will be collaborating with our stakeholders, vendors, and all. So this time we are bringing this particular contest is that if you have a person who really interest in our technology like SolidWorks or any other SolidWorks portfolio, you can refer them. So there is a form, you can scan this QR code. I would like to suggest you to take this picture or you can scan. So there will be a form, you can invite the like-minded people, someone like engineers, designers, or any entrepreneurs to have a SolidWorks. You can refer them so that the persons with most referrals will be awarded at the end of the session. Shall we move on? Yes? Yeah, finally, there is a graffiti wall available in the lobby. So this is the third, where you can able to grab some prizes. So here, based on the session interactions, what is the best thing you found out about the SolidWorks or 3D Experience platform or Beacon or Innovation Day or the latest technology? You can pen down your thoughts on the graffiti wall. So the best, the comments written on that will be awarded at the end of the session. So this was the exciting news. So guys, please utilize this opportunity and grab the prizes. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Danu. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a Beacon technical manager. All right, so all the exciting things have been told, and we have the entire day to do everything. So, meanwhile, yes, it's time to break for IT, everybody. It's time to reconnect, refresh, and kindly come back in next 15 minutes. So see you all in next 15 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody. The IT is being served right outside. So kindly have IT, refresh yourself, connect, network, and kindly come back in next 15 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody.
There's only one 3D printing platform chosen by more than half the SLS users in the world to meet their everyday demands. Equipped with truly rapid same-day printing and a wide range of industrial-grade materials, Formlabs Fuse Series ecosystem has the power to take your parts from printed to finished in as little as
fast and precise navigation. Experience simultaneous movement on different axes, empowering you with unparalleled control.
their everyday demands. Equipped with truly rapid same-day printing and a wide range of industrial-grade materials, Formlabs Fuse Series ecosystem has the power to take your parts from printed to finished in as little as 15 minutes. At the core of the ecosystem is Fuse One Plus, a printer with a powerful 30-watt laser that sinters parts in hours, not days. After printing, our automated post-processing solutions take over to reduce tedious manual labor by 80%. Fuse Sift is our automated material handling system that recovers and recycles used powder in as little as 5 minutes to minimize waste for a lower cost per part. Fuse Blast is our automated media blasting system that brings parts to a professional finish in as little as 10 minutes. With automated tumbling for hands-free cleaning in just one click, and ergonomic manual modes for total control. Whether you want to produce batches of small, complex components or parts that vary in material and shape, the Fuse ecosystem makes it faster and easier than ever to deliver parts that are clean to the touch in as little as 15 minutes. Want to refine your parts even further? Our optional polishing system elevates parts for a smooth, semi-gloss, dye-ready finish. Plus, continuous software updates ensure your Fuse Series ecosystem just keeps getting faster and more efficient. With a growing library of industrial-grade nylon, TPU, polypropylene, glass-filled, and carbon fiber-filled materials, the Fuse ecosystem is reinventing SLS printing and post-processing, so you can deliver same-day industrial-grade parts with more game-changing capabilities than ever before, all from one streamlined platform. Formlabs, tools that bring all your ideas to life. There's only one.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that, that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We are trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we are also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I would highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically, when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SOLIDWORKS from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design. Then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings. And the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was the reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models. And this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting. I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility. Vermeer is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks.
When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of
So,
its
well, ladies and
features.
gentlemen,
If you are that
I
expert
request
user,
everyone to kindly enter the hall as we're about to continue the most important session of the entire day, everybody.
with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
So we'll be starting in few minutes. I request audience to kindly get inside the hall, please. Thank you.
Put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SolidWorks for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of the SolidWorks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to have maintain a certain max weight. You had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires, and we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SolidWorks every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SolidWorks is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SolidWorks' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process, but you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SolidWorks continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SolidWorks is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Good day and welcome. We're here to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 30 years of SolidWorks. I'm Rekha Kamath from Global Marketing, and joining me is Gianpaolo Bassi, our leader of Mainstream Innovation Business. In the ever-changing world of technology, very few products reach 30. SolidWorks is thriving at 30. As we look back, GP, what are some of the defining moments in this journey?
Good day, Rekha, and thank you for having me. I am incredibly excited to celebrate our journey with our community. Well, 30 years ago, SolidWorks launched with a simple but radical idea that
So, well, ladies
design
and gentlemen, I
should be
quickly request
accessible,
everyone to quickly get
intuitive,
inside the hall,
and
please.
powerful enough to bring a complex innovation
So
to
once
life
again, I
for
request everybody,
everybody.
whoever is
What
outside, to kindly get
began
inside the
as
hall
a
and take your seats.
revolutionary tool
As
for
we're about
engineers
to
quickly
commence
became
the event,
lifeblood of innovations for thousands of companies across the globe. At every step, SolidWorks has grown not just with technology, but with our users. The special thing about the milestone isn't just how far SolidWorks has come, but what our users have built with it. From electric cars to orthopedic implants, from drones to sustainable packaging, our community has truly shaped many industries.
Thank you, GP, for walking us through that. Clearly, we are thriving at 30 because our users are at the heart of our mission. Now, coming to design, the design landscape has evolved from those early days to what it is today. What are some of the big shifts that you're seeing here?
Today, design is just one piece of the puzzle. You don't just model anymore. You simulate, test, source, iterate, and collaborate, often all in real time. This reflects a bigger industry trend, the move from file-based design to integrated product lifecycle management ecosystems. We have reimagined the entire life cycle from concept to production as a seamless ecosystem of insight and interaction.
Now, that's so much more value that SolidWorks users can get from our portfolio and so much more value that they can create from our portfolio. What are some of the new technology trends, GP, that's supporting the vision of SolidWorks?
There are several key trends that are shaping our future. Let's start with the cloud revolution, which means collaboration without boundaries. Design doesn't happen in a vacuum or even in one zip code for what matters. With the cloud-based collaboration and real-time simulation, teams are connected globally. The SolidWorks Cloud portfolio offers our users state-of-the-art cybersecurity.
All right, one
Integration
last
into a
announcement.
comprehensive
I request everyone to kindly get inside the hall and take your seats, please, as we're about to commence the day right now.
Cloud computing makes SolidWorks more.
I hope everyone are inside. The most awaited moment of the entire day is right here, everybody. I request people to kindly get inside the hall. Yes, people are still getting inside the hall. So the ones who are still outside, if you could hear me, quickly I request you to kindly get inside the hall and take your seats, please. Thank you. Yes, quickly I request everyone to kindly take your seats, please. Everybody. I request the audience to quickly take your seats. Thank you. All right, so well, ladies and gentlemen, after a refreshing break, it's officially time for the moment we all have been eagerly waiting for. Are you all ready for that? You all already have an idea what I'm talking about. Every year, SolidWorks take innovation one step ahead. Yes, It's time to see what's in store, what's new in SolidWorks 2026. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and let's officially experience the product launch video of SolidWorks 2026 with the biggest round of applause. I request our team to kindly have the VT.
Innovation begins with a dream. In 1995, SolidWorks was born, a revolutionary vision transforming design, putting the power of 3D into every engineer's hands. Our vision has always been clear: to empower innovation, foster collaboration, and inspire the future of design. For 30 years in India, we've grown together, driven by your passion, guided by your dreams. As India stepped into a new millennium, SolidWorks became a catalyst, fueling creativity, empowering dreamers, and shaping growth.
Namaste. This year, SolidWorks celebrates 30 incredible years. And as someone who grew up in India and found my way into engineering through curiosity and passion, this moment feels very personal.
Manish, namaste. Manish, I still remember that visit to your village. What was it, 7 or 8 years ago, right?
Yeah. And I had to show you where it all began for me, right? We ate freshwater fish, visited the local school, and you even drove a tractor through fields, right?
Yes, I did. I think I want to try it again. Maybe you have a more recent model of the tractor. Anyway, that was unforgettable, to be honest. I've been in many places in the world, as you know, but that day, feeling the warmth of the people, meeting those bright eyes kids, dreaming of becoming engineers, that was something else, or completely something different. And that's when I truly understood why India is so important to SolidWorks.
Thank you for being an esteemed SolidWorks customer, and thank you for this entire ecosystem who have been supporting SolidWorks for the last 30 years. Today, as we talk, SolidWorks is not only a pure design tool. Today, SolidWorks encompasses the additional applications in the area of the validation, the data management, manufacturing, and marketing and communications. Today, the SolidWorks have gone into the next level, which is the need for the industries. As we celebrate the 30 years of SolidWorks, we encourage you to discuss with our team, with our partners, with our community, to understand the new future of SolidWorks, which is our 3D experience SolidWorks, and the future of SolidWorks in all our series, which is happening across the country.
From groundbreaking 3D CAD to seamless cloud collaboration, our innovations changed industries. Meanwhile, in India, SolidWorks grew with you, empowering businesses, startups, students, and educators. SolidWorks enables Indian startups to dream big and build bigger. Cargos redefines urban cargo mobility. And Bulwark Mobility creates India's autonomous electric tractors for sustainable farming. Our real strength lies in people, customers and partners who believed in us. Growing from a small group to thousands, we are a community of innovation. WA Corp creates smart next-gen water purification and hydration stations for India's industrial sector using SolidWorks. Migma Patron developed cost-effective snap-fit automotive interior components for commercial vehicles, all powered by the precision and speed of SolidWorks solutions. Our story resonates beyond technology, inspiring education, igniting innovation, making headlines, and shaping India's future. Over 1,300 institutes and 290,000 students and educators empowered. SolidWorks nurtures India's next generation of innovators. For 30 remarkable years, SolidWorks has grown with you. Thank you for your passion, trust, and innovation. Together, our best days lie ahead. This 30-year journey has always been about you. Your dreams, your creativity, your dedication make this milestone truly meaningful. Innovating for 30 years, creating tomorrow today. Together, let's design a future without limits.
Well, that was powerful. Come on, everyone, let's clap together. The future of design is right here. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, to know, tell us in detail and to dive deep into the new features and innovation in SolidWorks 2026. To take us through this powerful session, please join me in welcoming the Beacon technical team, Mr. Pramod Hen, Senior Pre-Sale Application Engineer, Mr. Prithu Shastri, Senior Pre-Sales Application Engineer, Mr. Shrishil, Brother, Simulation Manager, and Mr. Danush KS, Technical Manager, everybody. So let's give it up for the incredible team of Beacon.
For the quick introduction. Namaskara, Bengaluru. So I hope all of you had your tea. Yes, okay. So I want the same energy to be carried forward for the next 40 minutes of this session. So in the morning session, we just had an insights of the sessions from our CEO and our Dassault Systems team about the AI introduction. So this is the session that we all had been waiting for. That is the SolidWorks What's New 2026. So I'm Pramod, working as Senior Application Engineer at Beacon. And in today's session, I'll be driving you towards the exciting enhancements and the new features that's been rolled out in this particular release. So let's quickly start into the session. So in today's agenda, so we'll be taking you to, we'll be starting it from the enhancements in the parts and driving you towards the enhancements towards the draft side. So now let's quickly start into the enhancement that's been introduced in the part segment. So on this special occasion of 30 years of SolidWorks, so let's start our session by addressing the needs of special purpose manufacturing industry. So whose heart of designing falls under sheet metal designs. So these are some of the enhancements that's been introduced with respect to sheet metal entities. So the base flanges offset base flanges from the sketch plane for greater control. So base flange is one of the features that's been available in SolidWorks sheet metal feature. So which creates an extrude of the closed sketch profile on its active sketch plane. So now the designers can have a better control on positioning this particular base flange in their design, in their modeling entities. So with the help of vertex, surface plane, as well as points as the referral entities, so they can have a better control on placement of the base flanges on their designs. So coming to the next feature, so the breaking corners. So earlier we had the the external corners to be selected with a single click. So now with the help of this break corner, so all the internal as well as external corners with respect to sheet metals can be selected in a single click, and we can add the respective type of corner treatment that we want, whether it can be a chamfer or a round treatment, and finally make sure everything is done at one single click. So coming to the next feature, that is the structure system. So as you can see on the screen, so whenever we need to create these kinds of designs, SolidWorks provides us two particular solution for portfolio. So one is working with weldments and another one is working with the structure systems. So structure systems is one of the greatest ways to create welded structures without requiring a sketch line for each individual member like with the weldment. So once we create individual structures like this, so we can have a better control about the corner treatment. So this, but with the enhanced user interface available over here, so we can select the individual uh, type of corners that we want to be treated, and for every individual corners we can select the type of trim treatment that we want to activate over here. So once it is done, so which helps us in having a better clarity or with respect to defining the corners for every individual entities. So next, starting with the reference points. So this particular so reference point is one of the best ways to precise locations inside a 3D space. So earlier, whenever we had to create a reference point, so we had to depend upon the existing reference geometries. So now this particular dependency has been completely eliminated. So with the introduction of coordinate systems over here, that is with the introduction of X, Y, and Z axis referrals. So coming to the next feature, so that is the bounding boxes. So bounding boxes can give us the lowest volume box or the cylinder around a specific object. So based on the orientation of the objects being placed, so the bounding boxes select the best possible area within which the part can be accommodated. So now we can have a better control on positioning the bounding box inside SolidWorks with the help of referral entities. So thereby we can any number of iterations or manipulations or updates that we do with respect to our designs, the position of the bounding box remains a constant. So coming to the next feature, that is the edge flange. So edge flange is one of the features available in sheet metal. So with the introduction of up to vertex option being introduced over here, so we can have a better we can have a better end entities defined with respect to the edge flanges. So this feature is already available for base flanges. So now it's been introduced across to the edge flange as well. So coming to the next enhancement, that is the streamlined design creation. So this particular feature helps us for adding the necessary properties or attributes at the part modeling stage itself. So whenever we are trying to create a part template at the initial stage itself, we can input all the necessary information, so which will be acting as a meta properties inside the SolidWorks environment, and which acts as a and also inside the 3D experience platform once it's been saved over there. So coming to the next feature, multi-language support. So with the introduction of this particular feature, the barrier between the designers with respect to different languages is being completely eliminated. So as you can see in this particular video, so we have the headers of the design table being defined in a French language. So with the help of language transition option, so we can directly convert those particular foreign languages into our local language. So thereby enhancing your collaboration with respect to overseas customers in a simplistic and a faster phase. So now let's get into the next set of features, that is the enhancements in the assemblies. So coming to the assemblies, so first we have the introduction of fastener automation. So we can automatically recognize and mate nuts, bolts, and washers by leveraging AI. So as we saw in the first session, so as Pradeep sir said, so there are more number of AI enhancements happening in this particular upcoming release. So as you can observe over here, so just with a single drag and drop, the software automatically recognizes the size as well as the mate entities that can be applied across the uh, individual components. So we are not defining any size or any mate entities over here. So it's completely being driven by AI feature. So it's not only with respect to the toolbox components, also with respect to supplier part components. As you can see over here, so we have the supplier part components available in the downloads, so which I readily dragged and dropped into the assembly. So with the AI enhancements, now the mating of assemblies is going to be more simpler and faster. So now coming to the next feature, that is disable auto resolve option. So how many of you work on large assemblies over here? Yeah. So definitely you might be using one of the features of SolidWorks called as the lightweight assembly mode. So everybody are using it, right? Yes. Okay. So this particular feature is one of this particular enhancement is a better uh, helps you in better controlling the lightweight mode, better controlling when working in lightweight mode. So as you can see over here, so in lightweight mode, whenever we expand a particular component or a assembly, so it directly gets converted into resolved mode. So now we can control it with the introduction of the auto resolve lightweight component option. So just by toggling into that option, so we can have a better control on this lightweight mode. So now we can see when I try to open it, so it's not completely getting converted into resolve mode. So this is one of the enhancements that's been introduced in SolidWorks 2026. So coming to the next feature, that is the next enhancements, that is in the drawing segment. So in drawings, so we have auto generate drawings, which reduces time to document parts and assemblies by leveraging AI. So just like how we saw in the assemblies, similarly, automatic drawing creation option is being introduced in SolidWorks. So wherein whenever we are working on individual assemblies, so all the individual parts can be, the drafting for all individual parts can be generated at a single click. So which can be further used for saving onto the platform or maybe establishing it across the designers. So the next feature that is introduced is the leverage to add custom text in GTOL frames, that is in the geometric tolerance frames. So we can add flexible text or symbols to GTOL labels. So this particular feature provides designers the freedom to provide a better visualization or showcasing of the geometric tolerances with introduction of variable different combinations like variables, numbers, and symbols. So with this custom option, so whenever we have a particular variable to be introduced into the GTOL, so we can directly add it over there. So whose referral notes are already available in some kind of notes or maybe in some kind of a tables. So these kinds of variables can be introduced now into the GTOL. So the next feature that's been introduced is the surface finish indicators. So with the introduction of the latest 21920 profile standard, so now the manufacturers, now the designers can seamlessly communicate with the manufacturers. So with the updated symbol styles and also the geometrical indicators. So as you can see over here, so we can just directly select for the surface finish. So where all the updated symbols are available over there. So we can directly toggle it over here and enter the required geometrical entities and place it onto the required edges. So coming to the next feature, that is the flattened BOM. So now we can have a better control on positioning the bill of materials. So with the addition of flat BOM option. So whenever we are working with a combination of parts and sub-assemblies, so the entities inside the sub-assemblies can be showcased in a flattened format. So where individual item numbers will be given to every individual components inside the parts as well as sub-assemblies. So next we have another feature introduced with respect to BOM itself, that is so display state BOM filtering. So as we all know, display states is one of the features that we use for representing the visual states of a particular component. So by manipulating maybe the appearances of the components or maybe by toggling the visibility or hiding the components inside an assembly. So whenever we need to create or trigger a bill of materials for these kinds of custom display states, so we can directly add it over here. So with the introduction of display state option being available in the drop down, so you can select for which particular display states you would like to get the bill of materials showcased, and the same thing can be shown in the form of drawings. So coming to the next feature, that is the family tables. So how many of you work with configurations? Okay, so configurations is one of the features that helps us in manipulating between different features, maybe by controlling the different controlling it at a different parametric level, or maybe with the feature level, that is maybe suppressing or keeping it activated. So whenever we create different kinds of configurations for a particular part component or an assembly, so the same thing has to be showcased in our drafting. So with the introduction of family table, so all these iterations can be clubbed together in one particular tabular format, which can be readily placed over here. So this gives us a description of the variations between every individual uh, configurations in a listed format. So coming to the next feature, that is the cut list IDs. So now we can ensure consistency by following the document units. So as you can observe over here, so in the weldment cut list table available over here, so I have the description carrying the weldment length data over here. So as you can, but the observation, we can observe that the length is in a different unit and the description is following a different unit system. So now we can make sure that all the entities follow the applied document unit systems by toggling the option over here. So this particular feature makes sure that the same unit system is followed across the description as well as at the length table over here. So this particular feature is one of the what's new enhancements of SolidWorks 2026. So next, coming to the next feature, that is the revision tables. So now we can maintain a clarity and declutter revision tables by locking the first row. So whenever we create any revision tables, it tries to gives us all the available revisions in the form of tabular column over there. So whenever we want to cut it down to specific set, suppose I have 5 revisions, I want to cut it down to only 2 revisions. So only the latest 2 were available earlier. So now with the introduction of locking the revision first revision, so how much so ever we filter down the revision table, so the first revision will always be available over there. We can make sure we can lock that particular first revision to be always existing inside the revision table. And next we can cut down the rows or columns as per our convenience or need. So now we can observe always the first column is going to be locked as an availability inside the revision table. So coming to the next features, that is the enhancements in the routing. So taking the considering the piping and tubing feature, so we have some of the enhancements being added over here. So whenever we create a different set of routes or maybe the tube components, so we'll be adding the external coverings over there. So based on the requirements or the insulation that we need to provide, so we'll be adding the materials over here. So it can be a single layer material or a multi-layered material. So whenever so as we are going to be reusing the same inputs as a standard across all our designs, so we can save this inputs in the form of a favorite styles over there, so which will be readily saved onto that particular favorites. So whenever we need to apply the same set of properties across another set of route entities, so there is no need for us to enter all the inputs manually. So we can directly trigger all the inputs to be driven from by selecting the respective favorite styles that we had saved it earlier. So coming to the next feature, that is sketch guided auto route option. So how many of you work on routings over here? Okay. So I think auto route might be one of your favorite features in routing. So because auto route provides the shortest possible path that can be taken between two individual entities or components. So now we can have a better control on this particular auto route with the introduction of sketch guided option. So whenever we try to trigger an auto route between the components, we can make sure this auto route follows the required set of guidelines. So here you can see in this particular example, so whenever I try to trigger an auto route between two entities, it is taking the shortest path. So now I can have a better control on it by selecting the guideline through which I would like to take my route option. So this is one of the enhancements that's introduced in SolidWorks 2026. So as a what's new. So next, coming to the next feature, that is the sheet formats. So the views tables and annotations automatically adjust when changing sheet formats. So whenever we are working on electrical drawings or showcasing the details of an electrical drawing, so whenever we change the sheet formats as per our convenience, so earlier we had to arrange all the individual tables, views, everything manually, so thereby maybe scaling up or scaling down. So now with this particular enhancement, so how much so ever the sheet changes that we make over here, so automatically all the drawings sits proportionately in that particular sheet size. So thereby reducing the designer's errors in manual arranging when toggling or changing between different sheet formats or sizes. So the next session will be taken over by Mr. Prutu Shastri. Thank you.
Mic, please, check. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Pramod. So I'll be continuing with the next portion of the What's New session, wherein so I'll be taking you through the different aspects of user experience and collaboration enhancements, then PDM and manage, and also some electrical enhancements. So coming to user experience, so the first one is about the background importer. So how many of you are working with step files? Step files, IGS files. Okay, so almost 70% of the hall is actually working with step files. So for example, if I want to import multiple step files, so in this particular enhancement, wherein I can import it in the background. So just like if you are working on already a particular design and you want to import the step file in the background, I can do that in the SolidWorks 2026 version, wherein I can also make sure that how much time it has been taken, and after it actually loads up, so I can open the file individually and look for the step file, or just make, if you want to make any changes with the step file, I can do that. So next up is about the selection filters. So if you are into like if you want to select certain portions in a particular assembly or a part, so maybe it is a feature, it's a plane, it's an axis. So here, so when you're working with large assemblies, so when Pramod was asking a certain question, so many of you actually raised your hand that you are working with large assemblies. So in large assemblies, if you are actually selecting any particular part, so normally that feature gets selected. But in SolidWorks 2026 enhancement about selection filters, we have a filter that is available, which is going to help me in selecting the complete component. So that if I want to make editing, if I want to edit the component or make some changes with the component, I can do that. Maybe it's changes in the appearances or anything, or maybe there is also a filter that is available for the feature. So if there is any changes regarding the addition of material, removal of material, I can do that by using the filters for the features that is available. Next is about the bodies, select bodies by size. So wherein, so if I want, if I have an assembly and I just want to select the bodies which are having a certain volume or maybe size, I can do that in the SolidWorks 2026 version, wherein so with simple right click, I can able to select by using the size, and I have a slider option so that it gives me a percentage. Like, and also it is very dynamic, wherein here once I change the slider, automatically it highlights in the user interface. So next is the body, select bodies by volume. So wherein you have the once you do a box selection, you are able to actually select the different volume of material or the different parts based on the volume, and you can make the changes whenever it is required. So next is about the rebuild performance. So wherein, so if you are working with any particular complex features, so generally you want to make sure that the performance is very fast and you want to load the features faster. So in SolidWorks 2026, so if we take up a scenario wherein I have done a pattern, so we can actually see the comparison here with 2025. So the complete pattern of the assembly has been done very fast, and it is up to 30% faster than the previous version, that is SolidWorks 2025. Then we have a simplified user interface. So for example, if any designer is actually very new to the CAD software, so I'm able to make the user interface even more simpler. So wherein, so with just changes with my settings in the SolidWorks, I'll be able to make changes with how the commands are seen, or how the command manager tabs are seen, so that it is more even simplified, so that I can understand. So here, maybe it is in assembly workbench, or it is in the part workbench, or maybe in the drawing workbench also, I'm able to see all these changes, or the settings applied in the different workbenches. Then we also have the reload from server, wherein, so if you are actually working on a particular part file and you're making some changes and you just want to remove all the changes and come back to the previous saved version, so I can do that by using the reload from server option. So wherein, so in this scenario, I have made some changes and I just want to come back to the previous version of the file, and automatically SolidWorks is going to fetch the file from the server. So wherein I'm able to make see the changes, even including the reference also. Maybe if you have added some features, some smart components or anything, so it will also get reverted back to the previous version. Then we have an enhancement called as component displacement, wherein so you have, for example, if you're working on large assemblies and you're making some patterns or you're moving certain parts of the assemblies, and if you just unintentionally move it across the 3D space, so here if like it actually affects your views, like maybe the front views, top views, and everything, or while rotating the model, or maybe if you're fitting the screen into the user interface, it may affect that. So for this, we have a notification that comes up saying that you can there is a large movement with the assemblies. So then we have a command search wherein so if you want to actually have a certain keywords, so which is actually very common or which is used by you very much, so we can actually set up that particular keywords or customize as per the keyword. So for example, save as new. So I just want it as a keyword. So wherein I just type convert while searching for a command, and automatically save as option is popping up. So like this, I can have simplified words as a shortcut for accessing a certain command. Or I can even set up a particular command. So for example, now I want to export a file as STL. I'll be just typing, or I'll be setting up the shortcut as an STL. When I type STL, I'm able to make sure that it is actually going to the export option in the SolidWorks interface. So this was about the I can say the shortcuts enhancements. So wherein next up we have something called as unplanned offline mode. So in this, so if you are actually working with SolidWorks and you do not have an internet connection, so you can just launch SolidWorks from the desktop itself. So wherein, so without an internet connection, so you can actually launch SolidWorks, and for a certain limit of time or certain period of time. So this was one more enhancement that is available. Next is we have the tree display. So normally when you are actually working with assemblies, so there are lots of information that has been seen in the user interface, or I can say the feature manager tree. So here, so in the tree display, I can actually change those description, or I can change that particular information, what is being seen. So what is the instance number, what is the configuration name that I am actually using. So I can actually change that by changing the component name and description here. And I can also make sure that I just force a setting wherein, so if somebody wants to change this option, so it is actually showing a warning symbol saying that you do not have access to change this particular option, or there is already a setting that has been put into this particular assembly. So here, so for example, he is actually opening a particular file, and he just wants to make changes with the information that is being seen. So which is actually, you can see that there is a particular warning that has been shown there. So this was about the user experience and import performance Watson enhancements. So next is we have the collaboration enhancements, which in which I will be starting with Aura. So just previously before the tea break, so you heard a lot of you heard about a presentation, or you saw a presentation which involved AI. So that is the Aura. So which actually is an AI companion. So this actually is going to help you in actually creating, maybe I want to create a particular machine and I want to have a design specification for it. I want to get a heads up. So I can get it by using the Aura AI, so that I can even also summarize the information that the AI has given. And this particular enhancement is also available inside the SolidWorks user interface. So if you want to save a file, which you saw in the previous presentation, so automatically it is going to guide you on how to save a file or how to export it into a different format. So like this, you can actually have a conversation with the Aura AI. So next is we have the save configuration enhancement. So wherein once you actually create certain variations in the model, so if you want to actually save that particular configuration separately, so you can do that. So in the previous versions, we had it only with the local storage. Now we can actually save it into the 3D Experience platform, which is actually integrated with SolidWorks. So here, okay, so here we have this particular option wherein so you can actually save this just like how you do save configurations. We can actually do that using the you can directly save it into the platform. Then coming up next, we have the share command. So from the SolidWorks user interface itself, I'm able to share the different just a minute. Okay, so in the share command, so we can actually share the SolidWorks files in the different formats. So wherein we have so maybe if you want to share it in the STL format or any other different formats, I can do that using the share a file option that is available in the SolidWorks user interface itself. So next is about the drawing stamping. So normally, once a particular drawing has gone for approval, so here we have a particular route setup wherein I can actually make changes, or there is a manager who is going to approve it, or different manufacturing heads or design head who is going to approve it. Once the approval has been done, automatically there is an option that will actually pop up. I can say that in the title block of the drawing, who has actually approved it, or who has actually who is the engineering head who has approved it and all. We can actually see that in the title block that is available. That was about the collaboration enhancements in SolidWorks 2026. So next is we have the enhancements of PDM, product data management and manage. So first one is about the integrated search options. So wherein if you want to retrieve a certain data from the vault, so wherein you have certain other options, you want to search it. So we have an integrated search option which is available inside the PDM vault interface. So which is actually split into two things. So you can actually search it based on the files, or maybe if you want to search it based on different folders, you can do that using the search options available in the PDM. So next is about the search cards. So if you are actually searching for any particular file and you do not know the exact name of the file, so you just know a certain keyword, so which is actually related to that part file or an assembly file. So I can actually search that by using the different search cards. So wherein I can just type a keyword, something like an assembly, or maybe something like you are doing a gearbox. So I go with the gearbox assembly, or I just type a gearbox. I can actually see that in the, or I can make sure the results are seen from the search options. Then we have the Web 2 bill of materials enhancements, which is actually a web-based client, so which actually provides information from the PDM vault, so which is going to help me in actually access the named bombs in the interface. So here in this, actually you can actually access the named bombs. There is an enhancement with the interface, and also you can actually change it as engineering bombs or manufacturing bombs. So when it has been created for an assembly, you can access it directly on a web browser. So then we have the transfer ownership enhancement. So wherein, so for example, we'll take up a scenario in which we have so there is a file that actually is saved, or it has been checked out from the vault, and you make changes with the file, and then you have and then you save the file. So without checking in, so you just actually maybe forget to check in or do that. So here now the manager wants to access that particular file. So what can be done is we can actually transfer the ownership. So in the sense, with a simple right click of a button, I can transfer the ownership of the file from the person who has actually checked out the file to the manager very easily, so that the file actually, or the product design, goes to the next stage of the approval process. So this was about the PDM enhancements in SolidWorks 2026. Then comes the electrical enhancements in SolidWorks. So in this, so the first one is the part reference import. So whenever actually you're importing any particular connectors inside the SolidWorks electrical using an Excel file. So before, we had to actually give a lot of information related to the terminals, and you have to type in those options and all. So here, so in this enhancement, you can actually do that only once. you can get the terminal information once, and then you can actually simulate, saying that you can, how many terminals, or if you are having number of terminals, large number of terminals in a connector, you can actually make changes with the terminal numbers and these things. Then you have dynamic connectors option, so which is actually about the interface of the connectors. So which is in which you have a particular option to select, filter out which particular terminal should be connected or not. So which is available in the user interface. So this is an enhancement in the user interface, and you are having an option with selecting the different terminal options or different terminal numbers and everything. So then comes the export to PDF. So once the schematic diagrams have been created in the electrical, so you just want to export it as a PDF. So you have multiple options that is available, either based on a project or maybe page by page, or you want it as a different other option which is available in SolidWorks Electrical 2026. So here, either if you want to make changes with the sheet orientation, maybe it is a portrait mode or a landscape mode, in one single click of a button you are able to make changes with that, and in one interface I'm able to do it and export it into the PDF. Then we also have an enhancement in the SolidWorks Electrical 3D, which is having in which once you want to convert from the schematics to the 3D, and there are lots of wires that you need to actually create. So here, so you can actually create the 3D wires based on your choice. That is the selection. So you can select which wires to be created from the schematics. So you have this choice from SolidWorks 2026 onwards, and which will help you to improve your workflow efficiency. So that was about the electrical enhancements. So further, we have enhancements on simulation, which will be taken over by Mr. Srishel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the very good enhancements in SolidWorks 2026. Thank you, Pramod, and thank you, Prutu, for taking all of us through the great enhancements. I'm sure all these new enhancements will definitely add more value, and they will add more value in terms of adding innovation to your new product development process. So next, in 10 to 15 minutes, I'll be talking about the new enhancements from simulation. So my name is Srishel. I am a technical manager for simulation products in Beacon. So we have a very good simulation products within the graphic user interface of SolidWorks, first of all. So before starting this session, can I have the people who are already using simulation? May I know how many people here are already using SolidWorks simulation? Okay, great. Anybody is using SolidWorks flow simulation, the CFD solution? Good. How many of you here are FEA engineers? Okay, great. So SolidWorks simulation has been one of the great tools for you to do a finite element analysis in the graphic user interface of SolidWorks itself. So over the years, I mean, a lot of attention has been paid from the R&D team to add more enhancements in terms of increasing the accuracy of the solutions, in terms of increasing the user experience, and in terms of adding more value to get the most important post-processing parameters. So here in simulation 2026, there is nothing less. They have come up with a great enhancements, especially when you are working with shell elements, when you are working with sheet metal, when you are doing the simulation on 2D meshing. So the people who are new to SolidWorks simulation, this is the graphic user interface of SolidWorks simulation, wherein you can build the finite element analysis right from static analysis to dynamic, from linear to non-linear analysis. The new enhancements is here is with respect to transporting the distributed load directly onto the cell elements, which was badly missing in SolidWorks simulation when you are working on the sheet metal components like this. So now with the addition of these features will make us, it basically helps us in terms of setting up the simulation at faster rate. So apart from this, another important feature which has been added from the user experience point of view, which is basically the simulation setup feedback. So when I run any simulation inside SolidWorks simulation, so if I run the analysis, if I get an error, it will not just tell there is an error. It basically guides the user what is the error. In this case, it is directly taking you through the material, the part where the material is not applied. So this is how it makes the simulation setup so easy, and it basically helps the user to debug the error at faster rate. So this is one of the good enhancement as far as user experience is concerned. Another important enhancements is from the post processing point of view. So whenever you are doing analysis on the any precise components, so though SolidWorks simulation has a lot of important post processing parameters like measuring the stresses, deformations, factor of safety, reaction force, and so on. But however, the angular displacement in terms of degrees or radians is also very much important. So here in simulation 2026, this feature is directly been added so that there is no need for you to do any additional mathematics to convert linear displacement to angular displacement. That's a cool enhancements in simulation 2026. And moving forward with respect to dynamic analysis, as I told, SolidWorks simulation is not just limited to static analysis. This is a finite element analysis package having the capabilities from static to dynamics. So here in simulation 2026, so in terms of doing dynamic analysis like random vibration, shock vibration, harmonic vibration, all these analysis are possible. But the new enhancements in dynamic analysis is the measuring the vibration effects on the connectors, not just on the part of the assembly, but also on the connectors. The response of the vibration when you are running the random vibration analysis can be directly seen on the connectors like the pin connector which are used in this particular assembly. So I'll be able to select this pin and I'll be able to plot the direct response when the excited frequency, if you can just see in this particular plot. So when the excited frequency is matching with the natural frequency of your connectors, how the resonance will be happening and how these pins are safe for your vibrational requirement can also be measured directly in the graphic user interface of SolidWorks simulation itself. So moving forward is with respect to 1D meshing. That is the beams when you are working with respect to 1D elements. I mean, we have seen good enhancements from the weldment and the structural design inside SolidWorks, and we can take benefit of all those things to set up the 1D elements directly. But that was not new. But the new enhancements in SolidWorks simulation 2026, as far as beam elements is concerned, so you can add more realistic boundary conditions. Whenever you are dealing with all these beam elements, the loads that are going to transfer onto this particular beam is in terms of total load per unit length of the beams. So that is now directly available. Earlier, we had to make some manual calculation to convert the total load to get the per unit length. Now there is no need for you to do that extra mathematics to get the right values. So as we are seeing this kind of structures, this kind of a structure demands the seismic vibration has to be conducted. So the seismic vibration capabilities are anyhow available, but the new feature to basically speed up this particular seismic analysis run time, to reduce the total run time by adding the remote mass. The remote mass feature was not available to transfer the remote load onto the 1D elements in the seismic vibration analysis. Now it is possible to make, which basically makes our simulation simplified, and you can run the simulation at faster rate. So apart from that, a lot of improvement has happened on the performance. Up to 28% of the performance has been improved, especially when you are working with large or the complex connectors. Those were the enhancements from the structural point of view. And the second set of enhancements are there on the SolidWorks plastics. So SolidWorks plastics is one of the brilliant tool again, which is available for all the SolidWorks users as an add-on module. So here, this is basically for doing all the plastic injection molding. And if you see from last 5 years, the R&D team from Dassault System has paid a lot of attention to bring very good features inside this particular tool so that all of our SolidWorks users need not have to depend on the third-party tool for doing the mold flow injection molding analysis. So in the previous versions of SolidWorks plastics, there are more than 4,000 materials of plastics are already available from thermoplastics and thermoset all put together. So in this feature, in this release of SolidWorks Plastics 2026, the new 85 materials from the thermoplastic background has been added with extra 12 material classes, and the performance is improved up to 30%. And looking at the new features, there is a new feature which has been added in the SolidWorks Plastic 2026. It is basically the volume plot. So when you this is how the plastic injection simulation is done inside the graphic user interface of SolidWorks. So once we do the plastic mold flow simulation, so earlier we had an option to measure the short shot, but when we enter the short shot condition, so there was no option to understand what is the unfilled volume and where is the region of unfilled volume. So now it makes more easy for the user to understand what kind of, what location and the what volume of the total cavity is not filled to take a right decision to avoid all these, possible plastic defects within the graphic user interface of SolidWorks. So another important enhancement, this has to be my favorite in the edge venting analysis. So venting analysis is must, right? When you are doing any plastic, injection molding simulation, whether it is, thermoplastic or thermoset material. So when you are, the venting analysis was there in the previous versions of SolidWorks plastics, but here the improvements done is you can provide the, venting location on the edges. So if you can just see, without the edge venting, the venting pressure was very high. So now with the help of plastics 2026, you can give the venting directly on the parting line. That is what is the realistic way of defining the venting locations. So now SolidWorks plastics makes it more easy, and it basically helps us to mimic the more realistic boundary condition to get more accurate results, and hence this plastics becomes more reliable tool for us to do any kind of plastic injection molding for both plastic designers or for mold makers and die makers. So another set of enhancements on the plastics is from the thermoset material. So again, here again the improvement has happened from the post processing. So as I told, thermoplastic and thermoset set of materials are already available. The new enhancement is with respect to curing cycle, which is very much crucial when you are doing plastic injection molding simulation for thermoset materials. So those were the enhancements from the plastics, and moving forward on the CFD enhancements. So SolidWorks flow simulation is another add-on for doing the CFD analysis, which is, we have a huge, customer base, across all of the industry verticals, right from, industrial equipments, high-tech electronic devices, and so on. So we have a very good enhancement, very good installed base, and this is one of the most reliable tool for doing this CFD analysis in a very fast and easier way. But here in SolidWorks Flow Simulation 2026, though it is very much reliable, but they made a good enhancements from the user experience point of view. So there is something called as a component explorer. If you have ever used SolidWorks Flow Simulation, that is one of the very good feature inside SolidWorks Flow Simulation, which basically helps us understand the whole process of whole setup of flow simulation in one single click. But here in Flow Simulation 2026, what happened is they made this component explorer more, more user friendly, so that in the component explorer itself, you will be able to see the distribution of heat sources from each of the surfaces that are present in your entire, electronic, device, or any other thermal analysis for that matter. And when you are doing any electronic cooling simulation, which is again possible inside flow simulation, so you will be able to add 2R modules for defining the integrated circuit. There is an option to define the 2R module, but that was, defining 2R module is not new. The new thing is If you have a, let's say for example, 10 2-hour module, if you have 100 2-hour modules in your electronic cooling assembly, you can directly import all the definition of these 2-hour modules from the Microsoft Excel inside the Component Explorer. That is how flow simulation has become more robust in terms of setting up thermal simulation at faster rate. Next is fill thin slot feature. Again, when you are doing thermal simulation, when you are placing heat sink on top of printed circuit board, or you're placing integrated circuit on top of PCB, I mean, in the design stage we will be having the gaps, but in the design stage you will be having the gaps, but in practical condition we will fill all those gaps by means of some glue, right? So how do we take those things into consideration inside SolidWorks simulation? Now in Flow Simulation 2026, there is an option so wherein the gaps can be directly filled by applying direct material properties to the mesh based on the size of the gap. So next set of enhancement is again the goal plot. So goal plot we use to measure what is the maximum temperature, maximum pressure, maximum velocity, but where is the location? So those things can also be directly seen from this particular new enhancements in SolidWorks Flow Simulation. So flow simulation also helps you to do a lot of design optimization, design of experiments, optimization studies. The new enhancements on the design of experiment is there is a bubble chart for parametric study, so which gives you a new dimension look at your parametric optimization to choose the best candidate for you to go ahead and choose the model for optimization. So, and last but not the least, the important parameters on the flow simulation is the project parameter from the submodel. The boundary conditions that we define in the submodel can be directly taken forward to the main assembly for doing advanced simulation on the main assembly. So those were the enhancements from simulation, structural simulation, plastic simulation, and flow simulation. So apart from this, we also have advanced tools with us now. From last 5 years, we have trusted Simulia trusted technology for both FEA, CFD, even on the electromagnetics. We do have an industry-leading Abacus solver for finite element analysis, for conducting realistic simulation for multiphysics, for doing the fluid structure interaction, for doing the complex material and contact problems, for explicit dynamics, and even to make use of high performance computing. We have a dedicated technology with us. So not only this, but also on the electronic side, we have a best in class CST Studio suite for you to do a plastic injection for electromagnetic simulation from low frequency to high frequency, including antenna design, microwave component design, signal integrity, power integrity, EMI EMC simulation. All these things are available with us. So the one unique thing about these Simulia techniques is these are all these are basically scalable and flexible. So meaning you will be having a tokens and credits in the pool. So you'll by which we will be able to run many analysis simultaneously, and you will be able to use as many cores as possible, either with your physical hardware, or you can make use of the cloud resources from the 3D experience. And the one good thing about these tokens and credits, they are very much that is the name is Simulia Unified Compute Licensing Module. So you can make use of these tokens and credits to run either Abacus, electromagnetics, multi-body dynamics, fluid dynamics. You can run any analysis from the Dassault systems. So that is how it makes this particular Simulia Unified compute modeling scalable and flexible. With that, I would like to conclude my session on the what's new for simulation 2026. With that, I would like to call upon Dhanush to take it forward on the draft side. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. So as you saw the what's new sessions right from parts, electrical, data management, and simulations. Now it's time to witness what's new in 2D CAD segment. So like before starting the session, I would like to know how many of you use DWG tool in your day-to-day design activities. So most of, I can say like most of you users, there will be always a synergy between 2D and 3D. So we need to choose right tool for the right job. So let's get started on the what's new on 2D CAD software, that is DraftSite. So DraftSite is a powerful DWG CAD tool from the makers of SolidWorks. So before heading to the what's new, I would like to introduce what is DraftSite, how it will be benefiting to an organization who significantly focuses on DWG designs. So one, the familiar user interface, as you saw in this particular image, it looks similar to you, like familiar to you, and the commands what you use. And I hope you agree, when it comes to DWG CAD softwares, most of us we use commands shortcuts like F enter for fillet or object snap F8 function key. Similar, that kind of functions can be used in DraftSite. So that it will be a minimal learning curve and easy to switch from other DWG software to Dassault Systems DraftSite tool. One is familiar user interface and minimal learning curve. Second one is comparing two revisions of DWG files. So this is the most challenging task. Say you have created a drawing, DWG drawing A1 and A2. So you need, it will be a quite investment you will put on what changes has been done in revision A and revision B. So DraftSite offers a comprehensive drawing compare tool within the interface where it will highlight in the color code. This has been changed in drawing A with green color. You can change multiple colors also, and it will highlight how many edges, how many arcs, lines have been added in the next revisions. So this will ease out and reduce the time for designers or engineers who work to compare the drawings. And so most of the cases when it comes to drawing is it's not complete without adding the fasteners. And when I talk about 2D CAD softwares, we need to create manually each and everything. If there is an hardware component I need to insert, I need to create a bolt, I need to create a screw, I need to create a washer and add. Agree, right, everyone? So to ease this problem, DraftSite offers a built-in mechanical toolbox for the users. With a click of a button, you can see in the screen, you can specify what is the standards you are utilizing, whether it is an ANSI metric or ISO standard, DIN, GIST standard, and it is a parametric. You can specify the informations and automatically it will add to the drawing. Even drawing gets updated, you need to modify or bring in a shop like fastener length to be 60 to 65 mm. We can double click and automatically it will be updated. So that is a built-in mechanical toolbox will be offered. Along with that, balloon drawings. So in an assembly, you need to manually create a balloon. Here, with a click of a button, balloons will be added and bill of material will also be generated in DraftSite. So that is in the mechanical toolbox section of the DraftSite. And finally, see, as we saw our customer success story, every design starts from an idea and it will go to production. So similarly, in DraftSite, you can easily convert your thoughts, ideas into reality by utilizing our convert to PDF option. Whether it is an image file or a PDF file, with a click of button, with intelligent recognition of the features in the DraftSite, it will convert to editable DWG files. You can double click on the text and you can modify also. So it is very much powerful. You can utilize that. So this was the few options available. And main thing, DraftSite offers flexible licensing option. Whether your project is more than 4 or 5 years, you can opt for perpetuing license module, or it is a 3 months project or a 6 months project. You can offer a term license. You can buy a term license. Or DraftSite even is available in a cloud version also. So no need of hardware requirement for that. So now, without further delay, let's get started into what's new in DraftSite. I have taken the best features of DraftSite. One is stat page. So as I told you, DraftSite is it is developed by Dassault Systems and it has the flavors of SolidWorks like mouse gestures, command tabs and all. And even in the interface also you can notice there is a home window where frequently used
drawings will be seen. You can hover over that, the interface will be opened, and you can see that what is the file, who has created that, what is the file size and all. And floating window. So this was one of the requirement it was asking for us when we like interact with the customers in day in, day out. So like if I have a huge drawing files, it is very much difficult for me to work on in the same window. So now DraftSite offers multiple window option. You can drag and drop the drawing files in the different window and you can use that. And nevertheless, it is built for all the engineers, whether it is a mechanical engineer, and even for the civil architectures. Also, now DraftSite comes with BIM add-in, where, for example, any Revit models are there. You can easily open and you can create a floor plan for it. So this was the what's new of the entire session. So here I just want to highlight few things. In a nutshell, as we saw right from our parts to 2D CAD software, the one important thing means like I'm summarizing the entire session here. One, automatic drawing creation. So with the click of a button, once the part is done or assembly is done, you can generate 2D drawings. So this is the most requested option for us because you will be spending a lot of time in generating the 2D drawings. So this will be a great option for users to utilize. And second one is now SolidWorks as artificial intelligence and machine learning options. It has been built into SolidWorks software and it has been starting now. As you saw in an assembly, if you want to add any components, especially the fasteners, no need to drag and drop and do the mates. No, just drag and drop, automatically it will mate. So that is the another main important feature in this year What's New SolidWorks 2026. And third one is, I just want to highlight one important thing here. There is a new file system called SolidWorks.SLD It is called as SolidWorks package. With this, your exporting and importing will become more productive. Say for example, I think most of you uses pack and go feature. It is completely a file based. Correct, right? So it has a drawings, it has a reference. If a reference miss outs, the other users can't able to use. And it is a quite heavy files it will be there. But whereas SolidWorks package is a single file, you can just click share as a SolidWorks package. Directly you can share to your colleagues or your vendors or stakeholders. And you can restrict whether it is in a particular assembly. Few components should be opened for him to edit or just only for the view permission. Like this you can able to give. This is the enhanced version of SolidWorks Pack and Go. So that I would request you to use. That is the one of the new enhancement or feature in SolidWorks 2026. And finally, improved user experience benefits. So SolidWorks is known in the entire market as most user-friendly software. So this particular means like even now to simplify furthermore, SolidWorks has been offering another interface called simplified interface where a designer's most commonly used features will be added in the particular tab as a command predictor. And as a new engineers, if you have, say for example, you need to save to as an STL file, it will be difficult for you to go and search. So SolidWorks you can just type STL, automatically it will take you where exactly it is. So this was in a nutshell, I want to conclude what's new in SolidWorks 2026. And this slide, it will tell you no more waiting for the entire year for the new updates. So SolidWorks now been launching new enhancements and new features right from in service packs or FD releases. Every 3 months, you can expect a new feature and enhancements. So this is SolidWorks What's New 2026 for you. Thank you all.
Well, that was totally inspiring. And once again, thank you so much, all the speakers. All right. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So our speakers have beautifully explained what's new, SolidWorks, what's new in 2026. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, before we move on to the next segment, it's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome a chief guest who is also a visionary leader, who is the driving force in innovation and transformation across industries. Please put your hands together and let's welcome the Managing Director of DESO System India, Mr. Deepak NG, on the stage, everybody. A warmest welcome to you, sir. It's truly a privilege to have you with us here today on this special occasion. And I also request Mr. Naina Ramaswamy, the Managing Director of Beacon, our very own Mr. Naina Ramaswamy, to kindly present the bouquet. Let's give it up, everybody. Let's clap louder. We have two dynamic leaders on the stage. And welcome back. This is SolidWorks Innovation Day 2025. The theme is Accelerate Design and Innovation. A warm welcome to you, sir. And it's a very special day for all of us, a very powerful day. Once again, a warm welcome to you. I request you to kindly address the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. And it's a wonderful day and then special day for all of us as well. Because looking at SolidWorks users in one room, under one roof, more than 500 people will not happen every day, right? So it's like so fascinating to see all of you being here and then glued to these sessions. While I was entering, I just asked, like, typically in these events, you see a lot of people standing outside, having coffee, talking something, like, yes, events are good, particularly most of the time it's used for networking. But when I was walking, I was asking, where is the session happening? Because I don't see people outside. They said, no, everybody is inside. So that shows the love what you have for the product. That's how the SolidWorks team calls. And I'm so happy, and congratulations to Beacon for organizing this wonderful event in Bangalore. I know they are doing it in multiple cities. And Bangalore, I'm from Bangalore. I'm from the local city. I'm so happy to see you all here witnessing what's new in SolidWorks. It's so fascinating. Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations to you all. You should be proud of yourselves. So I myself, I should not call it as I was a CAD user. I can still say that I am a CAD user still. But somehow, Pradeep and team will not give me the latest version whenever I want. But looking at these presentations, right, it clearly shows how it has evolved. And I should admit and I should thank you, because every single possible enhancement what you are seeing is because of your passion and your love, and the users are actually making this happen. Once again, congratulations to you for these enhancements what you are seeing. So I really appreciate and really happy to see so many feedbacks coming in, because whenever we go, right, I've been part of many SolidWorks event, many SolidWorks discussions. Every time, every single user is so glued into feature, functionality, the enterprise level, and everywhere they need clarity. They need something which is new, so that it can actually help not only learning. Of course, obviously you want to have the best of the best products what you can learn, but every single time you look at how it can actually contribute to your sustainable innovation. So at Dassault Systems, continuously we are looking at how do we help organizations on this sustainable innovation. And you may call SolidWorks Innovation Day 2025. Trust me, every day at Dassault Systems, innovation is happening. And to make a day available for you to come and showcase, the team behind the scenes are so well equipped with all the latest trends, and not only with what's happening today, but looking at the future ahead. So that means, when you are designing your products, when you are actually putting your thought process on how you can actually make it more competitive to your market, to your even for your own competitors, to see how you can be first in terms of delivering your product, same way we have to think ahead in terms of what set of applications, what set of technology can actually help you to make your job easier and better. So this has been the consistent message and consistent efforts being put by Dassault Systems and SolidWorks team. And I'm super happy to convey that Beacon team has actually taken SolidWorks to a next level right from the beginning. Whenever I talk to the Beacon team, whether it being the management or the user, so they all go back to the early days when SolidWorks started, when in India the SolidWorks kind of started to penetrate. and they know in and out of what's required and what's important for our customers and for our partners. So that's exactly being happening here. So, I mean, I would actually thank the Beacon management team and everyone for giving me this opportunity to talk to you, and thank you for your efforts in a short span of time. So I have no planned presentations, no planned PPT, because I know you all like to see live or a video which is on SolidWorks. I'll not bore you with what we do in the back end with a big presentation talking about future, talking about what we can do. But this 2 minutes really means a lot for Dassault Systems, means a lot for Beacon, and also it's for our entire Dassault organization, not only in India, globally, because there is a continuous enhancements are happening, and we see a lot being planned in the future also. We really appreciate and thank you for the real contributors of what SolidWorks is today. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepat sir. Thank you so much for being here. Your presence truly added more value. All right, so well, ladies and gentlemen, after an exciting speech, yes, it's time for a break, everybody. So we are going to break for a lunch session right now. I request everyone to kindly return in 45 minutes. We have more presentation, interesting topics that's going to be covered by the experts. So see you all in 45 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Everyday demands. Equipped with truly rapid same-day printing and a wide range of industrial-grade materials, Formlab's Fuse Series ecosystem has the power to take your parts from printed to finished in as little as 15 minutes. At the core of the ecosystem is Fuse One Plus, a printer with a powerful 30-watt laser that sinters parts in hours, not days. After printing, our automated post-processing solutions take over to reduce tedious manual labor by 80%. Fuse Sift is our automated material handling system that recovers and recycles used powder in as little as 5 minutes to minimize waste for a lower cost per part. Fuse Blast is our automated media blasting system that brings parts to a professional finish in as little as 10 minutes. With automated tumbling for hands-free cleaning in just one click, and ergonomic manual modes for total control. Whether you want to produce batches of small, complex components or parts that vary in material and shape, the Fuse ecosystem makes it faster and easier than ever to deliver parts that are clean to the touch in as little as 15 minutes. Want to refine your parts even further? Our optional polishing system elevates parts for a smooth, semi-gloss, dye-ready finish. Plus, continuous software updates ensure your Fuse Series ecosystem just keeps getting faster and more efficient. With a growing library of industrial-grade nylon, TPU, polypropylene, glass-filled, and carbon fiber-filled materials, the Fuse ecosystem is reinventing SLS printing and post-processing, so you can deliver same-day industrial-grade parts with more game-changing capabilities than ever before. all from one streamlined platform. Formlabs, tools that bring all your ideas to life. There's only one.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We're trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we're also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out. And we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I'd highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically, when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SolidWorks from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design. Then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings. And the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was the reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models. And this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting. I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
Vermeer is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks. When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the modeling.
One of the machines that we use SolidWorks to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SolidWorks for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of the SolidWorks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. You had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires, and we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SolidWorks every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the backside, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster, get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SOLIDWORKS is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORKS' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process. You change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SolidWorks continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SolidWorks is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Good day and welcome. We're here to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 30 years of SolidWorks. I'm Rekha Kamath from Global Marketing, and joining me is Gianpaolo Bassi, our leader of...
Vermeer is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks.
When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
One of the machines that we use SOLIDWORKS to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SOLIDWORKS for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of SOLIDWORKS that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. You had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires, and we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SOLIDWORKS every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SOLIDWORKS is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORKS' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process. You change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SOLIDWORKS continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SOLIDWORKS is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Good day and welcome. We're here to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 30 years of SOLIDWORKS. I'm Rekha Kamath from Global Marketing, and joining me is Gianpaolo Bassi, our leader of mainstream innovation business. In the ever-changing world
There's
of
only one 3D printing platform chosen by more than half the SLS users in the world to meet their everyday demands. Equipped with truly rapid same-day printing and a wide range of industrial-grade materials, Formlabs Fuse Series ecosystem has the power to take your parts from printed to finished in as little as 15 minutes. At the core of the ecosystem is Fuse One Plus, a printer with a powerful 30-watt laser that sinters parts in hours, not days. After printing, our automated post-processing solutions take over to reduce tedious manual labor by 80%. Fuse Sift is our automated material handling system that recovers and recycles used powder in as little as 5 minutes to minimize waste for a lower cost per part. Fuse Blast is our automated media blasting system that brings parts to a professional finish in as little as 10 minutes. With automated tumbling for hands-free cleaning in just one click, and ergonomic manual modes for total control. Whether you want to produce batches of small, complex components or parts that vary in material and shape, the Fuse ecosystem makes it faster and easier than ever to deliver parts that are clean to the touch in as little as 15 minutes. Want to refine your parts even further? Our optional polishing system elevates parts for a smooth, semi-gloss, dye-ready finish. Plus, continuous software updates ensure your Fuse Series ecosystem just keeps getting faster and more efficient. With a growing library of industrial-grade nylon, TPU, polypropylene, glass-filled, and carbon fiber-filled materials, the Fuse ecosystem is reinventing SLS printing and post-processing, so you can deliver same-day industrial-grade parts with more game-changing capabilities than ever before, all from one streamlined platform, Formlabs. tools that bring all your ideas to life. There's only one.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We are trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we are also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I would highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically, when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SolidWorks from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this, because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design. Then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings. And the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was a reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models. And this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, They will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting. I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
Vermeer is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks. When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
One of the machines that we use SOLIDWORKS to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SOLIDWORKS for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of SolidWorks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. It had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires, and we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SolidWorks every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the backside, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SOLIDWORKS is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORKS' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process, but you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Premiere was significantly smaller. SolidWorks continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SolidWorks is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
There's only one 3D printing platform chosen by more than half the SLS users in the world to meet their everyday demands. Equipped with truly rapid same-day printing and a wide range of industrial-grade materials, Formlabs Fuse Series ecosystem has the power to take your parts from printed to finished in as little as 15 minutes. At the core of the ecosystem is Fuse One Plus, a printer with a powerful 30-watt laser that sinters parts in hours, not days. After printing, our automated post-processing solutions take over to reduce tedious manual labor by 80%. Fuse Sift is our automated material handling system that recovers and recycles used powder in as little as 5 minutes to minimize waste for a lower cost per part. Fuse Blast is our automated media blasting system that brings parts to a professional finish in as little as 10 minutes. With automated tumbling for hands-free cleaning in just one click, and ergonomic manual modes for total control. Whether you want to produce batches of small, complex components or parts that vary in material and shape, the Fuse ecosystem makes it faster and easier than ever to deliver parts that are clean to the touch in as little as 15 minutes. Want to refine your parts even further? Our optional polishing system elevates parts for a smooth, semi-gloss, dye-ready finish. Plus, continuous software updates ensure your Fuse Series ecosystem just keeps getting faster and more efficient. With a growing library of industrial-grade nylon, TPU, polypropylene, glass-filled, and carbon fiber-filled materials, the Fuse ecosystem is reinventing SLS printing and post-processing, so you can deliver same-day industrial-grade parts with more game-changing capabilities than ever before, all from one streamlined platform. Formlabs, tools that bring all your ideas to life. There's only one.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We're trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we're also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. we wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I'd highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically, when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle, which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of costs from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SolidWorks from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this, because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design. Then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings. And the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was a reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models. And this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting. I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
Premier is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks. When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
One of the machines that we use SOLIDWORKS to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SOLIDWORKS for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD or mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of the SolidWorks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. It had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires, and we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SolidWorks every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SolidWorks is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SolidWorks' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process. But you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SolidWorks continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SolidWorks is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Good day and welcome. We're here to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 30 years of SolidWorks. I'm Rekha Kamath from Global Marketing, and joining me is Gianpaolo Vassi, our leader of Mainstream Innovation Business. In the ever-changing world of technology, very few products reach 30. SolidWorks is thriving at 30. As we look back, GP, what are some of the defining moments in this journey?
Good day, Rekha, and thank you for having me. I am incredibly excited to celebrate our journey with our community. Well, 30 years ago, SolidWorks launched with a simple but radical idea that design should be accessible, intuitive, and powerful enough to bring a complex innovation to life for everybody. What began as a revolutionary tool for engineers quickly became the lifeblood of innovations for thousands of companies across the globe. At every step, SolidWorks has grown not just with technology, but with our users. The special thing about the milestone isn't just how far SolidWorks has come, but what our users have built with it, from electric cars to orthopedic implants, from drones to sustainable packaging. Our community has truly shaped many industries.
Thank you, GP, for walking us through that. Clearly, we are thriving at 30 because our users are at the heart of our mission. Now, coming to design, the design landscape has evolved from those early days to what it is today. What are some of the big shifts that you're seeing here?
Today, design is just one piece of the puzzle. You don't just model anymore. You simulate, test, source, iterate, and collaborate, often all in real time. This reflects a bigger industry trend, the move from file-based design to integrated product lifecycle management ecosystems. We have reimagined the entire life cycle from concept to production as a seamless ecosystem of insight and interaction.
Now, that's so much more value that SolidWorks users can get from our portfolio and so much more value that they can create from our portfolio. What are some of the new technology trends, GP, that's supporting the vision of SolidWorks?
Reka, there are several key trends that are shaping our future. Let's start with the cloud revolution, which means collaboration without boundaries. Design doesn't happen in a vacuum or even in one zip code for what matters. With the cloud-based collaboration and real-time simulation, teams are connected globally. The SolidWorks Cloud portfolio offers our users state-of-the-art cybersecurity, integration into a comprehensive PLM system, and real-time collaboration with manufacturing, all from one single platform. Cloud computing makes SolidWorks more accessible and flexible, allowing anywhere, anytime access from any device just with the internet connection.
So, cloud is really about accelerating innovation. And of course, with those continuous updates, you don't have to worry or wait anymore about upgrades. In addition, cloud reduces the total cost of ownership with optimized infrastructure and enhanced security.
Yes, yeah, we are talking about the digital thread and the virtual twin, right? Simulate before you bid. Now, imagine a world where your initial concept, supplier inputs, manufacturing process, and field performance are all connected. That's the digital thread. And SolidWorks help weave that thread from concept to disposal, end of life of the product. The result is faster decision making, better compliance, and continuous feedback across the entire life cycle. Simulation used to be a step saved for the end, but now it's part of the design process. With virtual twins, users can prototype virtually, stress test components, and even predict how products will perform in the field, reducing cost and speeding up time to market.
So, really, front loading simulation causes less design iterations. Now, coming to the mainstream business, GP, how do we accelerate adoption of simulation? What do you think we can do there?
That's a good point, and I think that here AI and automation can lead to what we call designing smarter. AI-driven simulations will become simpler, faster, and more insightful, allowing for real-time validation even for non-experts. We are in an era where design is no longer just mechanical, it's intelligent. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a core component of SolidWorks, transforming traditional CAD workflows into more intelligent and automated processes. Actually, AI is for everyone. It's already helping users optimize parts, accelerate many workflows, and spot design errors even before they happen. With design assistance and AI-driven automation, SolidWorks is making smart a baseline. What used to take weeks is now done in moments, and those AI applications optimize performance while preserving human creativity.
check. Mic check, 1, 2. All right, so well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be commencing the event in a while. I request everyone to kindly get inside the hall. Yes, I once again request everybody to quickly get inside the hall as we're about to commence the session, everybody. Thank you. So once again, I kindly request everybody to quickly get inside the hall. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Yes, are we ready? Can we commence the day? Yes, so coming up, the next segment is very important and very special. It's a panel discussion, everybody. So please put your hands together as I welcome the moderator, our very own visionary leader, Mr. Naina Ramaswamy, CEO of Beacon, everybody. With a big round of applause, let's welcome the gentleman on the stage. We also have some of the brightest minds will be joining this panel. It's going to be really exciting. So welcome back, sir.
Hello? Cool. Thank you, Chandani, for starting the session and bringing the energy back. Uh, I'm, I'm looking forward to having a very, very interesting panel discussion today. We've got some eminent personalities. The first panelist is an entrepreneur who started a manufacturing company many, many years back when startup, the notion of startup itself was not even there. From a small factory and one license of SolidWorks. Today, he has got 3 factories that are running manufacturing components, and he's working on the 4th factory. And his company supplies critical assemblies and parts for Airbus, for Boeing, and his company supplies actuators, wing components, and landing gears, the critical components of aerospace industry. His company supplies, and he's also currently in the process of setting up a semiconductor etching equipment, which is a green field project. Please welcome Mr. Umesh Anikere, co-founder and director of Sim Tools Private Limited. Thank you so much for being part of the panel, Umesh. Thank you so much. Thank you. The second panelist is an accomplished technologist who heads product development and sales engineering activities. He has over 2 decades of experience in valve design with specialization in linear and rotary valves and technology implementation in data management, automation, and other such technology initiatives in a large company called Bray Controls, a company with operations 40 plus countries. So please welcome Mr. Matthew Verghese, VP of Engineering, Bray Technology Center in India. Thank you, Matthew, for being accepting to be part of the panel. To complete the panel, we have a next technopreneur who is a technology leader. Today, when we say that startup, it is normally in the area of software, food delivery, and in that space. So his company, startup, is building micro turbines using hydrogen fuel for static power generation and all of that. He has many years of experience in propulsion systems, combustion engineering. He has done his master's from UK, and his startup Hycosis is building the micro turbines for static power generation. Please welcome Mr. Ugender Reddy, co-founder and CTO of Hycosis Private Limited. Thank you, Ugender, for being part of the panel. Thank you all for being part of the panel and taking time off to come and share your story and give your thoughts on different technology initiatives that we are talking about. So all of you have been associated with SolidWorks in some form or the other over a period of time. Let me start with you, Umesh. You started off in a very, very small scale from Pina to having built a large organization, which is a supplier for some of the critical components for aircraft industries. So can you tell a little bit with some data points on your association with SolidWorks and Beacon as a partner? How what role both these organizations played in your growth?
Is it audible? Yeah. This was back in 1997 when we started the activity. Most of the starts up in a mad way. It's only the height of the madness varies from organization to organization. A similar story we also had when I came to Bangalore. It was a penniless as usual, and I think after engineering for quite some time, I was not having anything interesting, but the craving was so much that I wanted to do something in manufacturing. I think when the craving becomes a sincere craving escalates, the society will open some or the other door. That's my observation. So like that, KSFC called us and gave us a opportunity in those days without any collateral, without any commitment, 70 lakhs loan sanctioned. Heads up to them today also. So that's how it started. But after coming to this one, we came to know what all the gaps the skill gaps that we are having. That's where I came in touch with uh, Adi Anand. He's a good friend of mine. Uh, we were going to the similar training session for the modeling and programming. So there we started. That's how it started. And after that, that triggered a lot many things. That opened up lot many opportunities. So we could able to bridge many things in that path. So first one thing is we went to, after starting that one, we went to HAL, knowing that they are importing lot of parts. So went to HAL, but nobody was there to give anything ready. So they only gave a long register where so many parts and assemblies are being imported from France in those days, which cannot be done in India. So that was quite challenging. But it took 1 month for me to talk to GM of the helicopter division, because nobody was allowed to look into those registers. So that was one thing. After working for a few days, then one day we went to Airbus straight, knocked the door of the Airbus Filton, asked them, we are having a factory, can you give us some work for us? Are you mad or what? Do you know what is the qualification of to become a Airbus Tier 1? You have to tell me. It is requires 100 million turnover, presence in all major geographies of the globe. Where are you? So that's how it started. These are the madness we went on, but we had a good backup from Beacon on the SolidWorks front, and we had a lot many support at various stages. Even now we are having a good interaction. We are getting into a complete Delmia ERP solutions. Let us see where it takes. That's my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh. Yes, having done a startup earlier in 2013 with Vara, I do understand that it is madness. But I did in software, so so I take I fall in that space. So Matthew, you have a different experience. You have been associated with SolidWorks also for the last 20 plus years, but you have been part of a large organization. So the challenges and the kind of the issues that you would have faced could be very, very different. So can you elaborate a little bit more on what SolidWorks played and what Beacon played in your career so far?
Yeah, we started in 2005. We are into the valve industry. So this industry is slightly different from automobile or aerospace, that uh, the valve assemblies as such is not very complicated. It has probably 5 to 10 components per design. Okay, but you have more variants. You have, so as of now, Bray has 100,000 saleable products assemblies, bombs. That's the kind of, but each assembly, if you see, it's only 5 or 10 components. And then you get a lot of material variants. You can have the same design with different materials. You can produce in carbon steel, stainless steel, duplex, super duplex. So you have, the standards itself are written like that. So that complication comes on to the CAD and PDM also. So some of these CAD and PDM are built for seeing the big industries, right? Where you have large assemblies, where you don't have material variants. So we have to customize it, right? For our industry, we have to customize it. And that's where SolidWorks helps. We found the biggest advantage in SolidWorks in that sense, that you can really customize things. It has this API module within SolidWorks and PDM. You can use it. Even the database is a kind of an open architecture. Currently, we know, so over the years, we have studied the system. We know each and every table inside the PDM system. How the data is stored. When you save a bomb, what happens in which table. We have studied all that. So when you get to that level, you can really automate things. And that's when, so we implemented PDM. We have now 10 servers across the globe. So we have people sitting at 10 sites and creating designs, and then probably 30 manufacturing sites manufacturing different products. So there is all access permissions set up in the system. Different sites have different permission levels. It's all controlled by engineering. Even the automation is actually done by engineers. We don't have IT working on any of our engineering projects. It's all done by mechanical engineers. That explains the user friendliness of the tool. So yeah, it's because of all this, we are able to grow very fast. We keep hiring people. They don't need any special training. The tools are very user friendly. We hardly give them 1 week, 2 weeks, and put straight on projects.
Yeah, that's, the takeaway is that SolidWorks is the first company, software company, to give APIs for free.
Yeah,
at that time.
That's a big advantage.
So for all of you who are not aware, it was the first CAD company to give APIs for free. Even today, it is for free. Anyone wants to build applications on top of SolidWorks, you can definitely do that. In '97, I was writing software on top of SolidWorks. There was software called DesignWorks. So some of the APIs, even if I see that today, they're still active, because the underlying technology is very, very relevant even today. So it's very important to know that the power of API, how a manufacturing company, by investing a little bit of their talent on programming, how much return on investment that you can potentially get is huge. To add to what, Matthew, what you're saying, in fact, for one of our customers, we built a BI dashboard reading data from the same PDM database. But we are programmers, right? We
do the same.
Yeah.
Mechanical engineers do the same. So it's so one more point to add there. I think I've seen many companies. I don't know if it happens now, but many years back, companies buy PLM. They can't implement it. They just use it as a PDM, right? So we decided to buy PDM, and with all this automation, we built a layer on top of PDM, and it's almost like a PLM now. We have built-in PLM features on SolidWorks PDM, the base PDM version. And if you know where the database is, what's the database structure, know a little bit of Visual Basic, that's all you need. You can create a PLM of your own if you are in that size. If you are a bigger company, then go for PLM, no doubt.
That's a fantastic advice, Matthew, for the people who are looking at data management. The other takeaway I hear from you is that having a data management solution as a backbone is a key thing for your organization's success.
Yeah, absolutely. Without that, you can't function, especially in an enterprise setup where you have multiple manufacturing locations, multiple engineering units. PDM is the base necessity. You can't run a business with, or you're going to lose a lot of money in because of the mess created by not properly managing our files, right? So it's a small investment compared to what you can save.
Yeah, in fact, in the morning, in the keynote presentation, I talked about, we did a survey of all our customers. 70% of our customers still manage their data in their local computers. Shared folders, network folders, that's how they manage their data. This is the message we have been telling them, that you need to have a data management solution, which is going to help you grow as you grow faster. So Yugender, you are in deep tech, and your association with Beacon is only in the recent past, and SolidWorks also in the recent past. You're totally in combustion technology and all of propulsion engineering, all of those things. So how is the transition from being a propulsion engineer to work on component design for this kind of a startup that you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm still doing propulsion engineering right now, though I'm managing the technology side, all the aspects of the technology right now. So earlier I was working on larger gas turbines, basically the commercial aircraft engines. Now I'm building smaller gas turbines. So in terms of being a propulsion engineer, I think that's always had been my passion. And the reason I started this company along with my co-founder was to kind of continue on that path. My association with SolidWorks, my first time I used SolidWorks was back when I was in UK, like 4 to 5 years back. Prior to that, I was in a large MNC, and we had our own softwares being used there. I actually liked SolidWorks a lot because I was doing hands-on work at that point of time. So when I came back to India and started the company, I was looking for some software that could help us accelerate our journey. And having myself seen how SolidWorks platform is, we felt that that would be the right path for us. And I really appreciate the help that we got from Beacon team and the SolidWorks team to the way they onboarded us to the startup program. I think that was a big benefit for us to start rolling from day one.
Yep, the startup program from Dassault and also Beacon is very, very supportive of a startup ecosystem for them to get started, innovate quickly, and then turn around things very quickly. So we are celebrating 30 years of SolidWorks. Like, this is the 30th year of SolidWorks, and Beacon itself has moved, started as a 3D CAD company. From that, we have evolved into so many other things beyond 3D CAD. So let me ask you, Umesh, in your organization, what are all the tools that you use beyond 3D CAD? Not necessarily limited to Dassault products, but what are all the other tools that you think are relevant for an industry like yours?
See, well, from the, as you said, from the earlier situation where it's only limited to CAD. So that's one vertical. CAD, CAM, analysis, all those things is one vertical. Next is the manufacturing is one vertical. I would like to take it this way. So from data management to sales management to design management, all those is one part of the manufacturing activity is one activity. So these are, now it's a connected thing with a PLM and ERP all put together. It's a total connected thing. We have the discussion going on as we speak in our office to move on to SAP or Delmia. So it's very interesting. I could able to convince my stakeholders. The entire thing from the design to manufacturing to our tool paths to our data, everything is there already embedded within SolidWorks. It is only the question of connecting them with a proper data connections. So this way, I would, to answer to a specific question, we are having initial analysis of the when we do the process design, when we do the manufacturing fixtures, tooling, gauges, and all those simulations we are doing in SolidWorks. And We are also moving on to, earlier we used to produce a lot of documents for shop floor people from the CAD engineering department to the manufacturing. Lot of clerical work used to go. How are we going to do that one? Now we are working on a system where the exact files, what the process engineer has done, the same files as a viewer, it will be flowed down to the shop floor. No meddling in between, no preparation in between. They will be using this exactly the same data. That's what we are working. That's one area. I feel it's going to be very interesting. It's already halfway through, and yeah, coming to this one, we are into my actual, apart from CAD, it is manufacturing. We are doing complete toolpath generation, simulation. All those things are being done. And next is the assembly documentation, assembly simulation. So now it is, you are entering into a full ERP. Let's see.
Okay. Well, as a follow-up question, you are in the aerospace industry, which is like you need very high level of traceability and accountability for the parts that you have supplied for many years, right? So, how do you do that today, and how do you see that evolving with all the digital continuity that we are talking about, with all the connected systems?
I would say earlier we used to say that a process which cannot be measured cannot be managed. If you want to manage a certain process, you need to measure it. So now it has to be extended now. A process, it's my view, a process which cannot be measured and digitally documented cannot be managed further. So with this pretext, I will tell you, I'll show you, share one interesting thing. Sometime last year, we had a audit from the Boeing Federal Aviation team because of the failures of the recent 787 and the single aisle programs. A team of 8 people, they came to all the factories, audited for 7 days almost, and the requirement is the managers, so top management, middle management, or the supervisor level are not entertained in the audit. It's only the shop floor people who does the actual work. Every area is checked because incidentally we were supplying the same assemblies where the fault was found. It is the stabilizer assemblies. So we do major assemblies structures for that one. So the audit it went on. But at the end, because the data was available, traceability was available, it was as a practice, not prepared for them. From the day one, all the data was available. Zero observations, zero comments. They left. So I cannot emphasize the importance of going digital. It's very important. Like that today, if you say I was distress management. If a lot of meetings goes on in a organization from the customer within everything. Today I heard I was reading an article where the AI sits on top of that, hears to everything, and it escalates exactly. The voice of the people will be heard. Generally what he speaks, today what he spoke, in what voice. Including that one, the AI is penetrating. So I think it's digitalization is so important. It's going to take everything. It covers everything. There's nothing that can be left out.
Yeah, totally agree. You know, for everyone, the attendees here, it's very important to look at the digitizing your data. Everything that you do should be in a digital form, and only then you can apply all the latest tools and all of that. So, Matthew, from your association also, you know, beyond 3D CAD, what are the you're also in a valve industry, which is also critical in many places. So how do you guarantee traceability and accountability to your customers and their customers' customers?
Yeah. So, Valve, as you know, is a pressure containing component. So It's very critical in certain industries. So we need to maintain the ISO process both in technology as well as manufacturing. So PDM, SolidWorks comes all in the technology side. So again, PDM is the main factor there. The workflow is the main thing there. The forced workflow, you can enforce a workflow in PDM, which will make sure that certain people create it as another person who checks it and approves it. And you can even make it role based, right? You can make it based on a level of seniority. You can make the approvals, define the approval, so it's kind of forced workflow. So that's the critical thing. Even any ISO auditor comes, we open up PDM, show the workflow, half of the problem is solved. So they feel confident that the system is in place. Then they just ask to show a few examples. We show that, and the process is very clean. From engineer up to managers, the roles are clearly defined in the system. That's what is critical for this traceability from a technology point of view. Manufacturing is more complicated. That is, again, the drawing access, everything is still direct from PDM. We don't take it outside PDM at all. The entire manufacturing accesses all the documents from PDM. So there is no confusion of wrong revision level reaching manufacturing, right? So once you get some of these basic things in place, the traceability, or from an ISO audit perspective, it's very easy.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you have built a layer on top of PDM, right? So is that a web application, or is that what kind of technology languages did you use to build it?
We created something in Visual Studio, very simple. It's Visual Basic. It's like typing in English. If you know Visual Basic, it doesn't even have the complicated syntax of C#. C# itself is easy, but I'm telling Visual Basic is even easier. So the entire team working on these projects are all mechanical engineers, no programming background. Our strength is we know what we need, what needs to be automated, right? The tools doesn't stand in our way. It's easy. Once you know what to do, these tools are easy, you can create. And these are desktop applications because it's purely within the organization. It's very simple. Web is more suitable, I feel, for when you go outside the organization. Within the organization, these desktop applications are very powerful. So we go by that. And as I mentioned, some of these change orders, the engineering change orders, these are circulated using this layer that we built on top of PDM, right? So again, we define all the departments in the system. They get a notification email. They can acknowledge that change within that same system. So it's all happening within that same system, and it keeps a history of all of this, right? So design and operations are tightly knitted together with this system.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, that's what a little bit of technology can do to a large organization like brake controls. So, Yugandhar, your challenges could be different because you being a startup, even though collaboration and all of that we are talking about is one of the key things. And the products that you produce are, the turbines run at 70,000 RPM, right? That's what you mentioned. So when you are designing such kind of components, your challenges are going to go far beyond 3D CAD. So how do you address them, and what kind of solutions that you have in place within your organization?
Right, sir. As I mentioned earlier, we are slightly in an early stage of design. So some of our concerns include how do we optimize these components. So as I was mentioning earlier, the system is supposed to be rotating at very high speeds. So tolerances, that are needed for some of the components that we plan to manufacture, they are very critical. And there is a lot of sensitivity associated with some of these component designs. So a small, 50 micron difference on the surface somewhere, or on a chamfer somewhere, can make a big difference to the life of the system. So at this point of time, we are more focused on optimizing our systems. But as we move forward, so this is the challenge that we are facing now. When we make a component and we go to vendors to either 3D print them or manufacture them, we realize that the ecosystem is also evolving, and they tend to start learning along with us. So we have to work with the vendors most of the time, because the thing that I often hear from them is that this is the first time somebody has asked them to do this, right? So, but we know, and specifically if you're from the gas turbine industry, you would know that with these systems, managing the clearances, managing tolerances is very critical as far as efficiencies and life are concerned. A small error in the very beginning can actually reduce the life of the system from, let's say, anywhere from 40,000-50,000 hours of operation to barely 2,000 hours of operation. So we are kind of paying a lot of attention to these details, as we move forward. And we are also trying to explore if we can do some of these optimization studies within the SolidWorks framework, right? We just build CAD models right now, and we take these CAD models into other softwares for doing simulation. And I think I had been having some fruitful discussion with your team to see how some of those analysis can be done within the software so that the design cycle can be accelerated.
Great. So as we are talking about 30 years of SolidWorks, the community, it has got a large set of users and technology partners like Beacon, and a community of users are all around the globe. It's not only the users but also partner products. There are other solutions which run on top of SolidWorks. So let me start ask you, Matthew, this question. How has it helped you in your business, being part of a large community and a partner community?
Yeah, definitely. Because sometimes you need that community to see the best practices. You would have other industries where certain things are done in a better way. We are all connected. Our teams are connected. People know what's happening in the other industry. So that helps a lot, especially on the API side. That's where I'm coming back to again. I think 3D modeling or drawing creation is straightforward. You may not need much help from outside, but when you get into programming for mechanical engineers, that's when you need help. You're not an IT person. You're not trained in programming. These kind of ecosystem really helps. I think the SolidWorks community itself, starting from the help file, it's very detailed. It has examples, and if you have to do further, you post a question in the discussion forums. Someone is going to answer those questions, and that's where the community help. You go anything beyond the standard way of working. You want to do more. There is always someone who has tried out and sitting in some part of the world. They are there to help you. So that makes a big difference.
Yeah. What about you, Umesh?
See, though, being in an ecosystem definitely has got a biggest. See, I would like to tell you one. We had a recent discussion with one of the Airbus senior design experts. They were here to explore how is the manufacturing ecosystem in India developing. We used to work with, even now we work with some of the drawings which are 1964, 75, those ranges. So we asked what's happening, why every industry is evolving, why you people are not coming with a new product. When automobile people can come out with that kind of a changes every 6 months, 3 months, why there is no new aircrafts coming up? Why are you flying in the same thing again and again? He explained very the ecosystem that he spoke about the ecosystem today that they are designing the things because of the geopolitical pull and push and many other political influences. It has not come onto the production line, but otherwise from the design point of view, earlier it used to take minimum 15 years from the concept to the physically aircraft flying. Today it is 2.5 years, because every aspect of the design or major aspect of the design, everybody will be working on the same platform. The guy who fixes up the fuel tube will be exactly knowing what else is coming in his way. That was not the case earlier. So being a collaboration is something, collaborative environment is really good, and it's picking up, and in a way we are also a part of it in a manufacturing way, the field may not be in the design. So yeah, it's very important.
Yeah. Thank you for the insight, Umesh. That gives a lot of input, because like I recollect one of the conversations I had when I was in Bajaj Auto. It used to take around 7 years to come up with a new motorcycle. After when we looking at SDRC and all, they were able to bring it down to 3 years or so. But by the time I moved into, by the way, I'm a mechanical engineer and I write software. So being in an ecosystem and working with the digital connected data helps you to bring down the time. So what is your experience on these lines, Vandar?
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Umesh said, in my first job, when I started working on an aircraft engine program, that was in 2009, and it reached the commercial application, or it started flying in 2016. 7 years, more than 600 engineers working across the globe to make it happen. And out of those 7 years, I think pretty much 2 years went up in certification itself. Because to his point, the reason why it takes it longer, because safety is the biggest concern when it comes to aviation, right? Nobody wants to compromise, and we have too much of redundancies built into the system, which you would not typically do for land-based systems, for that matter. So that was my experience. But as as my career progressed, I've seen an engine program finished in 2 years, right? So you cannot overemphasize the use of all these digital tools and all these softwares compared to, let's say, 30-40 years back. uh, Now we are able to accelerate all this design work only because of these tools that are available and because of the interconnectedness. So as I said, we had more than 600 engineers working across the globe. So what's connecting all of them, right? We are sharing work on a day-to-day basis, and platforms like SolidWorks and other softwares are the biggest enablers there. We couldn't have thought of doing any of these things, few years back.
Awesome.
Just to add one point to this, I think earlier the design team used to be the bottleneck in most companies. That has now shifted to manufacturing, because design happens very fast. It's the actual development of manufacturing, prototypes, testing, that has become the bottleneck now. And it's a good sign that the problem has shifted further down the line. I think more automation and advanced engineering has to be done on the manufacturing side.
So being a manufacturing guy, do you agree, Umesh?
I'm I'm having that burden as we speak. No, he's right. This is a good situation to be. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Lot of pressure.
Yeah, to add to what Matthew was telling, some of the tools, like there are DriveWorks, which is a configurable tool with which you can create designs like this. You really don't have to create a 3D model from scratch all the time. So we have customers who are using designing excavators using the DriveWorks tool, where they can generate designs very quickly. So changing the tracks a little bit, we talked so much about AI today in the since morning, right? I know I have spoken to you, Matthews. I'm picking you first because I know that you have some initiative running within your organization on adoption of AI. So can you share your thoughts on, given your all these stuff that is happening in AI? What do you see as an impact that it's going to have on your business, and what steps that you think that you should be taking to adapt and then improve upon?
Yeah, AI is inevitable, no doubt. I think everyone in the room at some point of time would have definitely taken some steps to embrace this. So what we have started with is on the technical documentation side. We have a lot of brochures, literature. We have converted all of that into AI, right? So no one has to, if you need some information about a product, you don't have to go searching for a document and search the content inside the document. So that part is now simplified. You have a chat bot where you post a question, it searches all the documents, gets the right answer. Probably that's the simplest of all. Now the next step would be to expand that to the core engineering, the actual design process. Now it looks like SolidWorks also is getting into automated drawing creation. So whatever is specific to our industry or our product, we'll have to do our part. I think SolidWorks AI part is getting done. We have to do our part, combine both of it, and pretty much automate everything. I think without AI, many businesses won't survive because you won't get the talent anymore. Uh, Earlier, people used to, you'll get people, engineers who are interested in 3D modeling, drawing creation. You're not going to get it in future. Unless it's automated, you're not going to get good engineers to do designs.
So I'm sure there are many Gen Zs here. How many of the Gen Zs, all of you, any of you, how many of you guys want to do 3D modeling? No one.
AI.
That validates what you're
That was our dream on one point of time when we started our career.
Yeah, that validates your.
So people sometimes get scared of AI, telling AI will take the jobs. But anyway, no one is ready to do that job. AI has to take.
So, in fact, in the morning, I did talk about how you can use AI to leverage all your past data, which is exactly the use case that you talked about. How you can wake up all the data that is sleeping in your computers using AI, and it doesn't require rocket science. And AI SolidWorks is doing something in AI. It can solve some part of the problem, but as an organization, you would have to look at your use cases and how AI is going to play a role
data,
in that.
The
Yes.
business data is what is critical.
Yeah. So, Umesh, you had some significant ideas as well on AI. So, how do you anticipate that to play in your space in aerospace and manufacturing industry?
I would like to give you one. Recently, I was watching one of the clips where in China, a series of kiosks were lined up, and people come over there. They attach those some of the sensors to the basic sensors to their hands and stand in front of that, and it reads the face, it reads the eyes, it gets the basic data. You can also upload your medical background, your like, all the insurance details, all those things. It takes everything in a comprehensive way and prescribes exactly. It throws out the prescription for the people without having anybody in front of them, and it is very accurate. So when AI can, we are only telling AI is just beginning. So when the beginning this can happen, what can happen in the coming days is something very alarming, and we all. I think our generation is very lucky to witness this kind of inflection again and again. So digital transformation, it started from Y2K, from to AI. It's a beautiful transition. In our case, coming to my particular lot of our ecosystem, as far as the material is concerned, raw material is concerned, it comes from various sources. There is a lot of traceability requirement. Every washer we supply, after 30 years, I should be exactly able to tell on who did it, when it was done, from which mill it has procured, what is the hardness value, what is the heat lot number. Everything has to be, if it cannot be supplied in 30 minutes, it is taken for granted data is not there. It is a non-compliance. So we are working on how are we going to manage this variation using a layer of AI on top of that. We have an agency is working on that one, which will find out the trends in all these things and comes out with how do we optimize these things. So there's a ambitious projects going on. Definitely is going to be a point of focus.
I mean, we would definitely want to have a conversation because we are also trying our hands on building some AI models and our own technology that we are looking at building our own things. We'll definitely have a conversation on that.
Sure.
Now that you're having an initiative that is running in your organization. So for Ugandar, for a startup like yours, and what kind of what role do you expect AI to play in?
Well, I think since you said Gen Z and some folks in my age group, we were all hoping that by now we would have something like Jarvis, what Iron Man had in the Avenger movie. Looks like we are a little bit lagging behind on that front. I think once people have seen that, nobody wants to really do conventional CAD drawings, as Sir was pointing out. Uh, one of the challenges that we see right now is with with the conventional way of doing design. Our thinking is all very linear, right? We make a model, we think we'll do some parametric studies, we'll build some DOIs, do some analysis, and come back. In fact, I think in current age, that's to I know it's the backbone of many industries, but I feel like it's slowly getting outdated. In fact, in space and aerospace industry, there are a couple of companies which are focusing on what we call as computational engineering, right? You don't actually start thinking about nuts and bolts. You basically build a model that can throw out the design or multitudes of design with all the constraints that you are giving. And some companies have actually demonstrated that, specifically in trying to build some complex rocket nozzles and thrust chamber assemblies. And I found that very fascinating. So it looks like we are at the cusp of that transition, though I think there's a little bit of catch up to do. But maybe next time when you have the innovation day, maybe we'll have some system like that.
Yeah. So, Matthew, I have a follow-up question on the AI. So you have implemented PDM extensively and all of that. Do you have any plans to have your AI engine work on the PDM data as well?
Yeah, not exactly on PDM, but on automating the assembly and drawing creation. That's what we want. Maybe PDM will feed the data into it. But yeah, that's where we take time, especially the drawings which we send to customers. Those are, we call it general assembly drawings. Those are required in a very short point of view. You give it faster, you get orders faster, right? So that's where we want to automate. That's one key thing, yeah. And also the field service side of things. Right now, we record everything. Any valve that fails at site, we record the whole information, but there is no intelligence behind it, right? If you have AI, I think you can really predict based on data itself. You'll be able to predict what can go wrong where.
Yeah, I was about to ask you a question whether AI is going to take people's job, because in the morning I said, no, it is not going to take people's job. But you have answered that already. AI is not going to take people's job. It's stressing it again, but it's going to enable every engineers to perform their job better. And anyone who don't adapt AI will become obsolete over a period of time, and that's going to happen. So before we've got a few more minutes. So one of the things that I want to ask you, starting with Umesh, is that what is the one piece of advice that you would give to an engineer or someone in the early stage of career, or who wants to start up in getting into building a business or whatever it is? What is what is kind of what do you think they should invest their time on technologies, at solutions, etc.? What will be your suggestion to them?
It's a very basic question you're asking. I would like to say, first he should very keenly listen to his own instincts inside. What is that? What pleases him? Which direction pleases him? That's where he has to start. Any layer or anything which or any external suggestion may not be a long lasting. So first of all, he has to listen to himself first. Once that is clear in his mind, then he has to get into what figure it out, what are the tools or the additives that he has to equip himself to get into those lines, and just close the eyes and immerse. So no shortcuts over there. The basic things remain same. It's only the tools varies.
Yeah. Matthew?
Yeah, I think my suggestion would be to be creative. That's nowadays, I think, missing. You have to get more and more creative. As good engineers, you come with fresh ideas. There is always great value to that. Nothing can beat that. And it has to come from the engineers. You can't expect the management to tell ideas to the engineers. It happens, but it can't beat the ideas coming from the engineers. They have a hands-on experience. The ideas come from the engineers. That goes to a different level, right? So be creative, and then listen to the customers. You get close to the customers directly, listen to the voice of the customer. That's where you'll get, so that you can make sure you're putting your energy on the right projects. Otherwise, you'll be creative, but it's not what the customer wants, right? So you combine these two, you come with very good products.
I would like to add one point to what Matthew said. Of late, I've been observing, it was not the case earlier, but now it's more and more. They come out with the good ideas, young engineers, but they expect it to be immediately taken up and implemented, or they're too enthusiastic. It cannot happen in an organization like that. Every idea cannot be implemented. Even my own ideas cannot be implemented many times in my organization. That's how the system works. So please have patience. Your
There's
ideas.
always a funnel, right? You get 100 ideas, only 2 passes through, right?
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the the pointing out that. Yeah, Ugandar?
Yeah, I mean, because we are an early stage startup, I had the opportunity of interviewing a lot of folks. And one thing I usually give them feedback always is, once you have chosen a field, whether it's engineering or anything else, you need to ensure that throughout your education, you're focusing on getting your fundamentals right. Because once you pass out of college and you're interviewing for startups or MNCs, that's the core thing that everybody is looking for. What is your technical depth? What is your level of understanding of the concepts that you have studied? So I usually say that's the first thing, and the second is your attitude towards work, your work ethics. If you have these two things right, then everything else will fall in place.
Thank you.
I remember one of the statement Mr. Narayan Murthy made in this same context, that whether you like your company or not, whether you like your boss or not, please don't dislike your profession. So as long as you like your profession, many things gets lined up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So the next one is a rapid fire question. You have to answer very, very quickly what comes to your mind first, right? Your relationship with SolidWorks. Love at first sight, love after marriage and getting used to the software.
Second one.
Matthew?
I think love at first sight.
Love at first sight. Gandhar?
Same here.
Same?
Love at first sight.
We have our Beacon founder, MD Varakumar, was here. For him also, it was love at first sight. He keeps on telling that the day he saw the demo of SolidWorks, for 7 days he couldn't sleep, that he couldn't imagine that a 3D modeling can be done on a computer with such a very, very low levels of memory and all of that, because at that time it used to be running on Unix boxes. You need big Unix boxes to do the job. So you are the seasoned professional. So design is more important than marketing. Agree or disagree?
No.
You disagree?
Disagree. I've seen many substandard products also getting sold very comfortably. Marketing is important.
Very nice. Matthew?
There's no third option, right? Equally important?
No, only two.
Then design is more important.
Design is more important.
Yeah, I would say design is more important.
Because we had a similar panel discussion in Pune, right? One of them is an entrepreneur, the other one is from a large corporation. Everybody said design is the important thing. You are the first one to say marketing is important,
No,
which is
sometimes,
true.
just to add a point to that, if the design is very good, the customers themselves will do the marketing for you. I've seen that happening.
We should have a panel discussion between you two separately. We will do that one of these days. So all of you deal with mechanical, electrical components and all of that in your work. So which is harder, mechanical design or electrical design?
I would like to pause this. I'm not a designer.
I'm a mechanical engineer. I find mechanical engineering easy.
Yeah, I don't think there is a straight answer, because our system need both of them. It won't work without either missing.
Which one is harder? That is the question.
I think they're but they're equally important at this point of time. It's like the brain versus the heart kind of issue. So we can't really pick and choose on that.
Left eye or right eye.
Yeah.
So simulation or physical testing, where do you place your trust?
I would like to place in simulation.
Simulation?
course, why is that you can put so many things other than the practical, which can happen in the future also, you can put in the simulation. Not practically, it is very difficult to create all those things. Simulation.
I think our Anjan Sarkar will be very, very happy to hear this. He looks after simulation business for Beacon. Matthew?
Yeah, our industry, physical testing.
Physical testing.
Straight away, yeah. Customers also won't accept the simulation results.
Okay. But you do some sample testing, right? You don't test everything.
We do a lot of simulation. We are preparing the data we do physical simulation and physical testing and simulation, compare the results. But we have till now, we have not been able to arrive on a pattern. We find differences all the time. So we still, before launching a product, definitely we need to have some physical testing. But
I would like to say it's a to and fro. Do the design, check it, do the design, then simulate, put all those
absolutely. Yeah. So during design stage, a lot of simulations, but before we launch it, we definitely need the physical testing. We can't bypass that as of now, but maybe it will evolve better in the coming years. We are hoping for that. It can save a lot of time, a lot of cost.
Yeah, for us, physical testing is the ultimate truth. But in my experience, I've seen that, especially with FAA, for example, some of the tests that they had mandated, physical tests, were replaced through simulation, because some of those simulations had reached that level of maturity. They said there is no need to do a physical test. So it goes hand in hand. But at this point of time in our journey, I think the physical testing is the ultimate truth.
I think one of the points that I would want to make on this is there are certain things for which simulation is more than enough to take a leap of faith. But there are mission critical parts where you just cannot take that leap of faith, and you have to have some physical testing to be done. So when you are designing, do you design for cost or design for quality? The first priority is not about having both. What will be your first priority when you're doing a design? What do you consider as the first one? Let's start with you, Umesh.
Purpose.
Purpose. Okay.
Everything is built around that purpose.
Okay. Matthew?
Yeah, again, you can't pick both, right? So, so design for cost.
Yeah, for us right now, quality is paramount. So there's no compromise on that.
So data management or project management, these two are, even though they are data, but they are a little different. So for an organization like yours, what should be the first priority?
For us, it is project management.
How long does your projects run? This because you get a project and you run it for 2 months, 3 months, like that?
No, it's for it is ongoing.
Okay. Matthew?
Did you say data or product or project management?
Data management, project management.
Project management. Yeah.
Project management. Ugandhar?
Yeah, it's project management for us as well. Being a small company, data is not an issue right now for us.
Okay.
Look, at least one of the point we coincided.
That's like a unanimous vote, project management, right? By the way, 3D Experience has got a project planner, which is a role which you can leverage to manage your projects on the cloud. So if you have to automate the choice between bill of materials and automate drawings, what will be your first choice? Bill of materials, automatically generate the bill of materials, automatically generate drawings. Which one brings more value to you?
In our case, it is drawings.
Drawings.
Because we are not into big assemblies, it's manufacturing. So drawings makes a difference for us.
For us also drawings.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of them. It's drawings for us.
Okay, now we are getting into unanimous territory. So the final question, final takeaway. For someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, all of you are C-level executives, someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, right? What would be your suggestion on the investment on the technology, or what would be your suggestion for somebody who wants to be an entrepreneur? If he's got X amount of money, what should he invest on?
I would strongly, I have done it. One should invest on himself first. He has to equip himself in the best possible way, irrespective of all other things. He has to invest on himself.
Yeah, I think regardless of the industry, it's somewhat connected to what he told. It's investing in people. That even our CEO, if you listen to him, that's what he says first. Bray, invest in people. I think that makes a big difference. I think the technology doesn't matter. If people are good, it's a success.
Ugandar?
Yeah, I would say having a clear vision is very important. If you have that, a long-term vision, it's easy to start building in steps. So I think that's what I would try to recommend to anybody who's trying to get into building a startup also.
Okay. So we can take a couple of questions from the audience. If anyone has got a question, can.
Hey, this is Dr. Mohan. I'm from TCS. I also have a lot of those problem right now. We are also going into the AI domain. I also feel I'm a mechanical engineer as well. Unless we touch, feel, get the scent of oil and grease, that's what I feel. But the problem what we are seeing right now in this is no company is going to share their own proprietary data. So AI can just hallucinate or rotate in between that data. It cannot be generalized. That's what we are seeing. So how AI can help in making more democratized in design, because no proprietary data, I think you are working for two companies. I don't think even Airbus data can be shared with Boeing, or in the sense do anything other than passing on their own.
Forget data, they don't want to see each other.
Exactly. So exactly in that case, how we are saying about AI, how it will help in future.
In my view, as we go deeper, AI will be built on their own ecosystems. That's where the everybody is working on. Even they are also proprietary. Whatever the tools they build on top of that. So definitely, it's going to be, except the general ones, maybe a legal advisor or a medical advisor kind of thing. Core technical AI, whatever they are building, is going to be within their environment.
Can I add to what Umesh was saying? It depends on how AI depends on data. Hallucination happens because you don't have the right kind of data to cover the use cases. So some of the customers of ours who have got 20 years of data. So if you are able to build a AI engine which uses the right kind of technology, you can reduce the hallucination to a large extent. But it requires effort, fine tuning the mechanism with which they chunk the data and build the RAG model. It depends to a large extent on that. We can take one more question. Yes.
To adopt AI and green products in future for sustainability, lot of new materials and processes have to be developed. How it can be, because the technology is continuously changing and rapidly galloping further. How to catch up with that to develop green products plus adaptation of AI from the present? Is there a way to reduce that time?
If I may, so since you pointed out about materials, I think there are a few startups which are trying to use AI to develop new materials. Like if you see some of these special alloys that get used in aviation industry, most of that is proprietary information. But let's say you are trying to build a new alloy. How do you do it, right? You can't keep doing trial and error and physical testing, because some of them require long hours and months of accelerated testing. So I know there are a few startups which are already focusing in that area, where they build these models that can predict the properties of materials. If you feed in certain composition and other details, so they can see the performance of those combinations upfront, and then decide which is the right material that should be made for a certain application. So we are already seeing some of that happening, in industry at this point of time. So I think in India itself, we have like 2 or 3 startups which are focusing on those areas right now. So you are seeing more and more adoption of AI in some of those sectors already.
Thank you.
Okay. This is final question. We have to continue with the session. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is that now everybody is saying about the AI. See, like when we go back for 30, 40 years back, the engineers and the environment where we used to work will be having a fundamental knowledge of science. As we moved on, what is happening? We got into a slavery kind with a lot of tools like Excel and all like this in AI also. If we get into the just giving like some sort of questionnaire and then it throws out some solution, how do we validate? Is there any infant mortality in AI wherein we can just cannot blindly trust? There should be a factor of safety. Otherwise, whatever the designs that we may do, you will have a problem to the customer. So this is my question.
Who wants to take that question? Matthew?
I think if you're asking, can we blindly go by AI? Definitely no. There should be a human brain behind the AI or validating what comes out of AI. That's what I feel. But I can hope that, but people will be forced to go fully by AI. That's the risk that we have.
Wherever the risk is not there, they're using AI, like what we saw, generating a drawing which is a mundane this thing that will give a productivity. That's good. But wherever my simulation analysis, where factor of safety is involved, there probably there is a human intervention or a knowledge is required to judge what is the whatever AI is throwing the results.
So one point I would make on that, right? In the morning session, I talked about industry knowledge, which is all your standards, design standards, and all of that. If you have to make a choice of material, you wouldn't have to go through like volumes and volumes of reams and reams of documents. You can ask AI, I want to have like a soundproof glass for a sound level of more than 80 decibel or 100 decibel, whatever be the case. And then it can tell you these are all the materials which can potentially match your criteria. You can ask more questions saying that, can you tell me the most cost effective one? It can tell you that. So those are all the areas where it can potentially help. If you rely totally on AI to do your design, it is going to cause more problems than actually solving them. There has to be some amount of manual intervention. I tend to disagree a little bit with what Matthew you're saying, but that is essentially the way we see that. Now, that's the last question. We are pretty much running behind you. Thank you so much for the questions. So with that, I hope this session was very insightful, rather than one-way conversation that you have been hearing since morning. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for taking time from your busy schedule to come down and then share your thoughts on these areas, which could be very, very useful for all the attendees. Thank you, Umesh. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Yugandhar.
Well, that was a very interesting panel discussion, everybody. So right now we have a small token of appreciation for our distinguished panelists. Yes. I request Naina sir to kindly present the token of appreciation for Mr. Umesh, co-founder and old-time director, CIM Tools. With the biggest round of applause, let's thank all our panelists for sharing their strong vision and powerful insights. We have Mr. Umesh, co-founder and old-time director, CIM Tools, Mr. Matthew Verghese, Vice President of Engineering Brave Controls India, and Mr. Ugandhar Reddy K, co-founder and CTO. Thank you so very much. And Naina sir, thank you so very much. You have brilliantly moderated the session. So once again, a biggest round of applause, everybody. Thank you so very much. So our panelists have beautifully explained about how data, AI, technology, and innovation will shape the industries and also power the future of India, everybody.
So, next session is going to be quite interesting. I'm quite excited to introduce a good friend of mine, an old friend of mine, who also happens to be the founder of Beacon, Varakumar. So he's here. He has been associated, me and him have been associated with SolidWorks for many, many years. We go back a long way. So he's the founder of Beacon. He's the guy who couldn't sleep for 7 days. So you can ask him. He's here to share his story and association with SolidWorks. And I'm pleased to invite Varakumar to the stage. Thank you, Vara, for coming here. Thanks, Vara.
Thank you, Nainer. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I don't know what exactly the time. I'm actually very, very excited coming onto the table, onto the stage. Almost after 12 and a half years, I'm actually addressing anyone, and I'm actually on stage of any sort. I'm actually holding a mic. I'm actually not in active professional life, but I really have a wonderful story because this is 30 years of SolidWorks. I really thought I should probably share this story about SolidWorks in India. It's not Beacon with SolidWorks or what you call SolidWorks, how it started as a startup company or whatsoever. There is a story of SolidWorks in India that I really wanted to share with you. And kindly excuse me in case if I get some amount of stage fear or whatever, because I'm really far away from all possible professional engagements for very, very long time. In 1995, August 7th, I came to Bangalore city for the first ever time from a small town called Kadapa. I was actually a faculty member for CAD software system in Kadapa, and I was actually completing my AMI at that point of time. I think I was about a 23-year-old. I came to Bangalore to Taj MG Road to attend Windows 95 launch for the first ever time launch in India by Mr. Pradeep Nair. That is the first ever time my visit to a city called Bangalore. In fact, that is the first ever time visit to any city outside my small town. And that was the time that I have actually seen the 32-bit operating system capabilities and multitasking, object-oriented programming, embedded systems. I was actually sort of blown because we were working on operating systems like Unix and DOS, which are very, very complex and then always very, very restricted to working only on certain areas. Coincidentally, in less than about a month of time, that is 1st September, I have joined with one of the largest CAD product companies as a technical support executive. I don't need to tell you the name, the company which always says that if God has not created it, we will create it. That's what the company keeps saying even today. They are the largest 2D CAD product system in the world. I joined them in Pune and I started training the people across India. That was a fantastic profession. I mean, first ever time in my life traveling every single night and training people. Probably every one of them are about 15, 20 years elder to me. People who are scientists in DRDO laboratories, people who are scientists in many corporates like Kinetic Engineering, corporates like Thermax. I don't really remember how many number of trainings I have done. But every single place, wherever I go, I am actually training people how to probably use CAD systems better than using their drawing boards. That was the kind of agenda I had. It is the year 1995 as again talking to you. And then very, very quickly, I mean, God is kind to me, maybe, probably, luck was very, very good. But of course, I should never believe in luck, and nobody should ever believe in luck. Very, very soon, I actually went on to become technical manager for the company. I mean, it's not technical manager, it's called Technical Resource Center, which is responsible for evaluation of all the new products and also training of all the corporate customers. In December 1995, I don't know how many of you actually remember these time dates, whatever I'm talking to you. How many dinosaurs are here like me who actually remember the kind of products like computer vision, Euclid, SDRC ideas, or CATIA V4, or command kind of products. I have worked on almost all the systems because I'm a design engineer from 1991. We have launched a product called Mechanical Desktop in Windsor Manor in Bangalore, and then I started working on something called parametric based 3D modeling system on a desktop, which is worse than nightmare. In fact, I feel ashamed that I have trained so many companies on mechanical desktop that doesn't actually work. And then I was trying to tell them that this is going to be the future and this is where it is going to work. So this is a small bit of history about me and my actually psychological condition, what is actually going on in my mind, hundreds of interactions with my customers, hundreds of interactions in my product launch programs, and working with the various cities, working with the various people who are all much higher qualified than me, much higher intelligence, and of course much higher resourceful than me. Then in September 1996, one of my colleagues who resigned from from the company where I was working, he called me for a dinner and he showed me SolidWorks. That was probably in second week of September. He wanted to start a company which is into IT services. He wants to make it very big. He wanted to be among the top 3 companies like TCS or Infosys or Wipro. That was the only motto he had. They have happened to meet a startup company called SolidWorks Corporation from Boston, and they were actually trying to pitching in Indian services for quality testing of the product and developing third-party solutions for SolidWorks. That point of time, SolidWorks was only less than 8 months old after their first launch. Their first launch happened in December 1995. First launch of SolidWorks, I really hope you guys know the history of SolidWorks. The first launch of SolidWorks 95, was only part modeling. It didn't have assembly modeling. It didn't have detailing. It was just part modeling on Windows 95 platform. And it was so fun, so much amount of fun to see the product. It was working on 16 MB RAM personal computers, and personal computers were never believed to do more than anything called word processing. And then actually, after working on the system on which I worked is SolidWorks 96. It allowed me to do assembly modeling. It allowed me to do detailing. And for the next 7 days, I was actually mad. I have no idea what actually I have seen. I never happened to see something which will allow me to work with other applications like Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word. I can cut and paste data from one document to the other document. I can automatically generate what you call bill of materials and whatever be the 3D modeling that I was doing. In fact, I never happened to work on Sun Solaris workstations. I never happened to work on IBM workstations, the speed at which I was working on a basic personal computer. For the next 7 days, you can't even believe what happened. I don't think I slept even for a minute. I was working in those days. There used to be something called internet cafes. You used to pay something like about 50 rupees per hour. And I was actually paying almost 18 hours a day just surfing the data and reading about SolidWorks. I came across so many white papers that says how SolidWorks changed the Silicon Valley in the California. And then I read about the founders of SolidWorks, Mr. John Herstick, Mr. John McElhenney, Mr. Michael Payne, and Mr. Vic Leventhal, and their vision statements. Incredible. Do you know, any one of you can probably tell me the mission of SolidWorks when they started? There is a lot of meaning to that. Anybody who is here probably for the past 25 years using SolidWorks? The mission of SolidWorks is to provide power of solid modeling to every engineer's desktop. This statement, if I am talking to you, if I talk to you, guys, all of you are worried about AI, you are worried about, simulation, you are worried about computational fluid dynamics, acoustics, and things like that. You may not even understand what I'm talking to you. But in 1995, 1996, that is the year which can be compared to the year when electricity is found. That is the year that can be compared to internet is found. That is the year when Intel came up with a processor called Pentium. Windows came up with a operating system called Windows 95. NVIDIA came up with the graphics cards, and SolidWorks Corporation came up with the first Windows-based 3D modeling system. And the change that has brought into mechanical engineer's life, it is not small, it is huge. And then the founders of SolidWorks said that they will never ever let any of the companies, any of the designers forced to use every single thing like simulation, PDM, manufacturing. They said each one of the products, like for example, manufacturing, you have the best of the class 3-axis to 5-axis simultaneous machining solutions. In simulation, you have best of the class structural engineering or whatever be the kind of applications you have. They said that every user has a choice to use whatever be the simulation system they want to use, whatever be the CAM application they wanted to use, and whatever be the system that they wanted to use. SolidWorks integrates with every one of them. They said that SolidWorks data can be taken seamlessly into any of the softwares with the cleanest of possible data translators, and I have tested it myself. Believe it or not, that day I was completely out of my mind. I think in 1996, I was about 24, 25. I decided that I am actually going to make this change in my life. I don't know whom to contact. I mean, I don't know where is SolidWorks Corporation, or I don't know. I mean, those days making an STD call used to cost us about 180 rupees per minute. And you don't know the contact numbers. There was no internet. There were no mobile numbers. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I went back to my friend and I told my friend whether he is going to start selling SolidWorks. He said he is not interested, but he has already got the opportunity to be distributed in India. I requested him to give me exclusive selling opportunity to in entire South India. I said, I'll start the business. I didn't even have 1,000 rupees bank balance. And all that I had is that, I mean, I'm still actually enjoying my life working with the corporate, talking to a lot of engineers, talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, talking to a lot of what you call people, learning every single day. That was not the age. It is not like 2025 where any Tom, Dick and Harry can be a startup. You have venture capital funding, you have banks offering you support. That is not the kind of age. But I have taken a decision that I'm going to set up and start selling SolidWorks. And people never heard that product name anywhere in the Asia Pacific. Forget about India. There was no company in Asia Pacific that signed to sell SolidWorks. When I came back to Hyderabad, I met some of my friends. I requested them to fund me. They said that they will take care of me. I had, of course, a couple of credit cards. I started my journey. And I think in Hyderabad, I mean, I have taken a desktop. Thankfully, my friend and who went on to become my boss in Pune, he helped me with the software. The CD, if you install SolidWorks, it works for 30 days without any problems, without having hardware lock, without having registry code. And then I started demonstrating in Hyderabad every single DRDO labs, DRDL, DLRL, DMRL, RCA, DFRL, Mecon, BHL. There is not a single company that I have left, even HAL Hyderabad. In less than about 45 days, I think I did more than about 200 demos. Not a joke. Absolutely not a joke. I had no other employee. All by myself, one bike, hold the desktop, my own desktop, go to each and every single company, demonstrate, challenge them, tell them, ask them if they can actually make my product crash. I used to tell them, you tell me what should I do? I can do the sweeps along with the C0 curvature. I hope you understand what is the meaning of sweep, what is the meaning of loft, and what is the meaning of lofting multiple surfaces. I have done all that. And then the people started asking me questions, where will you do simulation? I started demonstrating Cosmos Works. Then they asked me, where will you do CAM? I started demonstrating SurfCam 5-axis. All that without having anything called company name. The company that I was representing called Engineers Care Center, that is owned by my friend. And then they were all very empathetic. Everybody wanted to buy SolidWorks, but then they all had doubts because nobody wanted to be the first timer investing in SolidWorks. And that was the time I thought probably I will go to Bengaluru, because several people whomever I met in the campuses, they said that I should demonstrate the products like that in Bangalore, because Bangalore is a city that is always a city that is always welcomes engineering. The most beautiful moment of my life, I'm so proud, because moment I walked in here, I'm coming to Innovation Day after 7 years. I mean, I'm actually not participating in any of the public events. I'm away from all the public eye. I'm away from all possible networking events. Today, when I walked in, and I have a friend from National Aerospace Laboratory is asking me, why did you come to our lab on that particular day? I'm actually answering him right now. I took a bus called Kama Travels in Hyderabad, got down Lal Bagh Westgate. I just inquired for a hotel nearby. They said that in Minerva Circle there is something called Hotel Kamath. I took Hotel Kamath, paying about 160 rupees per day. I asked for telephone directory. That is what all we had, right? I hope you all remember about get it yellow pages, right? And then if you remember, there are blue pages end of the directory. Do you any of you remember what those blue pages actually stand for? Anybody can answer me? Government offices, central government offices, to be very precise. Central government offices. I took that, stood in a STD ISP booth, started making local calls, and I called up I called up Bharat Electronics Limited, I called up HL, I called up NL, everyone whoever, whatever the number is there. And then I called up one great gentleman called Dr. Egna Narayanan. He is the head of the department for Civil Aircraft Division. I have no idea what is actually playing. He picked up the call, not his secretary. And I told him, sir, do you like to see the future of CAD, or future of the engineering, future of design? He said that, a lot of sales guys keep talking. I said, sir, for once, allow your entire thinking to change. He said, come over. That was my first time. That is the first ever time I was actually stepping out of my hotel in Bangalore. I have taken an ambassador car paying about 600 bucks. I took my desktop, and this facility is actually in a place called Wind Tunnel Road. I request Mr. Vasu. Mr. Vasu is here from NL. Mr. Vasu, can you kindly be here? So all their question is that, how did you find out this facility? Is because it is inside the forest. It is not NL, which is on the old airport road. It is inside the forest. And I went and met Dr. Egna Narayanan, and then Dr. Egna Narayanan said that I don't have any time. Sir, I will just request you, please be here. I requested Dr. Egna Narayanan for the demo. He said that, see, you just called up, you wanted time, I gave you time, but I don't have any interest to look at any CAD/CAM products. If anybody is interested in the campus, show them. I went out. You can see my picture, right? I was the head of entire India sales manager. That is my picture. He is the technical director for Asia Pacific, Mr. Sean Manjanas. That time, we were number one in the Asia, selling highest number of SolidWorks. Date stamp also, you can see, it is the 23rd December 1997. And whatever I am explaining you is exactly about a year before. And then I met Dr. S.N. Seshadri. He asked me, I told him, sir, do you like to see future of CAD, future of the way the mechanical engineering design is going to happen? He gave me like about 10 seconds. He gave me a stare. He said, how do you compare with mechanical desktop? So what do you know, Mr. Vasu? What did I tell him?
He said, how can you compare Boeing with the Bullock cart? That was a statement he gave, comparing like a Boeing to Bullock cart. And later this message was, our boss told us, he is telling like that, so whether it is true, so let us see. So that statement, I don't know, it has got a very powerful impact.
I just told him, when he said, how do you compare mechanical desktop with SolidWorks? And nobody in India heard about SolidWorks. There is not a single user of SolidWorks anywhere in India. And I boldly told him, you cannot compare Bullock cart with the Boeing 747. And he is the head of the department for Wind Tunnel Center. He was about to sign a purchase order for 4 licenses of a mechanical desktop. He was irritated. He was angry. He was He never really liked my answer because that is how I used to look at. In fact, that is 1 year afterwards. That is 1 year afterwards. He said he is going to give me 15 minutes time. He called up the head of the CAD-CAM CA division, Dr. Dorai Swami. They had dozens of CATIA V4 licenses, dozens of CATIA V4. And they also had SDRC licenses. They only had CAD licenses on Unix platform. They said that they will give me a monitor. I have to get connected. 5 minutes is what they gave me. They asked me to demonstrate. My demo started at 2:30 in the afternoon and demo went on for 2 hours. Afterwards, Dr. Seshadri told me, I am not a user. I head the department called Internal Center. You come over tomorrow to my office. This is not my premises. I just came here to meet a friend of mine. I went to his office, I demonstrated, and this is the division. The division name is called NTAF. NTAF is a division.
National Trisonic Aerodynamic Facility.
Yes. Then they asked me, show me the finite element analysis. I demonstrated them every single thing. They asked me to cut the component on SurfCam. I have taken the program, whatever the component they give me, I cut the model. On that day, there was not a single employee and there was no company. In fact, the biggest challenge is that if they have to call me, there is no way they can call me. There is no address. I only have to call them. They decided to give me a purchase order for $50,000. And I didn't have that money. And that's my first order. That's the first ever purchase order in India. First ever commercial purchase order, rather. And nobody in Dassault Systems knows about it. Nobody in SolidWorks Corporation knows about it. There was no reseller in India at that point of time. The funniest part is that the person, whoever said that I can sell across South India, I don't even know whether he was an official reseller or not. And then I called them and I told my boss that, I mean, these guys are giving me 50,000 US dollars. It is in 1996 December. Trust me, I would have bought 2 acres of land in Jayanagar at that time for that money. Okay. And there is so much to probably talk about it. I mean, how NAL helped me. But next year of time, I sold, I wanted to also tell you this story. I conducted interviews in Chandrika Hotel upstate in a small toy store. I picked up some of the finest people from Bangalore, people like Suresh Naik, Mr. Gnaneshwar, Mr. Padma Prasad, and Mr. Paramveer Singh. All these kids joined me for 2,000 rupees. I should not call them kids. They are actually elder to me, at least by 1 or 2 years actually. All of them are mechanical engineers. They joined me. They were as foolish, as crazy, as mad as me. In 1997, one single year, in Hyderabad DRDO labs alone, we sold more than 140 licenses. In entire Asia Pacific, there was no other country that sold more SolidWorks licenses than us. But the funny part is that SolidWorks Corporation questioned first ever time when they heard about the order from India, said, which part of the world, which continent India stays? They had no idea. And this is something that I directly heard from the founders of SolidWorks. And I'm so proud of it. Of course, what is the reward I got? March, my friends asked me to get out. So I went out and went back to Hyderabad to sleep because I didn't sleep for long. That is in 1997. April, my friend asked me to come and join him as a country head. And before I was even 26, I became a country head of whatever, selling SolidWorks for a reseller. And till 1999, before they realized that I'm too young to manage a lot of people, like about 50, 60 people, they asked me to go out. But then when I came back in 2002, again SolidWorks was waiting for me. They gave me an opportunity to be a reseller. We started a company called Beacon. Of course, we never had ability in terms of money to work with any government labs in 2002 because it all needs about payment terms and things like that. We decided to serve only SMEs and the industries who could probably help us. Phenomenal opportunities we got, thousands of customers, and there is not a single customer who said no to us unless they have got something called legacy. I truly and sincerely remain thankful to Bangalore. I truly and sincerely remain thankful to every single company who believed in me and who can believe that kind of a guy? I don't really think so. If somebody like that comes to me, I don't even believe I'll even give him application for credit card also actually. But the people have invested, if not crores, they have given me lakhs of rupees. and the orders that I have closed are not small. And then I decided in 2013 to move away, and Beacon is now with the real right people. This is the small story. There's so many what you call things that are like changes, but because it is time, everybody is talking about 30 years of SolidWorks. I just thought how SolidWorks entered into India. SolidWorks made entry into India, become successful, become de facto standard as a choice, the first choice by the industry. First started from SMEs, started from DRDO labs, and it went to, in fact, 1997, starting from VSSC in Thiruvananthapuram, NPOL in Cochin, BPL in Palakkad, there is not a single place I have not sold. Almost every night I was in a bus or overnight train. Every day morning I was doing demos. That is a year that made me, and I'm very, very happy, settled in Bangalore, married. In fact, every single thing for me today is Bangalore. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. So that was the inspiring story of our CEO of Bacon, everybody, the founder of Bacon. Let's once again give it up. A big round of applause, everyone. From humble beginnings to becoming one of the most trusted and reputed company, Bacon has come long way. So right now, yes, I want everyone to clap. Let's do some clapping session so that the stage is set for the next power pack session. Can we all raise our hand, everybody? Just one hand. And meanwhile, I request our team to kindly set the stage for the next power pack session. Yes, one hand. The left hand. I want everyone to just use your little finger and clap louder. Come on, everybody. Can we all clap louder? Just the little finger of other hand and just clap loudest as you can. Let's do it. Come on, people in the back. Can I hear some claps? Girls, boys, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Now let's use two fingers and clap as loudest as you can. Can we hear everyone? Are you tired? The sessions are so interesting, right? Now three fingers. Louder, come on. Now four. Let me hear. All of you making some noise. And finally, five, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So welcome back, everybody. It's time. There's so many important and special sessions. Are you ready? Are you all ready? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time to shift the gear and have some fun. Get ready for next exciting segment, which is quiz time, quest for modeling mavericks. This interactive quiz will test your knowledge, speed, and also creativity around SolidWorks and design innovation. And leading the session is none other than Mr. Arun Stevenson, who is set to find out who among you are the true modeling mavericks. And also joining him, we also have Mr. Puneet. Please put your hands together and let's welcome them on the stage, please. It's going to be a fun, interactive session.
All right, I'm back again, but not with macroeconomics any longer. So probably we'll have a lot of fun, and we will probably test your knowledge. Of course, you are all genius, no doubt about it. I think you will all answer it well. But the catch here is the fastest finger first. So whoever answers first, they will be the number one. So let us see who will answer first in the audience. And you have seen, the fastest animal ever in the universe is peregrine falcon, not cheetah. Peregrine falcon, which dives in the sky at a speed of 390 kilometers per hour, right? Then cheetah 120 kilometers. Then if you see human being, it's Usain Bolt. So we will see who will be Peregrine Falcon today, right? All right. So Puneet, we are ready. All right.
So once the quiz is over, the top three winners will get a token of appreciation. And so please make sure you all scan the QR code, which will come in the next slide. Take part in the quiz.
All right. So some etiquettes. You need to scan the QR code here, and then enter your right name, right? Because when we call the name of the first winner, it should not be like, it should, you should not be blinking, entering a wrong name or your nickname or any other name. So you enter your right name, and then you can start. They can as well enter the code, right, Puneet? Yeah. So I'll move this side. I want everyone to participate in this. So you have to just press the button there. So we will know the count. Right now it is 240, 257, 260, right? Great. Absolutely. But we have more numbers here. We know the count. So we'll give another 2 minutes, or we should start. All right, another minute. Yeah. All right, so we'll start. Here is the first question. Remember, it is fastest finger first. Peregrine Falcon. Okay. In which year was SolidWorks founded? Question number 1. In which year SolidWorks was founded? You have just heard the answer. You have just heard the answer from the previous speaker. Now you have to answer it in your system. All right. So we have a massive. Who is the fastest finger first then? Oh. What is this? It's coming like this?
So this is the leaderboard.
Okay. Names are not coming? Names?
Yeah, I think they would have entered in that fashion.
No one has entered your names.
So you all would have. Are these your nicknames by any chance?
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಪ್ಷನ್.
All right. Oh, there was no option for the names? Okay. That's okay. Just give me a second.
Then who is Oat Goat? Who is Bill? Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think there is some system error. So we will reset, and you will have to scan the code again, and then there will be an option to enter your name, and then we'll go after it.
Just clear all your browsers. Close the window if it's open. All right.
So now please confirm if name is coming.
Yeah. Is it working right? Just make sure when you scan this, there has to be option to enter your name.
Still, it's not coming. Yeah. Can I do it? 1 second.
Hold on. I'll just change that bit. It's okay. It's okay. That's no problem.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, are you able to log in or tap your username?
Just give us a second. I think there is due to some technical glitch, we are not able to capture the names. No, they don't have to take me from. They don't have to take me. Alright. Now it should work. Yeah, can you just scan this QR code, please? Timmy, if you can zoom this QR code.
It's coming.
So, are you
You
able
can
to
enter your name.
enter your name? Give me the phone. All right. I think that should not be the case. Google it is coming. Okay. See, it should come like that actually.
Now it's coming. Now it's coming.
Coming? All right.
Now it's coming.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming. All right. So sorry for the technical glitch. So we'll continue with the session.
Yeah, how many players ready?
Yeah, we can start with the questions. You want the QR code once again? All right. We'll just go back. Can you zoom it? And it's okay. Only the first question was there.
All right. So you please scan this QR code and enter your name. Yes. I mean, if you have entered, it's fine.
Those who already did the scanning, you don't have to do it again.
Those who have not done it,
Yeah, I think we see around 360, nearly 370 people. No, if you already entered, then that should be good. All right.
so we'll go for the first question. No,
So
it's
this
already
was already
answered.
answered. We'll go to the next question. All right, let's start with this question now. First, ignore ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
So AI in SolidWorks works on following taxonomy explained today. Automate, assist, co-create, all of the above. So 5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. All of the above. Very good. So who is fastest finger first? Oh, Kalai, Vani, Karthik Murugan, and Akshay Billur. Are they there here?
Now they're still leading the leaderboard.
Oh, Nishant is the fastest. Karthik Murugan.
Good.
All right. Are they here? Or these are all like standard fake names? No, right? You're all
So
here, right?
make sure the leaderboard names has to be here to come and collect the awards.
Okay. So let us go to the next question. The next question is, custom properties can now reference custom list items. Which one not part of custom list items? All right. So 15 seconds to go. Now let us see whether Nishant will continue to be leading or someone else will replace him. Right? So here it is.
It's a close call.
It's a very, very close call. All right, between description and density, we'll see who will win. Where is Nishant now? Where is Prajwal? All right. So, all right. So, Nishant, where is
Still the
Nishant?
fastest.
Okay. You are still leading. Very
Let's go to
good.
next
Good going.
question.
Prajwal HB was in second place
Yeah, he
previously.
was.
All right. So, all three are there.
Let's go to next question.
Let us go to the next question. So, the next question is here. For arranging and organizing the balloons, magnetic line features introduced back in when? In which version it was introduced? You have 15 seconds to answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let us see. Oh my God. All close. So those who are using 2013, they have written as 2013 maybe. Huh? Is it that way?
So
All right. So let us see who is leading now. Oh,
Abhishek.
where is Nishant?
Nishant has moved to
Oh,
first position.
Abhishek, Kaushik, Hola Hop. Very good. Excellent, excellent going, excellent going. Now the competition is all the more fierce. Okay. So new guys have replaced the old guys now. Okay, let us see the next question. Be alert, understand the question, and move your fingers fast. Right? So new document property option provided for surface finish symbols conforming to the following standard. So here are the standards there. So let us see who will answer it right and fast. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh,
94. Wow.
94. All right. 83, 62. So let us see. Let us see who it is. All right. Kaushik. Kaushik, Harish, Alok Prakash. Oh my God. Every result, we are seeing new names. All right. Where is, okay, next question. Sixth question. What is the question? In SolidWorks 2026, UX or import includes following topics. Import models as background process, weaving dismissed messages, rebuild performance, improved selection filters, all of the above. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't Google, don't call anyone. There is no time to seek answer from any. All right, all of the above. So that is easy option, right? All of the above. That's the easy one. Huh? There, yeah, damn sure it will be right. All right. So let us see. Who is leading now? After how many? 7 questions, right?
Harish 3SP.
Harish 3SP. This name was cropping last time, but now again it has come. Alok Prakash. The old names have vanished already. Okay. So let us see the next question. 7th question, right?
Yes.
7th question. What is the question? In 2026 version of SolidWorks, a new enhancement is support for distributed remote loads on. So these are the possible answers. So there is no all of the above here. You need to answer the right one, right? So please do it. Time is getting over. 4, 3, 2, 1, done. Wow, good. At least now there is one weightage here.
Which shows you all were tentative in today's session.
Yeah, good. So let us see who is first now. All right, Alok Prakash.
Alok
Good,
Prakash.
good. Consistent. He is being in the top 3 for some time now. All right, good. So let us see the next question. Eighth question. Eighth question. What is the question now? What is the factor of safety, FOS, in a stress analysis? All the analysis people have to answer. The answers are, possible answers are here. So let us see who will answer first. Six, four, three, two, one, up. Wow, distributed answer. All right, so let us see who is first. Who is first in this answer? Wow, Alok Prakash is still there in number 3. All right, Prajwal HB was there. Okay, he's coming up. Ashwin CP is the fastest. Okay, let us see the next question. Are you all enjoying it? Yes, good. What does the term gate refer to in plastic injection molding? All right, so the possible answers are displayed here. Please give the right answer. We will have to run the KBC sound at the back end. Fastest finger first. All right. Wow. One answer is solid here. So let us see whether it is right and who is first in that. Okay. Who is first? Oh, all new names. Oh
sir,
my God.
We have.
All
new
right,
names.
Ashwin CP. Good. Next question. 10th question. So please be attentive. We have only few questions left and you will be judged who is the number 1, number 2, number 3. All right. So in SolidWorks Manage 2026, a new compare option has been added. What does this option enable? So the answer, possible answers are displayed here. 4 options. Give the right answer and it should be fastest. 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. All right. So compare. One solid answer. I hope it is right.
Let's look at the leaderboard.
So who is first? Who is first? Who is first? Oh, Ashwin CP. Very good. Consistent. New names there. Second and third. Where is Nishant? Okay, I don't know who is Nishant, but I'm just... All right. Next question. Your dream AI is here. What is Aura in SolidWorks design? I have already told the answer, I believe. Okay. So if anyone makes wrong, then you have not heard my answer. Huh? Very good. So who are these 27, 5 and 5? Huh?
Only this question was an open book question, open book exam.
Okay. Let us see who is first then. Whether Ashwin CP will retain his position. Wow, very good, Ashwin CP. I hope your finger is right. It's not paining. Okay, fine. Let us move to the 12th question. What is this? What can you do with the share command in SolidWorks design? So here are the possible answers. Fastest finger first. So let us go for it. All right. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is the answer? Wow, very good. One solid answer. I hope it is right. So let us see who is leading. Ashwin CP, will you retain? Will you retain? Very good, very good, very good. Consistent effort, consistent effort. Ashwin CP, Monit Kumar, Shamega VS. Okay, all new names. So Shamega VS is fastest, right?
Yeah. So
All
in
right.
this, she is the fastest, and she came in top 3.
For this answer, you are the fastest, right? So, okay, let us see the 13th question. What is it? What happens automatically when withdrawing stamping? Okay. Next. Possible answers are displayed. The last one is tasks are completed. It's hidden there. All right, it's up. Time is up. Wow. See, another way of answering is if it is a lengthy sentence, that also seems to be a right answer. If that was the criteria set. Okay. So where is Ashwin CP? Where is that? Oh, Ashwin CP is still leading. Monit is in the second place. Shamega, very good. Keep it up. You are the fastest again. Okay, so let us move on to the 14th question, last but one question. So we'll end at 15. Okay, what is the next question? What does external design table support help manage? Okay. So if you use the previous question criteria, I don't know whether it will be right. Give the right answer. 2, 1, up. Wow, so you have
And
used
it
the
worked.
same criteria. Very good. I hope it is right.
It is right.
Okay.
You can do the right.
Okay, it is right. Okay, all right. So, who is leading now? Who is leading? Wow, Ashwin CP, Shamega, Monit. Oh, they are the
So,
champions now.
the top 3 is unchallenged as of now.
So, Shamega is going to be the peregrine falcon. And possibly Monit and Ashwin will be between Cheetah and Usain Bolt. Huh? Okay, fine. But leading is Ashwin, by the way. So this is the last question of the day.
question.
And let us see, like, what is the question? Right? What can you do with conversion groups? Okay. Oh, same way. Okay. But be careful this time. That may not be the one.
It could be a trick.
Huh? All right. Oh. What is this, Puneet? Okay. So who is first now? So this is going to be the decider. So we'll see who is first. Okay. Shamega has been the fastest even in answering this question. Very good, excellent. However, number 1 spot is by Ashwin, number 2 is Monit and Shamega. All 3 of you have been very consistent in answering, in giving the right answer and fastest also. So congratulations. I would call upon all these top three people here on the stage, and a big round of applause to everyone. And thanks to everyone who have participated. Participation is more important than winning. So therefore, I would like to thank each one of you.
Yeah.
Hope we would have run one more session, but because of the time constraint, I would call upon Ashwin CP, Monit Kumar, and Shamega. Who is Ashwin CP? First player. Ashwin, please come.
And then
Let's have even Monit Kumar and Shamega to be kindly ready.
Ashwin CP. Very good, excellent job. Consistent, fabulous. Monit Kumar B. Very good, excellent. Second place, Monit Kumar B. Shamega VS. Who is Shamega VS? Wow, excellent. I think you are the fastest in most of the questions. But the earlier questions you were not able to answer. That's the reason maybe. Bottom to top. Excellent. Congratulations. So, thank you one and all for all your participation. So over to the
Thank you so much, Mr. Puneet and Mr. Arun, for bringing the lively mood. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, let's move on to the next session. The next session, the presentation is about mainstream innovation with 3D experience, design, simulation, and governance. This is where the future of design meets the collaboration, bringing together every aspect of innovation on a single platform. Leading this session is our very own Beacon team member, Mr. Vijay, everybody. With the biggest round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Vijay on the stage. Yes. Do we have Mr. Vijay here?
So very good afternoon to everyone. Sorry, mic check. Excuse me, mic. A very good afternoon to everyone. So I am Vijay and today I'll be taking you through the demonstration of a product. Check. Yeah. Sorry again. Very good afternoon to everyone and myself Vijay. So today I'll be taking you through the demonstration on a product journey from prototype to production. Okay. So I'm very pretty sure like everybody goes through this particular process from the product design stage till the manufacturing stage, correct? So I'll be taking an example of a lid boss assembly over here. So let us have a quick glimpse on the lid boss over here. So LidBoss is a touchless lid dispenser which is introduced in the market in the late COVID pandemic. So where we have to just wave our hand in front of the motion sensor which is available over there and the lid is being dispensed over there. So this is very useful in ignoring or eliminating the microbiotics transfers through the external devices or through physical transformation over here. So every product goes from the product development stage till the task updations and final production stage. So I'm pretty sure that all the product development in the initial stage goes through all this particular process. So you can correlate these particular developments over here. Okay. So today in this particular demonstration, I'll be showcasing you how SolidWorks is integrated with the 3D experience application is going to help us in easing all this particular process. So from the morning sections, we have already seen like what are the new enhancements in SolidWorks 2026 version. And in this session, we'll see how these enhancements will help us in integrating with the 3D experience application and ease this particular product lifecycle. Okay, so for the initial product development starts with a planned start date, correct? So you decide what is a task which you're going to create and what is a product you're going to develop. So later, after designing that particular part or what is a product you're going to decide, so you set up a team, correct?
So for a team, you initially start up with the whiteboard discussions, like who is going to work on which product, or who is going to work on the simulation part or the validation part, or for the technical content creation parts. Okay. So here manager to keep everybody in a collaborative user interface, he sets up an 3D experience dashboard called Lean Team Player. So he assigns individual tasks to the persons. Okay. So here he assigns the task to the individual person. So the first task assigned by the manager is to migrate the existing CAD data, their legacy files, into the 3D experience dashboard. Okay, so using the 3D experience dashboard, so we can continuously work seamlessly collaborative with the PLM capabilities on 3D experience platform. So next, let's dive into the project kickoff. So every project has a plan start date and plan end date. So in between these particular processes, it undergoes many approval stages, many revision stages, and many version stages. Am I correct? So next, we'll see how the project kickoff is going to enable in this user interface. Okay. So first, as the first task was assigned to migrate the existing CAD to the 3D experience platform over here. So we are seeing how a file has been opened onto the user interface, and from the user interface itself, I'll be able to save the files, existing files, onto the 3D experience platform directly from the SolidWorks user interface. Okay. So with the project planning and the project kickoff over here. So we have seen how centralized team collaboration with a single and secure dashboard has been migrated over here. And you can also easily migrate all the legacy CAD files into the 3D experience application over here. So the next step is, since all the CAD data has been migrated onto the dashboard, so now the team has decided that there should be some changes made to the existing part level designs. Okay. So since the basic part level design is further taken over here. Okay. So this is the basic part level designs which they are currently working on. And initially, like the design was done in the prototype basis. Okay. So now after the design has been finalized, they want to take it further for the manufacturing. So they want to prepare this particular part as per the manufacturability, and they have considered injection molding capabilities for the manufacturing of this particular part. Okay. So the user directly logs into the particular file so that no other members in the platform make changes to the particular file. Okay. So next, to make the part ready for the manufacturability, the engineer checks out for the draft analysis also here. So draft analysis is a useful tool in the 3D SolidWorks application, where it can prepare our part for the manufacturability. So for example, you can see the color code indications over here, correct? So all the phases which is highlighted in the yellow color requires some draft to be provided, so as that particular part can be easily ejected from the core cavity designs after the injection molding process is done. Sorry. So next, he also makes sure that every part level designs is in the perfect positive draft. And next, he tries to save the updated designs onto the 3D experience application. Okay. So he clicks on the revision. So since there's some changes made onto the design, so he directly saves this part as a revision to the 3D experience application. Okay. So next, since the part level design has been done, so I want to go make sure that since there's some changes being done to the part level design, so I want to make sure that the part level designs withstands certain stress, strain, or is it in my factor of safety limit, or if I want to check out the displacement or deviation which is being created onto the designs over here. So the simulation teams work on it in creation of these particular designs over here, and he quickly checks out what is the design capable tools, and he goes through these particular components in which the deflection components has been done. So he quickly check out for the deflection which factor of safety points. So the initial factor of safety of this particular design after the design change is done is 0.8, 8.2. So he checks out the displacement as well. So the displacement highlighted over here is 2.66, which is really very much high for the part to go undertake over here. So he further uses the motion analysis and simulation tool, and he tries to change out the design change for this particular design. So as if the design change is done, so he further checks out, he adds certain ribs to that particular design and checks out the deflection of that particular part. Okay. So the next, after he checking out the deflection, he seems that the deflection of that particular part is seamlessly very good. So he proceeds with the data actualization, or he tries to save this particular designs. Okay. So here we have seen how do we from the cloud-based application, we have seen how do we access the files over here. And we also seen how the simulation is also carried in the same user interface of SolidWorks design module. And we also have an integrated motion and simulation analysis tools embedded into the SolidWorks application. So since the part level design has been finalized, so the team needs to go with the virtual packaging of designing of the packaging for that particular design. Okay, so the team starts designing that particular packaging for his designs. So he makes sure that there's some drop test analysis being done onto his design. So okay, this is the internal parts of the lid boss over here. So he tries to quickly place onto the lid boss application what is the components and tools which has been available, and he also sees what is the possible ways that the lid boss or the packaging gets dropped over here. Okay, so he goes through this particular drop test analysis using the Abacus solutions available on the 3D Experience platform. So he tries to use this particular physical simulation application over here, and he tries to mesh this particular components. So due to time constraints, I'll directly switch back to the results obtained from this drop test analysis. So you can just simulate this particular virtual testing. So you can see this is the result which is going to reflect when this particular drop test packaging has been dropped at a certain height. So and it sees that the virtual stresses generated is in the permissible limit. So he proceeds further with generation of plot graph charts over here. So using the virtual testing on using the Abacus solver for drop test analysis, so we have seen how do we integrate with the industry leading Abacus solution and speed up the simulation time by solving it on the cloud. So the next is, so since the design has been completed, the virtual testing has been done. So now I need to release that particular product to the marketing or for the manufacturing, correct? So here, by releasing this particular product to the manufacturing, so with a simple click using the engineering release application over here, I can specify what type of manufacturing I need to proceed further with the manufacturing of that particular part. And I can also proceed what is the procedure I'm going to take it to manufacture that particular part. So in that similar way, I can give the details of all these particular components, and I can change the maturity of this particular part. So you can just select all the components of that particular design, and I can specify who is the vendor. Suppose if there are any brought out components in my assembly, so I can just specify the vendor details as well as I can specify the vendor details over here. Okay. So the next stage in the releasing is, so I have to create the enterprise item numbers, correct? So here, creation of enterprise item number is an easy task using the 3D Experience application. So where I have to select all the components or designs which I want to create the enterprise item numbers, and I can just set up the enterprise item numbers. So based on the manufacturing type and the process which you are going to carry forward for this particular designing of that particular part, the enterprise item number is created over here. So then further you can proceed with releasing of that particular component to the design for the manufacturing. Okay. So we have seen how a single source has been used to finalize and release this particular design to the manufacturing as well as the production over here. Okay. So with visualize application, we can create photorealistic stunning images like this. So where you can directly import the CAD model into the application of visualize, add backgrounds, environments like this, and create a beautiful rendered images for posting onto the websites as well as sharing it to the customers. Okay. So visualize is a tool which can be visualized or seen before it is built. So that is a tagline for visualize which we have specified. Okay. So since the design product has been released to the market, so then based on the task update, so I'm going to update my particular task. So whether it has been done or how I'm going to complete my task which has been assigned to me. Okay. So using the 3D Experience collaborative task application over here. So what are the tasks assigned to me? I'll just review that particular task and make sure that the task has been completed over here. Okay. So based on the few inputs from the customers, or there is a change action being required for my design. So here for the lid boss design requires a sort of lid holder. So once it is dispensing from the lid dispenser, so it needs to hold or stay at some place, correct? So that the person can easily lift that particular lid. Okay. So here the lid, the change action is being initiated by the manager. So here in the 3D Experience application itself, you can initiate the change management over here. So you can attach all the attachments over here. What is the files which are talking about, and you can easily add the markup files onto the issue management which is being created. So here, if you can see, there are two issues which is being created. Okay. So one is to add a switch for continuous dispensing of the lid, and the other is to provide a lid holder once it is dispensed from it. So okay, from the manager initiates that, okay, this is a good idea, so let's start working on that particular design. Okay. So he initiates or assigns one particular engineer to work on this design update. So the design is being accessed. The engineer who is working on this particular design gets a notification on the SolidWorks user interface, and he works on the design updates, and later after the design has been updated, he directly finishes his work onto the he submits its work to the manager. Okay, so with the task updation and the change action and engineering lists, we have seen how efficiently we can track the project deliverables through collaborative task over here. And we have also seen how powerful the markup tool is available in the 3D experience platform for initiating the change action and change order over here. So this is a complete life cycle from the product journey of a product from the prototype development to the manufacturing over here. Okay, so using the 3D experience SolidWorks integrated with 3D experience application, we have seen how seamlessly we can work from the prototype to production, as well as we have an efficient PDM and collaboration systems which are available. So you can also have an integrated cross-functional team. So if you can see from the design team till the manufacturing and also the virtual testing teams, everybody are being integrated onto the 3D experience platform. So I hope this session was clear, gives a brief overview how SolidWorks can be directly integrated with the 3D experience application for your end-to-end product lifecycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vijay. All right. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, let's move on to another exciting session. Yes. So, well, we often talk about innovation, design, and manufacturing. But the real magic happens when all these three are connected. That's exactly what this session is all about, weaving the digital thread from design to manufacture. To take us through this powerful concept, we have with us Mr. Anirudh Ayachat from Bacon, everyone. So with the biggest round of applause, let's welcome the gentleman on the stage. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Can we have the audio, please? Am I audible? Good evening, Bengaluru. Before we start off with this presentation, one big round of applause for yourself because you survived the whole day. I love the energy in this room, and I feel extremely proud to be here, to be able to talk about technology with such enthusiastic crowd. So what are we going to talk about today is about weaving the digital thread. So from the morning sessions, we have been talking about design, we have been talking about PLM, we have been talking about various other technology. But at the first ever session that we started off with from 9 hours, we started off with digital thread, right? I believe it came up on a panel, and how do we go about it? So here I'm going to talk about how can we unite design, PLM, ERP, and MES technologies. So as she introduced, my name is Anirudh Ayachat. So I work as an enterprise solutions architect at Beacon. So this entire concept is based on this theme. So this is Factory of Future. Now, how do we go about building these factories of future is what I'm going to talk about in probably next few minutes. The first pillar towards this is operation and execution. Here, we are talking about a functional ERP within an organization and an MES system that is connected, potentially gathering data live from the shop floors. Second, we are talking about IIoT devices and getting real-time analytics from the shop floor, where we are potentially looking at real-time monitoring of the production, real-time monitoring of the processes, and looking at the concept of OEE, overall equipment efficiencies. Then we look at model-based manufacturing or model-based enterprise, where we have 3D CAD models at the center stage of an enterprise, where we are looking at a single digital thread, where we are looking, where we have the engineering bill of materials, manufacturing bill of materials, 3D work instructions, ergonomics, virtual factories. Fourth, we talk about a connected enterprise, where we are looking at, in the previous presentation, we looked at a lean dashboard. We use technologies like that towards the lean manufacturing techniques, potentially look at deployment of robots for fabrication. We look at creating an augmented experience. Fifth, once we have the systems of systems working, it makes sense to have this network bring in some value to the organization. So here, we are going to expand this to the network of our customers, suppliers, vendors, to have an integrated business planning, demand and supply planning. Now, how are we going to do this? So this entire vision is created using various technologies and brands of Dassault systems. So we start with operations and executions using Delmia Works brand, which is a fully functional ERP and an MES. Then we leverage technologies like SolidWorks, CATIA, and 3D Experience platform for the design. Then we look at Enovia PLM backbone to be defining the entire connected enterprise workflows. And then we look at Delmia Works brand to look to have a vision into the virtual factories, robotics, so on and so forth. So what does usually PLM drives? So PLM usually looks at lifecycle management of engineering items, manufacturing items, engineering change management, bill of material management, centralized storage of the data, and having a single version of truth. And then it is also responsible to do a manufacturing handoff. What is an ERP supposed to do? ERP usually looks at the business or the commercial functions of the manufacturing, like supply chain management, purchase, logistics, supplier and vendor coordination, cost analysis, inventory management, warehouse management, quality, and others. If you look at MES, manufacturing execution systems, this is responsible for you to have an end-to-end production planning and scheduling, resource optimization, quality management, work order execution, machine monitoring and maintenance, and that system acts as a decision support. Okay, now where are we right now? We may potentially be, what you're able to see on the left-hand side is, could be a past or a current of any organization where we have potentially deployed systems like 3D CAD, may or may not be on the PLM technology, but the integrations with the other enterprise solutions are happening through a file-based or a flat file-based methods in terms of how the Excel moves from design or PLM into the ERP, into the planning, and so on and so forth. What is the future? The future is having a model-based approach where we have an integrated function between the engineering bill of materials, manufacturing bill of materials, we have routes, instructions, and resources. Now, how do we define this? Okay, what I have on my screen is what we call it as a PPR model. Has anybody heard of this? Okay, so it stands for product, process, and resource. That means we use 3D design technology to define what we need to produce. We leverage PLM to have the manufacturing information. Then we have MES to have work and process plan, resources, and then the entire manufacturing execution. So what are we talking about? So it's basically a journey of a raw material food to being a finished product. So what are the technologies that we leverage? So to do this, there are two major functions. One is moving, another one is machining. So Delmia brand on the 3D Experience platform helps us create the NC programs, again AI amended very efficiently. Then we have a robotic programmer from the Delmia brand again, helping us create kinematics as well as NC programs and codes that are required to run the robots. So what you're able to see here is a combination of a robot and a cobot. One is used for positioning, other one is used for the welding. Thirdly, this is one technology called as factory flow simulation, or creating the virtual factories, resources, and optimizing the entire workloads in terms of how efficient each and every machine could get, how efficient each and every resource can get before actually having the live factories. This is a virtual twin experience. So then that gets us to Delmia Works, basically an MOM, that's Manufacturing Operations Management, a fully functional ERP and an MES, where we're looking at order processing, scheduling, production, and shipping in entirety. So this could be, may or may not be a standardized process in many of the organizations, but this is a standard representation of how do we go about executing the things, with various other functions. So start the data flow from the sales to engineering, then inventory checks, warehouse, shipping, billing, purchasing, scheduling, so on and so forth. So this is a virtual representation of any manufacturing setup. What we have on the bottom left is a top floor. where we're able to see sales, HR, accounting, purchase, C-suite, and engineering are the different functions. And then we have the shop floor, where we have various other functions. And this technology helps us connect all of this together. So this is an extension of what we saw in the previous presentation. Okay, I guess. Can we have the screen back? Yes. So what we're able to see on the screen right now are the engineering items or the engineering bill of materials. And on the right side is the definition of manufacturing items of the same line there. Now, if you have to define the resource needed, machines needed, and the work plan needed, Innovia technology helps us define this entire process end-to-end within the platform. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to skip a few slides. So Delmia Works brings us constraint-based scheduling. We can look at real-time production monitoring, which is the foundation of an MES system. We are looking at process monitoring to get an entire overview of an OEE. We are looking at maintenance, repair, and overhaul of all the equipments and assets within the organization, having the entire quality management system. Okay, I guess. So in the conclusion, on the same PPR model, these are the different technologies that are going to help us achieve this entire factories of the future. Technologies like CATIA, 3D Experience, SolidWorks on the design, Innovia on the PLM, Delmia on the virtual factories and production automation, Delmia Works taking care of the entire ERP and MES system. So this brings us to the end of my presentation, which we talk about to blur the lines between design, PLM, ERP, and MES, and having one single source of truth. And thank you.
Well, once again, thank you so very much, sir, for showing us how digital thread connects imagination to reality. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish this session, we are heading towards the last session. Anybody, any guesses what it could be? It's award section, everyone. It's time to reward and award all the hardworking, dedicated people. So whenever a champion is walking up the stage, I want everyone to clap loudest as possible. Are you ready? Yes. So we'll be starting the award section. And we have Mr. Dhanush, who will be handling the award section, everyone. So meanwhile, yes, I must say thanks to all the audience. For instance, the morning till now, everybody are showing so much of efforts. You guys have made the event such an humongous success. Thank you so very much. Dhanush, are we ready? Yes, lovely. So let's take it forward.
Hello everyone. So as all the sessions are completed, it's time for the awards. So as I initiated the exciting awards for each and every one of you to participate, the first one was Model Mania, correct, right? So I think we have almost more than 100 plus participants who has come to Model Mania Center in the lobby and they have participated. So now let us begin that. We will see who and all the winners are. So I would like to call Mr. Ajay Kumar, General Manager Beacon, on the stage to hand over the Model Mania Awards. Yeah. So the first prize in the Model Mania with the blazing speed and the accuracy who has completed both stage 1 and stage 2 is Mr. Sridhar, Cadling Technologies. So I would like to request Sridhar from Cadling Technologies to show up in the stage. Sridhar. And as I promised, the first winner in the Model Mania will be awarded with an additional award that is called 3D Connection Space Mouse. Thank you, Sridhar. So now let us look into second awardee of the Model Mania. So that is Mr. Shankar V from Merson India Private Limited. Everyone please cheer up. Thank you, Shankar. And the third winner in the Model Mania is Mr. Naresh from Auza Medical Devices Private Limited. Thank you, Naresh, sir. And now let us look into this next category, that is LinkedIn Contest Awards. As I told, you need to take a picture in the selfie booth and post in LinkedIn by tagging #Beacon and #SolidWorks. So the best comments on the LinkedIn as well as the number of likes, based on that we have categorized, and we've selected 3 awardees. I would like to call the first prize for is Mr. Ram Kumar P. And I would like to call Mr. Anjan Sarkar, Simulation Director, on the stage to deliver the awards. The second prize is in the LinkedIn Contest Award is Mr. Nagraj M. Allow team, please cheer up for Nagraj. Thank you, Mr. Nagraj. And the third prize for the LinkedIn Contest Award is Mr. Ram Kumar P. Mr. Ram Kumar P. Sorry, it is actually Ankur Bharadwaj. Ankur Bharadwaj is here? Mr. Ankur Bharadwaj. actually missed. Actually, it was this was also selected. Oh, thank you, sir. So the next category of awards is referral contest awards. So I would like to call Mr. Muralidhar NG from Beacon to hand over the awards. So this contest, it was completely unique this time. So the people you want to share your visions, what you saw today, and you're referring to them. So for this referrals, we have been posted on QR code, and based on the your feedback, we've been selected 3 participants. I would like to call Mr. Tyagarajan Amrutlingam from Teal. Thank you, Mr. Tyagarajan. The second award is Mr. Nagarajan Cadling Technologies Private Limited. Thank you, Mr. Nagaraj. And the third award will be going to Mr. Ankur Bharadwaj, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. So the next award is Best Graffiti Awards. I would like to call Mr. Ashwin Kumar from Beacon. So this particular, just I want to show you, this is the kind of the passion the engineers and designers present here carries, and they have shared a lot of thoughts connected to these R solutions about the SolidWorks, this Innovation Day and 3D experience platform. So now I would like to call, means like the best graffiti awards is Mr. Prajwal HB Big Tech, and he has written SolidWorks Namma Guri, Beacon Namage Dari. I would like to call Mr. Prajwal HB from Big Tech on the stage, please. And the next award goes to Mr. Praveen CI. Mr. Praveen CI. And he has penned down SolidWorks, not just a software, it's a language on designers. Team, please cheer up for Mr. Praveen. Last award, next award goes to Mr. Geeta Unimac Power Transformers, and she has penned down always choose the order right over the right on wrong. Make your design smart and move more efficient with SolidWorks. Please cheer up for Mrs. Geeta. Thank you, it's right. So thank you all.
All right, congratulations to all the winners. Clearly shows that you actively participated in all the contest that was announced in the morning. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day it has been, from thought-provoking session and also to the grand showcase of SolidWorks 2026. We truly celebrated the spirit of innovation. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, to present the word of thanks, please put your hands together and let's welcome our very own CEO of Bacon, Mr. Ramaswamy, everybody. With the biggest round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Naina Ramaswamy. A warmest welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.
Good evening, everyone. So this is the last session. I promise, this is the last session. There's nothing more after this. I have one sincere request. Please take a couple of minutes, scan this QR code, and give your feedback now. We'll take a minute of pass, 2 minutes of pass. Please fill up the feedback form because it is very important for us to hear from you, your views on how the sessions were. It'll help us to improve our innovation day and provide a better experience for everyone who is attending in the subsequent event and the future. Please take a moment to fill up your feedback form. Okay, I hope all of you have filled up or in the last few places to fill up the data. I want to wrap up this session by summing up a key takeaways. The first one I implore upon all of you, repeating what I said in the morning, is as soon as you start your work tomorrow, not necessarily tomorrow, as soon as you go back home, if you start your work, please think about doing a digital audit of your organization. Look at how much of your data is digital and how much of that is connected. Because all of the technologies that we talked about, AI, ML, all these new technologies rely on data. If you do not have data in a digital form, these tools will not be able to help you. So it's very important for you to do a digital audit and then draw a digital transformation roadmap for your organization. Please go talk, do an audit, talk to your management. If you need any help, reach out to Beacon, any of the Beacon representatives that you work with, technical support, subscription AEs, or sales team. Do reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to work with you to draw a digital transformation roadmap. The second thing I want all of you to take away is that the digital thread. That is like a very important thing that you should take away, and how I can connect, how I can build a connected data model across my organization, be it like a small scale organization or be it a large scale organization. It is very, very important. We have tools to help you build it without costing you an arm and length. So it is something that we will be more than happy to showcase to you and then help you get on that bandwagon. Third one is that look at AI as a tool that is going to enable you to perform better. It is there. It is going to change the way we do things, and it is something that all of us have to adopt. In fact, Beacon itself, we are running an internal project adopting AI for all our sales predictions, marketing automation, all of that. We are implementing AI engines. We have built some proof of concepts for some of our customers using AI and ML for semantic search and all of those things. If you need some inputs, please do reach out to us. We'll be able to showcase all of that to you. So those are my humble suggestions to look at when you resume your work. So and above all, I would want to thank all of your audiences for having taken your time on a busy day and then spend the whole day with us to know what SolidWorks does, what Beacon does, what are the technologies that you can adopt. I want to thank each one of you who have taken your time to be here, and thank you all so very much. I want to thank Chandini, our MC. She did a fabulous job of bringing the energy back. Whenever we are like dozing off, she brought the energy back. Thank you, Chandini, for the fabulous job. I want to thank all the presenters, the technical team, who took efforts to put in a lot of effort to present the technology stack for all of you to have a look at it. So I thank Dhanush and his team for having put together this. I want to thank all the sales team who have reached out to each one of you, inviting you to this session. And I want to thank the marketing team, Timaya and his team, who managed the show flawlessly. This is the fourth one. We have got two more in Chennai and Hyderabad. So it's like a clockwork for them. Thank you, the marketing team. And finally, the console team, who helped us to change things and then make things happen, as well as the camera crew for telecasting this live on YouTube. For all of you, you can always go to YouTube. Beacon has got a YouTube channel. You can go look at it. You can send it across to your friends for them to look at some of the interesting things that you want to pass on. You can definitely forward that link to your people and your team members. So thank you all very much, and I hope you have got enough information and takeaway for you to get into a digital transformation journey. Wish you all a very, very happy Diwali and the rest of the year as we are nearing the end. A very good Q4. I wish you all very best for the remaining part of the year. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Naina sir, for being a kind, powerful leader. And lastly, we must thank our event partner, organizer, iDream Trade and Events. Please put our hands together and let's thank the entire team, the speaker, the panelists that has already thanked, and also Beacon marketing team who have put forward such a humongous show. and the audience for being a fantastic audience from the morning till the evening. Thank you so much, guys, for making the show a humongous success. The IT is being served outside. Have a fantabulous day. This is your host, MC Chandani, signing off. Thank you. So the feedback forms, everyone who have filled it up, kindly submit near the registration desk and kindly collect your goodies near the registration desk. Please don't miss. Fill your the feedback form and kindly submit near the registration desk and collect your goodie. Thank you so much, everybody.
I paid my dues time after time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime.